Ding. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But today's a very interesting one. We have recovered all of the losses from yesterday for the most part. It looks like we're going to open up a little bit higher than where we gapped down yesterday. Things are pretty chill despite the Powell taper tantrum thing yesterday. That's still in play. We are going to hear from Powell and Janet Yellen again today. So we'll see. There's probably going to be volatility. Usually day two of Powell does not bring, They do not bring the... It doesn't bring the same gas, but yesterday was a little bit more interesting, so we are going to see what happens. And we got a couple of post-earnings plays, and that's just playing the volatility. The biotechs got clapped. You got a double whammy. BYSI, they did not get the approval, so we finally got the data, but we're going to be sad about it. And then Longeveron, they did an offering, but it came in at $17, so about 200% higher than where we bought it, so not too bad, not too bad. 1 year sober today, baby. Let's go, Isaiah. That's what I'm talking about. Hard. And good morning. Good morning, baby. How you feeling? What's up, Isaiah? What's up, Jay? What's up, Carissa? What's up, Janie? Wesley? Yee? Oh, what's up, Seth? Say welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Midwest. Jonathan Godoy. Oh, Andrew, Chow Media. What's up, Gerald? Mr. Lozano. I love seeing Mr. Lozano in the morning, baby. Hey, man, Cavius. Oh, Browsy, how you feeling? How you feeling? J-Buck, Vincent, Bez, Mark, Roman, G.U. Nah. Mr. McLeod, Michelle. Oh, D-Phil. What's up, baby? Oh, what's up, Shane? Good morning. Oh, Patrick Parker. Oh, Anush, Calderon, Mr. Roll, Robbie. Look at that. Woo! Good morning. Good morning. It's a beautiful morning. It's a beautiful morning. I hope you guys are ready for it. I'm excited about it, as always. So let's have some fun here. Let's get ready to play. Let's see all the other plays we're holding. I don't know if you guys are going to want to go for any more biotechs, but we got to face the FDA. So we will see what happens next, my friends. But what do we got here? What do we got? What time? 6:50. We got time. Global stocks and U.S. futures. They roared back from the sell-off in the wake of Jerome Powell's hawkish pivot in the Senate. He is up again today before House lawmakers, as is Janet Yellen, with her warnings on the debt ceiling. Treasuries decline with the gap between the 5-year and the 30-year around the narrowest since March of last year. Oil and most metals rallied along with commodity-linked currencies. The dollar and Bitcoin were steady. All travelers to the U.S. will need to be tested within a day before boarding, People Familiar said. Advisors to U.S. regulators recommended Merck's COVID pill. A Louisiana court blocked enforcement of a vaccine mandate for medical workers nationwide. Canada will require those from the U.S. to test at the airport. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley placed head of U.S. equity syndication Pawan Pasi on lead, People Familiar said. Looking to his actions, but no further information was available. He's been on the firm for more than 17 years. But he has been succeeded by Sarah Youngwood. Corporate China is closing a loophole used by tech industry to raise capital from overseas investors. Plans to ban companies from going public on foreign stock markets through variable interest equities. People Familiar said. China denied the report. Kathy Wood snapped up 1.1 million shares of Twitter after the stock sank to a one-year low. It was the ARK Investments' biggest one-day purchase of the stock since July. Salesforce slipped pre-market after fourth quarter forecast missed. It also named Brett Taylor co-CEO with co-founder and chairman Mark Benioff. HP Enterprises gave a lackluster outlook hurt by component shortages. Shares fell. Grab and Altimeter Growth's merger was approved by investors, completing the largest SPAC deal ever. One of the largest SPAC deals. Hey, it's this. Excuse me. Woo! Crypto, Anthony Scaramucci's flagship hedge fund investment vehicle exposure to crypto assets went up by over 150% last quarter to $485 million. Net assets fell 10% to $2.4 billion. Crypto.com, which has been grabbing headlines with naming rights, is now expanding its footprint via the purchase of 2 exchanges from IG Group. OECD dialed back its global growth outlook for 2021 to 5.6 from 5.7 in September, mainly because of slower expansion in the U.S., China, and Japan than previously predicted. It stuck to the forecast of a 4.5 increase in world GDP for the next year, raising the outlook for the U.S. and Japan while trimming its outlook for Euro and China. Oil Watch Iraq, which often plays hardball with OPEC, said it will support any decision at this week's meeting, whether to boost, cut, or keep output the same. JBC joined the chorus calling for a pause, said COVID-induced demand losses may be as much as 2 million barrels a day. Final OPEC decision is expected tomorrow. Some ECB officials want to delay a decision on post-pandemic bond purchases to February 3rd. Reuters reported the Governing Council is in agreement to end the pandemic emergency program in March, and a formal decision is slated for December 16th. But given Omicron and the inflation outlook, the decision on how to adjust other bond buying should be postponed. The most important abortion case in a generation comes before Supreme Court today. It will weigh Mississippi's ban on abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy and consider getting Roe v. Wade. A decision upholding Mississippi's law would allow states to curb abortion access, guaranteeing tighter restrictions nationwide. Chinese developers had another miserable month as property slumped deep in. Sales by the top 100 builders plunged 38% in November, year on year, sharper than the previous month's drop. Preliminary data show the sector as a whole faces $12 billion in trust payments coming due this month, having already defaulted on north of $10 billion of high-yield short-term products this year. Team Transitory is still in the game by at least one measure. A Bloomberg gauge of global commodities is close to falling into a technical correction after suffering a massive drawdown. Losses from the previous peak, while it's hard to tell if they will stick with developments are favorable. Lethal Group says a lower commodity price would help ease inflation pressure. So lower commodities might save inflation? I don't know. But today, 9:45 U.S. November manufacturing PMI, 10 a.m. You're going to get the ISM manufacturing, 10 a.m. again. Powell and Yellen before Senate. And then Biden delivers a remark on economy and supply chain at 12:35. And then Beige Book at 2 p.m. And then OPEC is going to begin it's already Wednesday? Oh, my gosh. It is already Wednesday. It felt like Tuesday. That's crazy. Yeah, PayPal is shooting up right now. Kramer just gave him he gave him a pump. He said the CEO told him the stock's not going lower. That's what he said. He said, I know what they're doing. I know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? I know what they're doing. So we'll see. Earnings include Snowflake, Synopsys, and CrowdStrike. That's going to be today. The Fed must accelerate tapering. U.S. employers added 534,000 jobs in November. ADP report showed that it's down from a rise 570 in October and above expectations from a reading of 520. ISM manufacturing due later today. Xiomara Castro was elected first female president of Honduras in a landslide, pledging to tax the rich. Overhaul a failed neoliberal model with just over half of the votes tallied. Ruling party candidate Nasia Sura conceded. Conservative politicians are plotting to force a government shutdown on Friday in order to withhold funding for President Biden's vaccine mandate. Politico reported Senator Mike Lee said he won't speed consideration of a stopgap funding unless it halts putting any money towards the cause. Turkey's central bank intervened in markets by selling foreign currencies for the first time in 7 years to stem the lira's collapse. The bank said it took action due to unhealthy price formations. The lira surged as much as 8.5 against the dollar after the announcement. That probably chilled. That's actually interesting. We should talk about that later today. We should look into some Turkey currency place. Russia expelled some U.S. diplomats. Dow Jones reported the move comes after Vladimir Putin again accused the United States and its allies of menacing his country. Anthony Blinken is set to meet Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov tomorrow in Stockholm. He'll meet also Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba separately earlier in the day. London's housing market is set to underperform for a third year. Rightmove said asking prices in London will increase 3% in 2022, weaker than the 5% gain expected for the country as a whole. A separate report showed house prices across the UK Monday, rose 0.9 last month to an average of 252,000 pounds. Diplomats in Iran nuclear talks are working on a draft to restore the 2015 deal, according to Iran's press TV. Negotiations have been underway in Vienna since Monday. APAC data, South Korea exports jumped 32% to a monthly record in November, suggesting global trade recovery made headway. China's November CAC in manufacturing PMIs unfortunately dipped to 49.9. Australian GDP fell 1.9 in the third quarter, smaller than expected contraction. In Japan, CapEx excluding software fell 1.1 in July versus the prior period. Chinese banks boost short-term aid warms on Taiwan. Australia property gains moderate. Oil rebounded while U.S. natural gas extended losses after closing. The worst out of the worst week in November in 20 years. Gold edged up and base metals rose. LME aluminum inventories fell to the lowest since 2007. Soybeans inched higher. Sika considering divesting assets with regulatory approval for $6 billion acquisition of German rival MBCC. Citi picked Union Bank of the Philippines as a preferred bidder to buy its consumer banking assets. Japan shipping line Mitsui O.S.K. launched a $1 million bid to buy a real estate developer Dabrio. The Sackler family that owns Purdue may have abused the bankruptcy system. RBCell felt the pinch of low interest rates on profit margins. Google will not accept election advertisements in the Philippines ahead of the 2022 elections. Exxon unveiled new emission targets for months after a boardroom coup by activist investors seeking major changes. Plans to reduce greenhouse gases by 20% by end of 2030. The target is the most ambitious goal so far, but falls short of rival commitments. Again, here's all the news headlines. Apple renews bid to halt court order to App Store change. Salesforce co-CEO Brett Taylor has growth on the mind. Apple shares in sweet spot as traders rush to safety. J&J, Merck, and Merck COVID pill gets backing from FDA panel. Byron Allen discrimination suit against McDonald's dismissed. Watch software stocks after Salesforce disappoints. Apple, Microsoft, Meta lead tech higher. Market set to rebound. United Health price target to $526 at Morgan Stanley. Salesforce price target cut to $350 from $360 at Mizuho, and then United Health price raised to $512 from $476 at RBC. I feel like UNH has been getting a lot. CNN suspended Chris Cuomo after documents released by New York showed he used position as journalist to gather information about sexual harassment accusations against his brother. Ex-NBA star from Bears Davis to Shane Battier are throwing down cash to help Asia launch its first major basketball club competition. Asia League Holdings has raised $13 million so far to help to launch an East Asia Super League. EASL will feature 8 teams from countries including Japan, South Korea, and Philippines beginning in October 2022. Americans are losing faith in the military. Public confidence has dropped sharply to 45 from 70% in 2018. According to Ronald Reagan Institute National Defense Survey, political leadership scandals and perception that the military has the wrong priorities were among reasons listed. Lack of confidence was most prominent in Americans under the age of 30. I would say lack of history knowledge. Tel Aviv leapfrog Hong Kong and Singapore to become the world's most expensive city to live in. The Economist Intelligence Unit said city climbed for the 5th place last year to the top of the worldwide cost of living in 2021. New York City opened the first supervised drug injection sites in 2 U.S. facilities, one in Harlem and Washington Heights, after a long battle over implications of sanctioning illegal drug use. Staff are trained to offer clean needles, drugs to reverse overdose, and advice for those seeking addiction treatment. On this day in history, in 1990, about 100 workers in hard hats cheered and drank champagne as they connected Britain and France by land for the first time since the Ice Age. The last 25 feet of the 24-mile tunnel under the channel for trains was dug with hand tools until Robert Fagg of Dover and Philippe Cosette of Calais were able to shake hands through an opening several feet. It took several years to get to that point, and it wouldn't be until 1994 that rail services began. Wow. That's it. That's it. It's kind of interesting, right? Kind of interesting, but look at the time. You know, they said that people don't trust the military for some reason, but I listen. I don't know if I trust the military. It ain't even about that. It's not even about that. What it's about is that we love them. We love all the people. All the people who have served this country, who have given a sacrifice, their time, their life. I mean, so much time and everything. So we love them, baby. And that's how we have to start off the day before we try to enrich ourselves and make that money. Don't matter what it is, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the cult, people here, the people not here, I know they feel the exact same way. We want a big, big shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done. We love you, and we could never repay you, man. I'm telling you, thank you. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the teachers, the nurses, all the other public service out there, baby. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Orn! Let's go. Let's go. It's game time. It's game time. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. So you still got a couple of pre-market movers here. I got a couple. I'm going to be looking at Ambarella. Shares jumped 16 after earnings. BIG Technology. Stocks are trading higher. Beyond Sping drops 52 after FDA says no. GE decision to unshackle core is splitting into 3 companies. Hasn't done much for investors. DNUT falls 3% pre-market. I think they got a sell rating from Goldman. And then MRK. Shares jumped 6% after getting the approval. Yeah, that just came in. I think that's already been there. Ocean Pal surges 78 pre-market, according to a roundup that began its market debut as a standalone company on Tuesday. CRM dropped 6. They got a downgrade as well. VBIV jumps 15% after the FDA said it approved its pre-hervo hepatitis B vaccine. And then Zscaler posted, beat, and raised on what BMO called yet another impressive quarter. I'll be watching CRM, Chewy, XOM, Apple, Amba, Zscaler, Uber, and UNH. Moderna loses appeal of boards, but we got 1 minute. Market is about to open. So market is about to open. Let's have some fun. Call out any of the plays if you see them. And let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. What's the other one? I have a couple I'm going to be looking at. So how much time? We got about 1 minute. Like the video. Have some fun. Do your thing. Post any plays, and we'll see what happens. BYSI, we're going to see. I mean, again, this was the play. It's over now, essentially. We failed on that one. Well, the company failed. We just took the gamble. But that one, I don't know if I'm going to sell or not. I'm going to see. I'm going to look for my other plays first, and then we'll get to that. Round 1. Fight. Oh, that's expensive. Watch A-Bus. I think that was moving there in the morning. Roblox sell off. There's Apple, Boo. Oh, wow. Spy's up a lot, it looked like. And watch TLT. All right. I took a play that. Oh, that's only a little bit amount of time, though. So we'll see. This one's going to be a flip. It's an earnings play. Tesla. Let me see which other one we got. FISV is also up. Yeah, so don't trade that, though. I made a play on Zscaler. That's the first one of the day here. I grabbed a Zscaler December call. So they're selling off. I mean, they had good earnings. The guidance was good. They beat on everything. So we'll see if it continues. If they sell off the gain, that'll be bad. Otherwise, I like it for the most part. Like, should have got more time on it. Oh, man, even that's expensive. Nvidia selling. Let me check out the other plays. Zero holding. Roblos still held up a little bit, it looks like. The Mercs kind of came up, but those are still clapped. What was the other ones? The HDs are still up, but those came down from yesterday. Oh, shit. Those Zscalers just got clapped. What the hell happened to that? Oh, wait. That chain is messed up. Airbnb running. Hold on. Airbnb running. Oh, what? They just dropped that ask like crazy. Matterport, is that still going up there? Remember, they were leading yesterday. Yeah, let's see. Roblox, Matterport, Merck's running too. And then let's see what we got. Snap up big. The Zscaler Merck is starting to go. That was going to be a little bit weird. Matterport's up 5. I want to see the other one, CRM. That's a post-earnings play. Big tech is selling. Hood, TGT up big. All right, I'm seeing those other premiums. That Zscaler got really, really clapped right there. That was a bad fill on that one. You said Airbnb's going. Let's see, even Apple, Rivian. Apple just sold straight off. Some stuff's barely holding. Ours, Powell's going to come on in about like 25 minutes. Would you do a BYSI? I'm still holding it. I'm looking for one more play, but I might want to see what I'm gonna do. I mean, I think the play is over. I mean, they didn't get the FDA approval. I mean, here. Apple Premium's holding. Yeah, barely sold off. I'm looking at the other one. TSM going, Rivian going. LGVN, it was like good and bad news. Again, like I said yesterday, they did the offering, but I mean, now the offering came in about 200% higher than where our shares are at. So it confirms a higher price, but now it's a little bit dilutive. It's funny how they had the so yesterday was pretty much fluff to get the thing up, it looks like. But they agreed to do it at like a 30% premium to where the stock was at. Micron's up 3. Yeah, TSM's up 2.5. Merck is starting to come down. It's getting its first candle. BYSI didn't get clapped. FDA said they needed more patience. Is that what they said? I thought they just got denied. But again, anything else, it's going to take them probably a couple more months. HD is up. TSM's really, really going right there. Let's see. Ambarella's up. Chewy still up. Mm. Okay. Mm. It's my birthday, Michael Saxton. Happy birthday, baby. Happy birthday, baby, and God bless you. We love you, but do not trade this. Not a recommendation. I took the loss on BYSI. I decided to sell out. I mean, I was expecting either up or down 50%. Went down 50%. Took a $4,000 loss, and I sold off the 500 shares. So 4,700 or 4,500 total loss. So there's still like 3,000 bucks there. I was like, all right, give me it. We'll take it, baby. We'll take it. It's bad. I mean, I think it was just it was what we signed up for. I mean, they didn't do well, unfortunately, but if it did do good, we would have liked it. But overall, I mean, that's what I wanted to play. I don't think anything happened that I wasn't prepared for. Not what I wanted, but we good. Very binary. Apple premiums on their move. Yeah, Apple just literally skyrocketed right there. Let's see what we're looking at. The Apple premiums from yesterday are still up 44%, so they're actually even going up a little bit more here. There's Apple. BYSY is on the down. Pull up Tesla. It's not worth doubling down or on being oversold. I mean, you could, again, I wasn't trading this. The only thing this thing has is catalyst for FDA approval. So maybe in a couple months, we might be able to come back on it. But other than that, it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not like, I'm not here to trade it. Did the MA calls? I need to double check. I know they went up, but they ended up coming down. I doubt it based off of that move. There's Amazon's up 1%. Microsoft getting a big candle right there. Facebook coming down. Oh, I want to see Roblo and Airbnb. TSM still killing it. SPY just came slowly down. That Zscaler got clapped. So they've already sold off 4 or 5%. Is AMD still killing Apple with the red? So seeing Airbnb, Roblo, they went up. Kohl's kind of did too, but those are still clapped. Then the Apple, then the HDs, those are still positive from yesterday. We lost the 20% gain on it, but they're still in the green. That Zscaler got absolutely wrecked. That one wasn't a good one. Merck is going up. AMD just flipped. They're down 0.5% now. There's Merck. Let's check TLT. Costco is up. It's the first of the month. Isn't that crazy? I didn't realize that until you just reminded me. It's literally, bro, it's the first of the month, man. It's the first of the month. That's crazy. Wise Powell, it's day 2 of the hearing. So there's a 2-day event. The hearing we got yesterday, that's a 2-day process usually. Oh, I did the XOMs. I mean, the stock's up 2. Stock's up 2. Those other January plays still down 20. There's the Amazon. What else do I need? Googly Woog. Google's up 2? That's crazy. All right. Let me see what I could do here. Bro, some of these offers are crazy. Twitter waking up. Remember, Kathy Woods bought into that today. XOM on the high. Chad, baby boy number 2, board yesterday. Gonna help him prep. God bless you, baby. God bless you and congrats. That's exciting. Another Chad is born. Apple pushing. Let's see. Oh, where's that Canada Goose? Fabulous and fun with us. Still in the chat where they showed us the truth. It's nearly 2022, and I'm still processing 2020. It's good. AMBA went up. I wanted the AMBA continuation, but those are so expensive. Apple out of the money all went up, so mispriced maybe. I mean, they're up. We have the Apple out the money, so the ones from yesterday are up 47%. They even went up another, like 20, 30% today or something like that. And then watch, there's the AMBAs. Z-Scaler needs to bounce, but the Ambarellas, I should have went with those. Those are just more expensive. And even then, the spreads on that are nutty. Twitter's up. Apple's starting to going up. Airbnb's up 1.62 below 180. Where's Roblo? Roblo's is fighting. HD's up. Though I don't think that move may have brought the premiums back to break even. Yeah, we're back at break even. So again, the one we didn't take profit on, that one flipped. Not negative yet, but we'll see. Microsoft going too. Matterport as well. Remember, that one is an all-time high. HD's going up there. Apple's hitting a new high. Again, that play yesterday, that should do a lot, though. Watch coin. Is crypto still up? I like Chewy just because how it was holding. It was over the last 3 days in the middle of the volatility there. So it's still just chilling out there. Hasn't done much. Took the 330 weeklies on coin. I like the coin if coin actually wakes up. That's all we need. That's all we need. Let's see. AMBA. Yeah, AMBA is hard to play. Premiums are wild on that. The Zoom scaler, that's clapped. If they do end up bouncing from here, I mean, I kind of want to go in on it again, just considering I went in early. But, I mean, they were up 6-7%, so if they do bounce, but we'll see for the rest of the day. Who do we have? The gap up today. Let's even see who's leading. I mean, everything is doing pretty good for the most part. A lot of what you had yesterday recovered. So, yeah, you have 458 names up on the S&P. Only 50 names are down, 47. 27 out of 30 names on the Dow Jones are up. Yeah, 2,200 names are high on the NASDAQ. That's crazy. Apple's still leading the way here. So that's going a new 52-week high on Apple. Well, the premiums, though, out of the money premiums don't move too crazy. They're up a lot, but nothing like nutty. Microsoft is fighting. Microsoft is kind of struggling the last couple days. I mean, they would be the next one to follow Apple. Caterpillar, BA back below. I'm selling when Powell starts talking. We'll see. Again, day 2, he may not say anything. I mean, yesterday he was very, surprisingly hawkish. And the fact that, I mean, the market still, I feel like yesterday you had a lot of reason to freak out with what Powell said. So we'll see, but watch even the bond market here. I mean, that's going to be the interesting one. It's going to be at 10 a.m. Pacific or Eastern, excuse me. So 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern. Are we looking? Denmark suggests 2 cases of Omicron variant. Totals now 6. Again, I don't know if market will respond to Omicron. I mean, Powell would be the only thing that can move it unless we get anything crazy. Again, this is literally what we were saying yesterday. If we did get a bounce, now you have most of the support, and even the leaders yesterday are holding up. Microsoft, a little cheek lay there. Ardex going for it. They're going up there. That was a hype biotech runner yesterday. They have options as well. Do I like Hood at this level? Not really. I mean, I have any of like the online brokerage type plays. I prefer Coinbase. Roblo needs to fight. He needs to fight for his right to party. Airbnb's at least holding up decent. Let's see, XOM. The Z-scalers clapped. Oh, UNH. I forgot about that one. They got like 3 upgrades. In the last couple days, they've gotten so many upgrades. It's actually unreal. CRM's actually still selling off. I thought they were doing a little bit good pre-market. What was the low they hit yesterday? Yeah, CRM's about to break through another low here. So then if that continues on the downside, that could be bad. Think of PayPal. I mean, a lot of people, I mean, Kramer gave it the little pump here today. Remember, that thing was actually getting clobbered. Roblox negative. ADRX price target 13. Yeah, that was the one yesterday. That was the news on that yesterday. I forgot about that one. Well, Merck pop. I think Merck's already up 6 or 7. So, or no, why did it say they were? So it's only up 1.1 from yesterday, 1.5. The premiums went up a little bit. I mean, but obviously I think people were looking for a little bit more. Okay. I made a play again. It's the earnings continuation. We let it kind of confirm, and I think if it just breaks any lower, it's already down a lot, but the premiums, I think they're still at a negative there. So don't trade that. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a, what's it called? I grabbed a CRM put for January. So again, they had a little bit of life. They could have kind of recovered there, but even they got one downgrade on there. Now they're selling off. It's a post-earnings continuation if it keeps going down. And then what I'm looking at is that they are still at like pretty much the last earnings support level. So if they get a little crazy here, it's not. I don't really doubt CRM too heavy. And then the premiums were still cheap, but we'll see how that one plays out. We're going to see how that one plays out. LGVM pop. Again, they had the offering was at $17. So they did add shares, but even though people will say it's dilutive, I mean, pretty much they paid higher than ever. That's a 70% premium from IPO. BYSI, I sold out already. I took the loss. It is popping up there, though. If they get an FDA approval after I sold out, I'd be like, what? That's crazy. They are popping over there. But again, I'm fully out of that now. Coin drop in. TLT is even drop in. Powell in 8 minutes. CNTX is on the high. I think they got something. T-Doc. Powell Putos? Powell Puts. I'm telling you, yesterday was really reminiscent of the Powell put in like 2018, 2019. That was the first time that Powell was hawkish in a long time. Or like, again, we haven't seen a market where like Powell would have to like explain himself in that way. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty wild. So even to see us up here, I mean, it's good to watch the market not freak out. I do have a play for TLT. I think I know when TLT is going to go crazy. I think by the next Fed meeting. So it's like I'm going to wait till that, but pretty much whatever stance Powell takes in the next 2 weeks, I mean, if he goes back to 28, once he goes back to 2018 Powell, again, that was a different Powell. Longeveron rocketing again. Square. They're up 1.2. They're still hanging out at the bottom. Check out old shares at A-Bus came back. Oh, really? I forgot we had that. Yeah. we got like 200 shares. No way. What the hell is up with that thing? I'll take it. Seems they're good with all the Pelosi and other CRM. It wasn't bad. I think their guidance was bad, but the earnings itself was good. But their guidance was quote unquote lackluster. And again, that's been what's been selling things off. So they're kind of bouncing a little bit off the bottom. We'll see how it plays out for the rest of the day. The apples are still up. Snow looking like a free fall. Ford is up 375. Oh, wow. Yo, that's actually wild. Where's GM? GM's up 2.2. TLT's coming lower. Apple's still moving around. Banks are moving. Banks are going crazy. Yeah, JP Morgan's holding up very, very nice. Micron, there's a little pop there. I don't know if our other that weekly play is not going to come back. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. No signs of life. No signs of life on that move. Yeah, still holding not. I bought two $50 Elon whistles, so one made it free. Another one's at $199. Nice. She said, well, my girlfriend said, why 99? I got to make it free, baby. Hey, man, tell him. Micron is the value play. I wish I got more time on that one. I really like that one. Zscaler, that play instantly clapped from the morning here. So I'm thinking about averaging down on that one. We're going to wait a little bit. But though Zscaler failed earnings continuation, that just didn't have it. Micron is popping. Chewy is literally just stayed pinned here. Is Longeveron hitting another high? No, it just came down a little bit. Excellent X. Crocs. AMD's trying to come up. Where's NVIDIA? I know TSM was moving too. Remember, TSM's the slow mover, and they're already up 3. Micron might break out. It could. Oh, I guess they came down. Even the Januaries came down. That's crazy. So even the Micron January, so like we got clapped fully on the weeklies, but I'm looking at some of the, remember, they all had premium when I wanted them. So it's like you would have still been down almost 30, 40% still. So the contracts are a little cheaper. They're getting, this is that volatility. I hope you guys can see it in the chart because the stock isn't moved that much, but I mean, you see it really, really slow down when there's a lot of hype. So we'll see. But Micron, I got 2 of them up on the screen. They're going crazy. Call sweeps on Apple. Microsoft. But I can't believe Apple is holding like that. Microsoft could be a decent one too. Powell should be coming on in like a minute or 2. Are you ready? We're going to listen. I think we'll listen to it for the first like 30 minutes, first hour. Because depending on how that plays out, that's where I think it will become key. There he is. He's sitting down. It looked cool, bro. It looked like a Madden game. Look at this. Doesn't this a good view? This is like our football. Look at Jerome Brady, baby. Jerome Brady. Don't play with your boy. Micron is still going. There's Yellen, young Yellen. Apple hitting a new high. Ay, ay, ay. That zoom scaler was awful. I didn't think that one would be that bad. I spoke too soon on that. BYSI, they just didn't get the approval, so I sold out. It took a $4,000 loss. So that was the catalyst. What the fuck are they doing? What the fuck? You see that? Bruh. Yo, who's cameraman? Yo, I need to talk to this cameraman. Hey, why? Why are you zooming in on Yellen like that, bro? Oh, you can't see? Oh, y'all didn't see that? Oh, here, hold on. Let me bring you back like 10 seconds. Look at this. This was weird as hell, bro. Look at what he started doing. I was like, what the fuck is this cameraman doing? See, I'm not tripping. It's like, what? Like, why? Who thought that was okay? Like, yo, fall back on Yellen. That was crazy. That was crazy, man. Should we pop? Spy's popping now, too. Again, we're waiting for the Powell show here. Yeah, Chewy's, it's been moving slow a little bit here today. I mean, I think Apple's the real key. Bro, those even the out-of-the-money plays are now getting premium. I mean, almost 60% on that one. But if that keeps going up, I was looking at the Microsofts in Amazon and Facebook. I want to see how those play out. But, again, there's like a little bit of premium and not Matterport. Let me check if the premium slowed down on Matterport. TLT. So TLT is going to move a lot. I even think, again, I was like, when is TLT going to really break? If it was going to hit a lower rate, it's going to happen following the Fed meeting, if that makes sense. I think TLT, because we only got about 2 weeks, but I think whatever happens, I think TLT is going to really make the move following the Fed. Twitter again. UWMC's up. Micron's going still too. Again, that's the value play. I'm sad that we only had the weekly on it, but that one is pretty much destined to lead here. They still got a lot more value to make up compared to all the other chip makers. I think there was a safety move into Apple yesterday, and you're also seeing all of the chip makers. But SPY's pumping. You're up 1.5%. SPY is up more than the NASDAQ right now, pretty much. It's pretty crazy. SPY is up more than the NASDAQ. Oh, man, watch out. Watch out, Slick. You had the 1-year badge. I hit the BAM button. I'm going to turn it to a timeout. But, like, damn, bro. Don't test it, man. You know what I'm saying? I had to switch it to I immediately reaction. I was like, get. So it happens. Watch out. Watch out. XOM. They're still holding up good. Micron again. Watch out for that one. CRM, Zeus Scaler, still clapped. What's the other one? And then QuantumScape. Chew-It. Ford is still going. I kind of like the GMs too. Where's Pfizer? 13 months, baby, going strong. God bless the chat. Thank you for being here daily. Thank you, my friend. 13, that's a long commitment, bro. That's a long commitment, so we appreciate you. Ord! Peloton on the high. Holding that bid on Zoom scale at 20. You're actually making it worse for me. Remember, that's how the last time I got clapped on that roadblock. So when you put an order that low, you're actually hurting me. So thank you. Twitter going up. Merck is up. No, nothing yet. Today's my 19-month anniversary. Okay. That's a good. I like that 19 months, bro. God bless you. And thank you, my friend. Microsoft dropping. RLKB, Rocket Labs. They're a space company. Yeah, they're up 5% right now. Yeah, this morning is. I mean, you're getting more activity. This bounce is actually holding up until Powell, but this is a lot more aggressive than what you got yesterday. But notice we're still at that same price point, so we still haven't broken out just yet. So we're going to see. Apple still hasn't came up. I kind of like this background like chatter. Doesn't it kind of sound, see, like we could be quiet and it just sounds like we're just like, listen. Sounds good, right? Sounds good? It's like. How does that hurt you? Wasn't trying to. Because if it's a real offer and it's lower, you're giving the algorithm a lower price to value that contract at. So that's how I got clapped on my, what's it called? That's how I got clapped on my Roblox trade. Because remember, I tried to snake the chain and then I accidentally sold to open. But the fact that I put a low bid down, it ended up valuing the contract a little bit different. So if you're pretty much, I mean, if you're going to buy it, buy it, you know what I'm saying? But if you're going to put an order that you're not serious about to keep the bid low, I mean, you're hurting it more than helping. That's why they say, you know, if you have, orders should express real interest, essentially. Does that work for shares? Could this happen to AMC? I mean, possibly, but it's more usually, there's a bigger effect with options. So I tell my Tesla before Powell, then buy back in. That we don't know, though. Powell may, if Powell changes his tone from yesterday and ends up sounding positive, things might actually end up going good. So usually day two, you're not going to get, different information. The only risk right now, it's all in Powell's hands. So it's like if you were going to like if you were going to play this, it's hard to say because it just all depends on if Powell is going to be bullish, hawkish, or dovish. Because if yesterday was very hawkish, but sometimes, like we've watched Powell for a long time, sometimes when Powell realizes he's shocked things, he'll start walking it back. But now the market's up this time, so I don't know. But if Powell, as long as he doesn't go too crazy, that's it. He changed it. He said no transitory. I mean, again, he admitted a mistake yesterday. That's why the yield curve started getting real weird about it. So yeah, Roblo's still holding up. The HDs are down 5, but that one has cushion. We're calling him he's wrong so it could be low-key good. I mean, Mitzi's wrong after he gets reelected, right? But it's good though. I mean, it's not bad, but I mean, anytime a Fed person says, "Okay, maybe we overshot the mark," that's where people start to get worried. It's like, are you sure, Mark? Are you sure, Michael? I believe you. ZS, no. Zoom Scaler is that was one of the worst earnings plays I've made post earnings. That one just got instantly clapped. So far, it's because of the December, the Januaries were liquid, but no, that one got clapped. Even the ones I saw in the morning, I saw one guy doing a trade on there. He's down 50% on it now. We'll see. Airbnb, yeah, Airbnb is good. I mean, watch for 180. Everything else is still silently ripping right now. I mean, oil is good. Chip makers are good. They're all at highs. Micron, TSM. AMD is not there, but Micron and TSM, they're both absolutely killing it. Where's Quali? Quali might come back into the game, too. Googly. Apple's chilled out again. Apple has led everything by like 2 or 3%. Yeah, Google's up 2 now. HD down 6. Even Alma's positive. Yeah, where is Alma? Order!
The committee will come to order.
Yep, there it is.
Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. As a reminder, I ask all members participating remotely to keep themselves muted.
All right, so keep making call-outs. We're going to listen here probably for the first hour. Again, it all depends on what he says, and then we'll go from there. If anything surprises, I mean, we'll be able to get an idea, but he slipped it in there yesterday. So we will see what happens. But keep posting plays. I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'm going to be posting all of them up here.
And we will return to our normal order of recognition once these members have asked their questions. This hearing is entitled Oversight of the Treasury Department's and Federal Reserve's Pandemic Response. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes to give an opening statement. Welcome back, Secretary Yellen and Chair Powell. As this pandemic continues, the Biden administration and congressional Democrats remain hard at work to provide protections and essential relief to individuals, families, and small businesses across the country. The emergence of the new Omicron variant shows us that this crisis is not over, and we must remain vigilant to protect our country and our families from the devastation of COVID-19. Since Democrats have been in power, we have delivered for the American public. Democrats provided rental relief for struggling renters, provided 70,000 vouchers to address homelessness, provided support to state and local governments, and helped our nation's restaurants. Democrats helped businesses reopen, prioritize vaccine distribution, and because of this work, 74.5% of individuals 5 years and older have received at least one shot. In fact, this Thanksgiving was the first time since the pandemic began that many of us spent time in person with our friends and families. Under President Biden's leadership, the economy has created 5.6 million jobs, more than any other administration's first 9 months, and weekly jobless claims recently fell to 199,000, the lowest total in more than 50 years. But our work does not stop at pandemic relief. We also enacted landmark bipartisan infrastructure legislation, an achievement that has eluded Republican and Democratic presidents alike for decades. Under President Biden, we now have the funding in place and the programs to finally rebuild and refit our nation's bridges, roads, and railways, and bring broadband to millions. And soon, the Build Back Better Act will make long overdue investments in the nation's affordable housing infrastructure, child care, and education workforce. I hope that our Senate colleagues move quickly to send this bill to the president's desk. While these investments will be critical, the Fed's unfinished objectives of full employment and price stability serve as a reminder that we must not leave anyone behind during this recovery. Chair Powell has identified supply chain bottlenecks and ongoing caregiving needs as two of the major barriers to continued economic recovery. Congressional Democrats have responded by passing bills that invest in child care and help clear those bottlenecks. It is crucial that the Fed hold off on declaring a premature victory on this economic recovery until the communities that have been hit the hardest, people of color, renters who fell behind on their rent, and women who have done the bulk of the caregiving, have a chance to experience the recovery. If we're truly to build back better, we must ensure that people of color are represented in the Fed's leadership. We must make sure that people's caregiving needs are met so that they can pursue new opportunities in education, clean energy, and more. We must address the root causes of rising prices by investing in housing and supply chain resilience. Secretary Yellen, Chair Powell, I look forward to discussing your ongoing work to respond to the pandemic. I will now recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chair Powell, congratulations on your renomination. I'm glad to see President Biden recognizes what I've said all along, is that you've earned and deserve another term leading the Federal Reserve. Under your leadership, the Fed took decisive and unprecedented action to prevent the COVID-related economic challenges from becoming an economic or financial crisis for Americans. But there's more work to be done. We need to unwind these firefighting measures and turn our focus to rebuilding the economy, which, thanks to pro-growth Republican policies, was the greatest in our lifetimes just prior to the pandemic. It's the Fed's job to look at and evaluate the macroeconomic picture. It's not their job to respond to each and every variant. But it's not just the pandemic that is posing a threat to our full recovery. It's Democrats' bad fiscal policy decisions that is driving inflation. Right before Thanksgiving, House Democrats passed another massive multi-trillion-dollar spending bill. Our economy is feeling the full force of that politically motivated decision. Look at the job market. In September, job openings and labor turnover survey reported more than 10 million unfilled jobs, remaining near a record high. 4.4 million people quit their jobs, an all-time high. Labor shortages continue to hold back growth and weaken the backbone of our economy, small businesses. And instead of seeking bipartisan solutions to support working parents as we continue to manage COVID, Democrats opted for unworkable mandates. The NFIB's small business survey for October showed the economic outlook deteriorating to its lowest level since November 2012. Our labor force participation rate has stagnated since June 2020. What do these things have in common? All these issues have in common bad fiscal policy, not a question of monetary policy. Nearly half of small businesses report they had job openings unfilled. They were not able to even get qualified applicants to. 58% indicated they had few or no qualified applicants, in fact. Look at consumer prices. From a year ago through October, the headline CPI rose to 6.2%, the largest annual increase in 30 years. Consumer sentiment for November dropped to its lowest level in a decade. In fact, American families just experienced the most expensive Thanksgiving on record. Now, Democrats want to blame increased prices on American businesses or some other force. It's their policies. It's their policies. It's coming from inside the House. It's coming from inside the Senate. It's coming from inside this administration. They're driving up costs for the American people. In fact, in October, the San Francisco Fed released a report showing that Democrat policies are harming our recovery. So what do House Democrats do? Well, they spend more money. That was the big vote in just before Thanksgiving. More money. That's pouring jet fuel onto an inflationary trajectory we have in the economy. Well, speaking of fuel, though, just look at gas prices. This is the bad policies from this administration. When you shut off American energy sources, it drives up the cost of petrochemicals in our economy. And outsourcing that to OPEC actually makes us more dependent on other foreign sources. So, as important as it is for us to hear from both of you today, in fact, this is the final remnant of the CARES Act, the fact that you two are mandated to come and appear before us on a quarterly basis about programs that have now been rescinded, but this is the final remnant of the CARES Act, which was, by the way, a bipartisan bill passed through the House and the Senate and signed by the President last year. But we look forward to hearing from you today about this broad economic question that we're all very concerned about. And as we discuss these policies and what we're doing to address them, I hope that we can talk about solutions, not just the problem. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McHenry. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 1 minute. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Fed is a lender of last resort, and I compliment the Fed for what it's done under its 13-3 authority to create 9 emergency facilities, 7 of which were supported by funds from the Treasury. But I'd also like to make a note. Today, currently, unemployment for African-American workers is 7.9% and 5.9% for Latino workers, higher than the national average of 4.6% and 4% for whites. Hence, today we must ask, in view of how unemployment rates still vary dramatically across races, what more can the Federal Reserve do as a lender of last resort to advance its mandate to foster economic conditions that achieve both maximum employment and stable prices, not just for some, but for all? What can regulators do, not only to continue to bolster the economic recovery, but also the pandemic? We have to deal with it and reduce the insecurity as it relates to the wealth gap. I look forward to hearing the witnesses respond to this and other questions.
I now recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My constituents just experienced the most expensive Thanksgiving dinner in history. A 16-pound turkey is up 23%. Costco pumpkin pie is up 17%. A 2-pound bag of carrots is up nearly 50%. Let's also not forget the outrageous prices at the pump, making it too expensive for many Americans to drive home and celebrate Thanksgiving with their families in the first place. This inflation is not transitory, as our witnesses finally acknowledged yesterday. And it's not a high-class problem, despite what the Biden administration will tell you. That is a lie propagated by those who have never had to do mental math at the grocery store to make sure the amount in their cart does not exceed the cash in their wallet. For Democrat leaders, paying 42% more at the pump probably isn't a problem when you're riding a government-funded high-speed rail in Silicon Valley. More than 90% of my constituents reported that rising prices were impacting their household budgets. Inflation is destroying Americans' ability to save for retirement, buy a home, or build wealth. This isn't a tax on the rich, it's an enormous burden on working Americans. We must stop this reckless spending before it financially cripples our nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
I want to welcome our distinguished witnesses today who need little introduction to members of the committee. First, I want to welcome the Honorable Janet Yellen, Secretary of the United States Department of the Treasury, who has served in that role since her confirmation in January of this year. Our other distinguished witness today is the Honorable Jerome Powell, the Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, and who has served in that role since February of 2018. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. You will have 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. You should be able to see a timer that will indicate how much time you have left in your testimony. Secretary Yellen, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Thank you. Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to testify today. November has been a very significant month for our economy, and Congress is a large part of the reason why. Our economy has needed updated roads, ports, and broadband networks for many years now, and I'm very grateful that on the night of November 5th, members of both parties came together to pass the largest infrastructure package in American history. November 5th, it turned out, was a particularly consequential day because earlier that morning, we received a very favorable jobs report, 531,000 jobs added. It's never wise to make too much of one piece of economic data, but in this case, it was in addition to a mounting body of evidence that points to a clear conclusion. Our economic recovery is on track. We're averaging 500,000 new jobs per month since January. GDP now exceeds its pre-pandemic levels. Our unemployment rate is at its lowest level since the start of the pandemic, and our economy is on pace to reach full employment 2 years faster than the Congressional Budget Office had estimated. Of course, the progress of our economic recovery can't be separated from our progress against the pandemic, and I know that we're all following the news about the Omicron variant. As the President said, we're still waiting for more data, but what remains true is that our best protection against the virus is the vaccine. People should get vaccinated and boosted. At this point, I'm confident that our recovery remains strong and is even quite remarkable when put in context. We should not forget that last winter, there was a risk that our economy was going to slip into prolonged recession. And there is an alternate reality where right now, millions more people cannot find a job or are losing the roofs over their heads. It's clear that what has separated us from that counterfactual are the bold relief measures Congress has enacted during the crisis: the CARES Act, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, and the American Rescue Plan. And it's not just the passage of these laws that's made the difference, but their effective implementation. Treasury, as you know, was tasked with administering a large portion of the relief funds provided by Congress under those bills. During our last quarterly hearing, I spoke extensively about the state and local relief program, but I wanted to update you on some other measures. First, the American Rescue Plan's expanded child tax credit has been sent out every month since July, putting about $77 billion in the pockets of families of more than 61 million children. Families are using these funds for essential needs like food. And in fact, according to the Census Bureau, food insecurity among families with children dropped 24% after the July payments, which is a profound economic and moral victory for the country. Meanwhile, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program has significantly expanded, providing much-needed assistance to over 2 million households. This assistance has helped keep eviction rates below pre-pandemic levels. This month, we also released guidelines for the $10 billion State Small Business Credit Initiative Program, which will provide targeted lending and investments that will help small businesses grow and create well-paying jobs. As consequential as November was, December promises to be more so. There are two decisions facing Congress that could send our economy in very different directions. The first is the debt limit. I cannot overstate how critical it is that Congress address this issue. America must pay its bills on time and in full. If we do not, we will eviscerate our current recovery. In a matter of days, the majority of Americans would suffer financial pain as critical payments like Social Security checks and military paychecks would not reach their bank accounts, and that would likely be followed by a deep recession. The second action involves the Build Back Better legislation. I applaud the House for passing the bill, and I'm hopeful that the Senate will soon follow. Build Back Better is the right economic decision for many reasons. It will, for example, end the child care crisis in this country, letting parents return to work. These investments, we expect, will lead to a GDP increase over the long term without increasing the national debt or deficit by $1. In fact, the offsets in these bills mean they actually reduce annual deficits over time. Thanks to your work, we have ensured that America will recover from this pandemic. Now, with this bill, we have the chance to ensure America thrives in a post-pandemic world. With that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. Chair Powell, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and other members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The economy has continued to strengthen.
Speak up, Powell. We can't hear you. Speak up. Just put it. Just, yeah.
It's on already. Can you hear me?
No, I cannot. Is his mic on, please?
Bright red talk button.
She's like, I can't hear you.
Yes.
I can't hear you, Jerome. He's like, hello. Can you hear
How's
me?
that?
We
Yes,
can't
that's
hear you, Jerome.
Right. Starting over.
Okay. start
Chairwoman
over.
Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and other members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The economy has continued to strengthen. The rise in Delta variant cases temporarily slowed progress this past summer, restraining previously rapid growth in household and business spending, intensifying supply chain disruptions, and in some cases, keeping people from returning to work or looking for a job. Fiscal and monetary policy and the healthy financial positions of households and businesses continue to support aggregate demand. Recent data suggests that the post-September decline in cases corresponded to a pickup in economic growth. GDP appears on track to grow about 5% in 2021, the fastest pace in many years. As with overall economic activity, conditions in the labor market have continued to improve. The Delta variant contributed to slower job growth this summer as factors related to the pandemic, such as caregiving needs and fears of the virus, kept some people out of the labor force despite strong demand for workers. Nonetheless, October saw job growth of 531,000, and the unemployment rate fell to 4.6%, indicating a rebound in the pace of labor market improvement. There is still ground to cover to reach maximum employment for both employment and labor force participation, and we expect progress to continue. The economic downturn has not fallen equally, and those least able to shoulder the burden have been the hardest hit. In particular, despite progress, joblessness continues to fall disproportionately on African Americans and Hispanics. Pandemic-related supply and demand imbalances have contributed to notable price increases in some areas. Supply chain problems have made it difficult for producers to meet strong demand, particularly for goods. Increases in energy prices and rents are also pushing inflation upward. As a result, overall inflation is running well above our 2% longer-run goal, with the PCE price index up 5% over the 12 months ending in October. Most forecasters, including at the Fed, continue to expect that inflation will move down significantly over the next year as supply and demand imbalances abate. It is difficult to predict the persistence and effects of supply constraints, but it now appears that factors pushing inflation upward will linger well into next year. In addition, with the rapid improvement in the labor market, slack is diminishing and wages are rising at a brisk pace. We understand that high inflation imposes significant burdens, especially on those less able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are committed to our price stability goal. We will use our tools both to support the economy and a strong labor market and to prevent higher inflation from becoming entrenched. The recent rise in COVID-19 cases and the emergence of the Omicron variant pose downside risks to employment and economic activity and increased uncertainty for inflation. Greater concerns about the virus could reduce people's willingness to work in person, which would slow progress in the labor market and intensify supply chain disruptions. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to support a full recovery in employment and achieve our price stability goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. As the pandemic was raging last year, many members of this committee suggested that for all the pain and disruption that the virus was causing, Americans would respond with strength, creativity, and ingenuity, as we have done in other crises. That is a guiding principle behind building back better. It is not enough to just get back to the way things were before. We must shape a recovery that builds a new, stronger, and more equitable economy for the future. So let's talk about the progress we're making. Chair Powell, the American Rescue Plan that passed in March helped accelerate vaccinations and reopenings over the last 9 months. The economy has added over 5.6 million jobs, and workers have started to see meaningful wage growth for the first time in decades. Do you view these wage growth trends as positive? How does your economic recovery compare with other major economies? And do you still think that inflation will be temporary? And if so, why?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So on wages, we have seen wages moving up significantly. And at this point, of course, we like to see wages move up. Everyone likes to see wages move up. That's how incomes rise generation to generation. And so particularly at the lower end of the wage spectrum, we are seeing wages move up. At this point, we don't see them moving up at a troubling rate that would tend to spark higher inflation, but that's something we're watching very carefully. In terms of other economies, our recovery is the strongest. It's stronger than the others. We've had we had stronger fiscal support, frankly, and so part of it is that. But our recovery is really the farthest advanced of any of the largest ones. In terms of the temporary nature of inflation, I would say that the inflation that we're seeing is still clearly connected to to pandemic-related factors. I would also add, though, that it has spread more broadly in the economy, and I think that the risk of persistent higher inflation has clearly risen. And I think that our policy has adapted to that and will continue to adapt.
If you could expound a little bit more on what is happening. I remember when we first started to talk about inflation, we basically all talked about it in terms of it being transitory. And I think that what you just alluded to relative to how the economy will act or recover, are you directly talking about stimulating the economy with, for example, Build Back Better, and that will help with the inflation?
See, like, are you saying we should
we're
get more
experiencing?
money?
Well, I do think that forecasters at the Fed and around pretty much all forecasters do expect that inflation will move down over the second half of next year, closer to our longer run goal of 2%. But as I mentioned, we've seen inflation be more persistent. We've seen the factors that are causing higher inflation be more persistent. There, I'm thinking of the combination of very high demand, but also the supply side difficulties that we're having with blockages and that sort of thing, and shortages. In terms of the effects of the Build Back Better bill, that's not something that it's appropriate for me to comment on.
Thank you. Secretary Yellen, when you were Fed chair, you were known for looking beyond the top-line unemployment rate to other figures like the rate of employees quitting, the so-called quits rate, to determine whether the economy was reaching full employment. The quits rate has surpassed previous records, leading some to label what has happened in the economy as the Great Resignation. When Chair Powell testified in our committee in July, he identified child care and school closures as one of the biggest barriers to further labor market recovery. Can you explain what the quit rate tells us about the economy today? And do you believe that the investments that the Build Back Better Act would make in child care and universal pre-K help with this?
Well, the quit rate, when it is high, and as you mentioned, it's the highest it's been in the history of this series, it signifies a tight labor market, one where workers are leaving their jobs because they feel confident about their ability to get others, often are getting outside offers and feel good about the labor market. And that's what we have, and we see it reflected in surveys of workers who feel that jobs are plentiful.
All right, volatility's picking up or coming down, but she didn't say anything.
Almost universally complain now about the difficulty of hiring workers. But this is a very unusual shock that's hit the economy. And at the same time, we see that a large number of workers have their participation in the labor force has declined, and it hasn't yet gotten back up to normal levels. In some cases, it's because there were early retirements, and of course the pandemic did result in, unfortunately, a large death toll. But I think there is still many people who, especially low-income workers, who don't feel confident that about the health consequences of working, especially in face-to-face type jobs. And so those people are still out of the labor force. And I think as we get greater control over the pandemic, the supply of workers will increase as those people come back to work.
The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, who is a ranking member of the committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chair Powell, the last time we were here, in fact, both in September and July, I asked you about this. The Fed incorporates new spending from the fiscal house, from Congress and the White House. They incorporate that into projections, right? And the effects of your monetary decisions with the knowns of fiscal policy. And at the time, you said this twice before, I think you'll say it again, but a lot depends on the details. Certainly you incorporate that information, but a lot depends on the details. Is that still true?
Yes.
Okay. So in light of that, we had in February a Democrat-only proposal that made it into law that spent $2 trillion. And then we have, just last week, another bill the administration supports that enhances the deficit, according to the Congressional Budget Office, raises the deficit by $400 billion. And so we have those two large fiscal pieces here. When Chair Waters asked, Secretary Yellen, when Chair Waters asked the chairman of the Federal Reserve whether or not spending more money from the fiscal house will improve inflation, I think what she asks, instead of improve, I want to translate for the public. When a Democrat says improve inflation, it means enhance or raise inflation, just to be clear, okay? So my friends on the left, when they say improve inflation, they want more of it. So, Secretary Yellen, to this point, now these things are imprecise, policymaking is imprecise, but back in February, there was an output gap this administration acknowledged, right, in economic projections, and came to Congress for a fiscal stimulus in the name of COVID, but a fiscal stimulus, right? Is it fair to say that maybe you overshot in February?
Well, I think it's fair to say that we had a sizable fiscal stimulus. We were very concerned that the most significant risk facing the American economy was a shortage of jobs and a prolonged downturn that would scar many people, particularly the most vulnerable.
But in February, the output gap, right, versus what the fiscal stimulus was that your administration pushed for and got, perhaps you overshot. Is that fair to say? Is that a fair assumption?
Well, I don't think that's a fair assumption.
It's not. So
She just saved the market.
What was a very substantial risk. And as Chair Powell just mentioned, the United States.
Okay, so you think that fiscal reclaiming my time, Madam Chair.
Now, look, the inflation.
I'm asking a very particular question about the output gap. The output gap at the beginning of the year was $300 to $400 billion, right? Economists on the left and right were saying that that was about right.
I think it was extremely hard under the circumstances to have any certainty.
And I'm asking a very reasonable question.
As a policymaker.
Okay, as a policymaker, I'm just asking you, you're a noted economist, right, who's chaired the Federal Reserve. You're now in a very different position, having to, I think, sell what is a pretty lousy economic agenda, but you're doing a great job trying to sell this administration's agenda. The economic question that I hear from economists on the left now is that, and your former San Francisco Fed even acknowledges that February stimulus contributed to the inflation we're now experiencing.
Well, look, inflation.
Is that a fair assumption or not?
Inflation is a matter of demand and supply, and it's certainly true that the American Rescue Plan put money in people's pockets, helped them meet expenses that they had, and contributed to strong demand in the U.S. economy. But if you look at the amount of inflation that we have and its causes, that is at most a small contributor. The pandemic and what it's done to supply chains, diverting demand away from services and massively onto goods, which has resulted in supply chain problems and the impact we have seen that's now been long-lasting on labor supply due to the pandemic. I would say those are very important.
But there's a distinction here between a supply shock and a demand issue, right? Is that fair to understand?
The recovery plan did boost demand, and that's one reason that most households are in a favorable financial position much better than they otherwise would have been, and it's enabled their spending. But the fact that the spending, because of the pandemic, has been so focused on goods as opposed to services has contributed massively to the supply chain problems that are boosting prices.
So, Madam Secretary, Chairman Powell, the Congress and the public and this administration wants to point everything onto the Federal Reserve on inflation. That is simply not the case. It is the multiple trillions of dollars that this Congress and this administration is spending that's putting jet fuel on the fires of this economy. It is making things worse. It is the policies of this administration. The chair went over time, and I'm going over time as well. So let me just say this. It is the administration's agenda here that I will finish my sentence here, Madam Chair, okay? It is the administration's agenda that is driving up the cost of things. It is making the American people worse off, not better off. Inflation is outpacing wage increases. This is on the Democrat House, Senate, and White House. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, too, for your service. I'm way over here today. Couple things. I'm listening to the Republicans talk about inflation, but I think a more important topic we should be talking about is the fact that since the ex-president Trump was defeated by Joe Biden in November of last year, we've added almost 6 million jobs, some 620,000 jobs per month. And we've seen the stock market rise from 26,000 to 36,000. Now it's backed off to about 35,000 in the last year at $1.4 billion per point. It's almost up $13 trillion since Joe Biden won the election last year. We've seen GDP up dramatically over the last year. And my friends, I appreciate that the Republicans want to talk about inflation because that's all they can talk about. So I'd like to ask my first question of you, Secretary Yellen. Unemployment is falling.
Don't trade
at
it.
the
You guys saw me
fastest
do it in front of you. I grabbed a
50
Microsoft
years,
call for
and
March.
is now at 4.6%.
Not a recommendation.
Prior to the
Keep
American
watching.
Rescue Plan passing, the Congressional Budget Office projected it would take until the fourth quarter of 2023 to get to 4.6% unemployment. So we're 2 years ahead. Madam Secretary, my question is on Build Back Better, and how will it help in terms of the recovery and create more opportunities for everyday Americans?
Well, thank you for that question. Build Back Better is really focused on addressing long-term issues in our economy that have been holding back economic growth and contributing to economic inequality. An important aspect of Build Back Better is what it does for children and households with children. 2 years of universal early childhood education for 3- and 4-year-olds, and subsidies for childcare to make quality childcare affordable for the great majority of households, along with a continuation, at least for a year, of the child tax credit that has made it possible for so many families to support the needs of their children, keep roofs over their heads, and diminished food insecurity. And these child care provisions, as well as other parts of the program, should serve to boost labor force participation, particularly of women, where we've lagged behind most other developed countries. And research suggests that our failure to provide adequate child care and paid family leave is an important contributor. In addition,
Let me change the subject for 1 second. Just a subject that I've asked both of you about in the past, the Safe Banking Act, which involves allowing financial institutions to provide financial services to the cannabis industry and those that serve the cannabis industry. And you may know that we passed it with big bipartisan votes out of this committee, off the floor to the Senate last cycle. This cycle, we amended the National Defense Authorization Act. So that's just to remind you where we are. In October, Cassidy Collins, a senior counsel in the Office of the Chief Counsel of the IRS, noted the special type of collection challenge the IRS undertakes regarding tax collection from cannabis-related businesses forced to operate in cash only. It's estimated that in just 3 states, nearly $50 million in taxes went unassessed because of unique issues surrounding the cannabis industry. Madam Secretary, do you agree? If these businesses were simply allowed to access the banking system and didn't have to transact business only in cash, it would make the IRS's job easier.
Yes, of course it would.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Bro, they
thank you,
get
Madam
lit.
Chairwoman.
You know, bro.
Secretary Yellen and Chair Powell, thank you for joining us today. And as I expressed to you earlier, Chair
about the
Powell,
banking
I want to
system,
congratulate you
dude.
again
Little
on
perps
your
got
renomination
banking, dude.
for another term leading the Federal Reserve Board, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. Chair Powell, you responded that our best expectation, this is your quote, our best expectation is there will
when
be
did Kathy
modest
Wood get in Congress?
upward pressure on prices this year, but they won't be particularly large or persistent in the future. Chair Powell, since that hearing 8 months ago, I have asked you about higher inflation, and yes, to my good friend, the gentleman from Colorado, we're going to talk about inflation. That's all.
Bro, this sounds
that people
just
are
like
talking
Kathy
about
Woods.
in my district, Missouri's 2nd congressional district. They want to know why these prices keep going higher and higher and higher and higher. And no, I don't believe it's necessarily to fall at the foot of the Fed blame. It is Democrat policies and overspending. But I digress. I asked you about higher inflation 2 more times, sir, and Americans have experienced surging increases in, as I said, food, fuel, housing, leading up to the most expensive Thanksgiving, Christmas, and holiday season on record. Is it your view, sir, that these price increases still aren't, quote, particularly large or persistent?
No, that is no longer my view.
Thank you for that answer. Chair Powell, yesterday in the Senate Banking Committee, you stated that
confirmed
you
hawkish
believe it's
Powell.
time
Stocks
to
didn't react.
retire the word transitory. I couldn't agree more. And to explain more clearly what the Fed means when referring to transitory inflation. I think most Americans, sir, define transitory as temporary, but the strain on their monthly budgets and paychecks from this inflation does not seem transitory or temporary. If that's not what you mean, then could you explain the Fed's meaning, please?
Sure. So the word transitory to some, as you suggest, has a sense of short-lived, a matter of months kind of thing. Whereas when we're using it in a specific way to say that transitory to us means that this episode, however lengthy it is, will not leave a persistent, long-run string of high inflation behind it. And the problem, our whole role that we play, it really revolves around having clear communication. When you have a word that means different things to different people, we just need to move on and find a better way to explain ourselves. And most forecasters still do think, overwhelmingly believe that inflation will come down significantly in the second half of next year. But as I've said, the risks of higher inflation have moved up. Higher, more persistent.
Is soaring debt and deficits and excessive spending and dumping stimulus spending after stimulus spending after stimulus spending into our economy, will that be a driver of inflation?
So I guess I would say, I don't want to comment on fiscal policy directly.
I'm just saying in general.
In general, so if you go back to last March, the median of the blue chip, the best resourced forecasters thought that inflation would be right about at our target, March of this year. What was wrong with that analysis was really that we understood demand would be strong. We didn't understand how the significant problems of the supply side, which are very hard, they were unique. We
And
haven't
how
seen
much
them
money there would be in households and in the
Demand is
system.
very, very strong, both from no question, from fiscal policy and also from
Fiscal policy.
the quickly
I agree.
rebounding economy. The economy is very strong now.
I agree. So, Secretary Yellen, let me ask you, the CBO, and they reflect one of the more conservative scores, has said that Biden's spending bill, the most recent one, will add $367 billion to the deficit. Could you describe the long-term consequences of too much fiscal spending on financial markets and the price of consumer goods?
So let me first put the CBO number that you mentioned in perspective. They did score Build Back Better as resulting in $367 billion in deficits over 10 years, not in a year, but over 10 years.
Well, there were a lot of gimmicks that went through
However-
to get that number, too.
However,
Let's be honest.
that score, they made clear, does not include the revenue that will come from enhancement of resources for tax enforcement. It doesn't include that.
How does
And
this
Treasury-
overspending
Treasury-
on our financial markets and
Gentlewoman's time has
deal with the
expired.
price of consumer goods? I'd like the
Gentlewoman's-
gentlelady to
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And I'd like to thank Secretary Yellen and Chair Powell for being here with us on such an important occasion at this critical moment, and talk about a couple of questions of issues that we have that have affected our district. My first question is to Secretary Yellen. Secretary, when you testified before this committee in July, you identified caregiving needs as one of the major barriers people face in getting back to work following the COVID pandemic. Studies, over 80% of South Texans residing in my congressional district identify as Latino, but only 19.5% of 3- and 4-year-olds are enrolled in publicly funded preschool. What impact do you think Build Back Better Act will have in supporting our economic recovery and getting folks back to work? I know we're talking about this labor shortage, but specifically, do you believe investing in child care and universal pre-K will bolster our economic and labor market recovery?
Yes, I absolutely do. As I mentioned previously, one of the reasons that even before the pandemic, women's labor force participation in the United States fell short of that in many developed countries is the lack of public support for childcare and paid family leave. And during the pandemic, this became so much worse because of the issues in childcare and schools not being open, but many childcare facilities closed, and people who work in childcare that involves face-to-face contact, health concerns have held people back from going to work there. So Build Back Better will subsidize childcare so that it's affordable for almost all American families, and provide 2 years of universal pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds. And research that Treasury recently summarized in a working paper shows that this will boost labor supply, particularly that of women. And more recently, the Congressional Budget Office also published a paper that opines that this is likely to have positive impacts on employment.
Thank you. And as you know, in the CARES Act we established the Paycheck Protection Program, which has been administered by the SBA in concert with Treasury to provide economic relief and emergency payroll support to small businesses hit most by the pandemic. The program provided a lifeline for many small businesses in my district and across the country. But however, we reached a struggle to reach businesses in communities of color. And as I mentioned earlier, over 80% of my district is Latino, and over 19,000 businesses applied for PPP. Only 23.25% identified as Latino. How can we look at this information and learn how to better reach minority-owned businesses to ensure they have the same access to these resources? And what are we doing to make this happen?
Yes. Well, I mean, in the more recent payroll protection program, priority was given to CDFIs and MDIs to have access to those funds in order to provide better support to minority areas. And going forward, Congress has provided considerable resources to CDFIs and to MDIs. And what we've found is that these institutions have great ability to reach businesses in underserved areas. So the CDFI program that we run in Treasury is very focused on making sure that that support gets out, and we expect these institutions to play a significant role in the state small business credit initiative that we recently issued guidelines for.
Thank you. And lastly, I just want to ask a question on the Emergency Capital Investment Program that was established and consolidated on the Appropriations Act of 2021 to encourage low and moderate income community financial institutions to bolster their efforts to support and engage with small businesses in their communities. I understand the deadline to submit application
The gentleman's
for the
time
program
has
was
expired.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Taylor, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. Chairman Powell, I'm sure you're familiar with Milton Friedman's treatise, Free to Choose.
Yes.
And this is an important, college textbook, I would think, on economics. And I would commend Chapter 9 to you, The Cure for Inflation. It is, I think it is, Mr. Friedman lays out some important premises of what creates inflation. And I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that the M2 money supply has gone up very dramatically. You're familiar with the Federal Reserve holdings in trillions of dollars of debt, the very dramatic increase on your balance sheet. I know you're aware of this because you were there. And the money in circulation. And this comports with, again, going back to Chapter 9 of Milton Friedman's book, and he goes in and talks about the inflation that took place in the 1970s, and he has a series of charts showing the supply of money. So here's the United States, and he goes on and shows the supply of money in Germany and Japan and the increase in prices, and then also the United Kingdom and Brazil. And so all of this is going to a very central point that when you increase money, and actually let me quote Mr. Friedman here for a second. When the quantity of money increases more rapidly than the quantity of goods and services available for purchase, we have inflation. You have printed too much money, sir, and that money has created inflation. To stop the inflation, I would recommend to you to stop printing the money. You indicated yesterday that you're going to start to slow down the printing of money. I think you should stop it, and stop it right now. Inflation is on the minds of Americans. Poll after poll for the last many months, 70, 80% of Americans, it's a top issue for them. They're concerned about inflation. Inflation is eating away their purchasing power. It is actually robbing them of the increases in wages that we've seen because their purchasing power is down because of the inflation that's created by the money that's being printed. Would you like to respond to that?
Sure. So price stability is one of our two goals, the other being maximum employment. We have to balance those two goals when they're in tension, as they are right now, but I assure you we will use our tools to make sure that this high inflation we're experiencing does not become entrenched. If I may also add, though, the connection between monetary aggregates and either growth or inflation was very strong for a long, long time, which ended about 40 years ago. So the so-called velocity of money became quite variable. And so now we think more of just the imbalances between supply and demand in the real economy rather than monetary aggregates, which isn't to say that that was wrong when written. I think it was probably correct when it was written, but it's been a different economy and a different financial system for some time. Nonetheless, your point on inflation, well taken.
Well, and I appreciate that. And I just, Secretary Yellen, don't you think that the deficit spending that this administration, on an unparalleled level, right? I mean, the $2 trillion in deficit spending in February, dumping money into the economy, has created the inflation that we see today.
Well, the Build Back Better plan that's under consideration now is paid for.
Okay, but the $2 trillion in February, was that paid for?
The rescue plan was not paid for.
Okay, so that's
It
$2
did
trillion in
involve-
deficit spending.
There was a very good reason to pass that. We faced a major risk in terms of seeing our workforce, particularly the most vulnerable members of the American society, scarred permanently, losing homes, being unable to put food on their tables, take care of their children, and being permanently financially harmed, as well as there was a shortage of demand in the economy that could have resulted in long-lasting joblessness and high unemployment. And the plan that was enacted into law was focused on dealing with that, and it's been successful.
Did it create
But
inflation? Did $2 trillion of deficit spending create inflation?
It did boost demand, and that is one of several
won't
factors
answer
that are
it.
involved in inflation. But we, absent the pandemic and the supply chain problems we've had and the negative impact the pandemic has
Secretary
had
Yellen,
on the supply of labor.
What's interesting,
wouldn't be
Secretary Yellen, if I just to finish here, what's interesting is that
Just
Milton
shut the
Friedman
fuck
wrote
up.
in 1979, no government is willing to accept responsibility for producing inflation. And you, ma'am, have just embodied that denial because your spending, your deficit spending is creating the inflation that the Americans need relief from now. I yield back.
The
Yeah,
gentleman's
he
time
said
has
you
expired. The
are
gentleman from
inflation.
Guam,
He
Mr.
said you
San Nicolas,
embody
is now recognized for
denial.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to begin by clarifying the fact that the deficit spending just referred to was to address the pandemic concerns that was impacting this country, the unemployment of our people, the fact that there were so many businesses that needed support, and one of the reasons why we enacted the relief packages that we did was to make sure that we didn't collapse our economy as a result of these pandemic circumstances. So let's make sure we're bifurcating the issues here and not just hammering away on, what happened in the past and trying to tie it into the present. And with that, I'd like to talk about the present. It looks like the narrative of the minority is to try and pin the inflationary circumstances of this country on the fiscal policy that's being pursued by the sitting government. And I think it's important for us to remember that just a few months ago, the very same minority in similar hearings as this was stating that they were upset that the rollout of relief funding was not happening fast enough. That's entirely juxtaposed to the inflationary arguments being presented today. They were arguing for us to push even more money into the financial system, into the monetary supply. So, I really hope that we can go back to that mentality, because getting help to the American people during the pandemic was and is a priority, and continuing to get help to the American people in our infrastructure and in the many good things.
New highs on the S&P. We're breaking out of a range now, so nothing said has been shocking. I mean, again, we were prepared for it yesterday, but you're getting new highs. A lot of things are ripping now.
Its fiscal impacts have not been materialized. It's not entering into the money supply. And we've recently just had testimony that inflation is running at a certain clip up to October. I believe it was mentioned by Chairman Powell at 5%. And I think that that's important for us to contextualize, because we are suffering from inflation, but the inflationary pressures are not as a result of the recently passed Build Back Better that still remains to be enacted. That being said, I would like, without objections, Madam Chair, to enter to the record an article dated October 15th, 2021 by Paul Hannon in London, Brian Dube in Lima, and Stella Yifan Shi in Hong Kong on the Wall Street Journal, entitled "Inflation Surges Worldwide as COVID-19 lockdowns end and supply chains can't cope. Without objections, Madam
Without
Chair.
objection is so ordered.
And in that vein, I'd like to pose a question to Chairman Powell. Mr. Chairman, is the inflation that we're enduring here in America today, is it just occurring in America, or is there a global inflationary environment?
So, as you mentioned, there's, if you look at Western Europe, Germany in particular, you look at the United Kingdom, look at Canada, you're seeing high rates of inflation in many of these countries, less so in Asia, but certainly in most parts of Europe and Canada and the United States.
And is it fair to state that these inflationary pressures that are occurring globally are predominantly as a result of the normalization that's starting to occur from the economies getting back on their feet due to the pandemic?
Yes, so when you see something happening everywhere around the world, you look for common factors, and and those would be just the reopening of the economy, which imposes, COVID continues to impose supply side constraints. So whatever demand there is runs up against hard constraints, which is unusual for market economies. And you're seeing high inflation everywhere. You're seeing many of the same features that we're seeing here, you're seeing elsewhere, but different countries are feeling it to different degrees.
So just in that context, let's not hold back the American people by creating some kind of inflationary scare, making it seem like it's a fiscal policy issue. This is a global inflationary environment. Let's continue to take care of the American people while we allow the experts that are testifying before us today to continue guiding us as we try and tackle inflation. Moving on to Secretary Yellen, I want to first begin by recognizing some of your staff, JJ Richetti and Arian Rubio, special assistants that have been working closely with our office. They help us to do our job in engaging Treasury and allow you to come here today and do your job to be able to ask questions and answer questions directly from us. I just had one quick question, Secretary Yellen. My local governor is holding off on expending some resources that were provided under the local relief package. I think they're waiting to see what the final rule is on the spending of the local recovery funds. Is the final rule going to be materially different from the interim rule, or can we expect it to be materially the same?
Well, we're in the final stages of producing the final rule. It's undergoing review. We had thousands of comments and have tried to respond until that rule comes out, but we expect it to come out shortly. The interim rule applies and can be relied on.
The gentleman's time has expired. Just as a courtesy. Thank you. All members are instructed, if they have not exhausted their questions, of course, to submit in writing and follow up. At this time, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Secretary Yellen and Chairman Powell for being here today. Thank you to Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry for holding this hearing. First, to start with you, Secretary Yellen, just now in response to Mr. Taylor's questioning, I believe you said that it's your position that the Build Back Better bill is fully paid for. Did I hear you correctly?
Well, let me
be clear.
We agree
Don't
with
answer,
the CBO
Yellen. He set you up.
That led
I heard
to
it in his tone of voice.
Of a $367 billion deficit over 10 years. But CBO was explicit that their analysis did not include revenue that would result from an $80 billion investment over 10 years in the IRS. And the Office of Tax Analysis issued a paper with our own estimate based on our data and information that we have from the IRS about the likely payoff from that, and we estimate that at $400 billion. So, and as when we put together those two pieces of information, it is more than fully paid for.
I appreciate you clarifying. So the administration's position is that you believe that it's fully paid for by ramping up the amount of IRS agents that are out there by several tens of thousands and going after more Americans to try to get them to pay more in taxes. I believe the number is up over 80,000 more IRS
She just nodded her
agents.
head. She was like, yeah.
We have some strong disagreement with with regards to that proposal. I'm hearing from a lot of constituents who don't want to see several tens of thousands of additional IRS agents to be added, to be going after hardworking Americans across the country, because we already have enough IRS agents out there to go after individuals. And they're also concerned with the proposal to be spying on bank accounts and transactions at low dollar amounts. Chairman Powell, you asked a question with regards to, you were talking about inflation, and I just want to understand this correctly. You said that the second half of next year that you believe that inflation will start coming down. Is that accurate that you stated that?
So our forecast, many, I'd say almost all forecasters do expect that inflation will be coming down meaningfully in the second half of next year. That's an expectation. That's a forecast.
And just so that I understand, is that something that you agree with?
I think it's likely, but I don't think, I mean, the point is we can't act as though we're sure of that. We're not at all sure of that. Inflation has been more persistent and higher than we've expected, and we have to use our policy to address the range of plausible outcomes, not just the most likely one, which is that one. That is the most likely, but there are other possibilities, and we're well aware of that.
And when you say that answer, I just want to understand that in the context of an additional question with regards to the Build Back Better bill. You were asked whether or not that would, what kind of an effect that would have on inflation, and you refused to comment on that. So my question is, the prediction that in the second half of next year that it's likely that inflation would come down, is that a prediction assuming that the Build Back Better bill is law or not law? Is that the trillions of dollars is spent or not spent?
You know, it's really not our role to comment on fiscal proposals indirectly or directly. So what we do.
That's not what I'm asking. Well, the prediction that that inflation is going to go down in the second half of next year is either built on an assumption that there is going to be trillions of dollars spent or not spent.
So
which assumption was used in making that prediction?
The principal driving assumptions would be these: that the goods inflation that we're seeing will subside because the supply chain problems will sort themselves out. At the same time, though, you're going to see rent inflation going up, and you're going to see
I think you might be
wages
misunderstanding me, Chairman. With all due respect, the prediction, I'm trying to understand whether or not.
So there will be a fiscal prediction. It will be in there. People will make different assumptions, but of course we will assume. At this point, we're assuming that something passes, but we don't know exactly what it's going to be. It's very hard to be precise because, again, we don't know what will pass.
That leaves far more questions than answers with regards to the prediction. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, who is also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The House just passed the Build Back Better Act. We're closer than ever to delivering overdue support for workers, for families, and the economy. There's truly just so much for us to feel hopeful about. Unfortunately, many Republicans are working overtime to distract from these historic accomplishments. Today, they speak about inflation, and they speak about it without any nuance or any context, and they refuse to put forth serious solutions. They use their platforms to discourage people from getting vaccinated, which will only prolong pandemic-induced inflation. They spread lies that the Build Back Better Act will add to the deficit, despite 3 years ago enthusiastically passing Trump's tax break for the wealthy bill, knowing it would add $2 trillion to the deficit. I'm tired of the fear-mongering and misinformation, so let's today, in this moment, set the record straight about the Build Back Better Act. Secretary Yellen, please answer yes or no to these questions wherever possible. Would providing universal pre-K and drastically cutting the cost of childcare have a positive impact on the economy?
Yes, I believe it would. It would promote higher labor force participation.
This candy
and these
tastes good.
investments in children would have a significant payoff, making them more successful and better prepared to succeed in our economy.
And would making prescription drugs cheaper for seniors and families have a positive impact on the economy? Yes or no?
Yes, it would certainly cut the cost of living, especially for retirees who have been struggling with the cost of prescription drugs, but many others as well.
And would investing in more affordable housing have a positive impact on the economy? Yes or no?
Yes, I think that's been a very significant problem for decades and has made it exceptionally difficult, especially for lower income families, to manage in expensive parts of the country.
And would the expansion of the child tax credit, a tax cut for the lowest earning families, have a positive impact on the economy? Yes or no?
Yes, and it's already done so in the months after the child tax credit has been paid out. We've seen a substantial decrease in the number of families reporting food insecurity.
So 0 Republicans, 0, voted for the Build Back Better Act, despite it containing substantial, serious, and popular solutions to combat inflation, supply chain issues, and financial hardship.
You asked if those were good, not if they combat inflation.
To try to justify their no vote, they are spreading lies about this bill. They say the bill will cause long-term inflation. Wrong. That is a falsehood. They say it will add to the deficit. Wrong. That is a falsehood. Anything to delay solutions and distract the public from their government spending hypocrisy. Secretary Yellen, what are the real causes of inflation, and how will policies that stop the spread of COVID-19 and support labor participation help to fight it?
Well, to my mind, the real causes of inflation reflect the impact the pandemic has had on the economy. The programs that have supported income have kept demand at a solid pace and enabled our economy to grow the fastest of any economy, to bring down unemployment toward more normal levels. But because of the pandemic, demand shifted massively away from services and toward goods. That huge demand for goods has resulted in massive supply chain bottlenecks that have crippled our ports and transportation system and caused a shortage of semiconductors that have led to huge increases in the price of new and used vehicles. And because of the pandemic, a substantial number of workers have not returned to the labor force, I believe because they are concerned about the health consequences of working in face-to-face type jobs, and probably also because of childcare concerns.
Secretary Yellen, in the remaining time I have, I do want to give you the floor to talk about the revenue-raising provisions that will pay for the Build Back Better Act's investments. How will they both make wealthy corporations? Sorry, I yield.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both Chairman Powell and Secretary Yellen for being with us today. Congratulations to Chairman Powell on your reappointment. Secretary Yellen, I'll start with you. Earlier you said, and I think you've said it in different ways a few times, when supply and demand get out of balance, you can have inflation, and the demand side has accelerated while we still have supply chain bottlenecks. Fair?
The demand has been strong. Demand has also shifted away from services and toward goods, which has created huge problems, more than the aggregate level of demand.
Yes, ma'am. And the American Rescue Plan, which was a partisan bill, that juiced supply, or I'm sorry, that increased demand, which you testified to, did it do anything to alleviate supply issues?
It didn't have substantial impacts on supply.
So when we say that, and this is my frustration, for a year plus, we negotiated in good faith bipartisan legislation to be targeted and appropriate with respect to our response to COVID-19. You all won the election. It's your prerogative to ignore Republican concerns. but you went forward with the American Rescue Plan, which we warned would increase inflation, specifically for the reasons the Secretary just said. It would increase demand and do nothing to alleviate supply chain bottlenecks. That's exactly what happened. You're set to repeat the exact same mistake with Build Back Better. Chairman Powell, I want to commend you for retiring the term transitory as it relates to inflation. My constituents have been complaining about it for over a year. Two concerns. One, inflation is particularly hard on low and middle income Americans, in particular those with fixed incomes. We all know that. It's been brutal for them. Two, and I think this is the new risk accumulates over time the longer rates are at zero, as anyone who invests money and discounts cash flows at a zero interest rate can justify virtually any investment. As we've seen that in various asset bubbles have built up over time. So now I think the risk shifts. Now I believe the risk is that we have let inflation run too hot for too long, and we're in need of a more sudden course
correction. He might drop something here. Hold on.
Yesterday.
Let's see.
That being the case,
he might ask something
what are you most concerned
with
when considering the ramifications of the taper on the market and the economy at large? What pockets of risk are you looking at as the taper begins?
Let me just say, I think that the taper need not be a disruptive event in markets. I don't expect that it will be. It hasn't been so far. We've telegraphed it. I mean, I think if you look at the state of the economy, look at where we are, look at the most recent run of data, you can see that the highly accommodative policy that we have, even after the taper is done, it's really appropriate that we taper. And as I mentioned yesterday, in my view, it's appropriate that we consider at the next meeting tapering faster so that it wraps up a few months earlier.
Yeah, I agree. I guess I would encourage you, and my concern again is we've seen asset bubbles accumulate over the course of the pandemic. Investors have done incredibly well. I think we should be tapering. I agree with Van in a lot of ways on the monetary front. But I suspect that there's risk building up, and I just want to make sure that it's on the Fed's radar. I want to shift to I have a minute and 26 seconds to see if we get this out. So in recent months, Americans have unfortunately seen energy prices significantly increase, especially at the pump. Some people who talk on Twitter have claimed that this is due to greedy corporations and speculators driving up prices. Do you believe that's the reason for increased gas prices?
So energy is a global market, and there are many.
He's like, why are you asking me the questions in a dumb way?
It's a combination of very strong demand across the board,
not
and
greedy
supply side factors too.
Not greedy corporations and speculators driving up prices. That's not accurate for why energy prices are high.
You know,
he's like, come on, bro. Why you make me say it?
Very strong demand in the face of what have been some supply blockages.
Powell's like, come on, bro.
On the part of the providers.
Thank you. I agree. In the summer of 2020, the Federal Reserve updated its statement of longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy to state that the Fed would seek to achieve inflation above 2% for some time period. Do you have any second thoughts on that, given that we've seen inflation persist for quite some time? And how would, if we didn't change the framework, how would you potentially have responded differently throughout the pandemic?
So the sort of overarching fact of monetary policy in the last 15 years and probably the next 15 years is just that interest rates are significantly closer to the effective to zero. And in that world, it's hard to support the economy and attain growth and maximum employment and 2% inflation. So the framework was designed to address a situation in that. Now, what we have here is a unique historical shock, which is the beginning of the pandemic, the middle of it, and the end of it. And so you have a different situation and we have a different part of the framework that deals with that.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I'll follow up in writing. Thank you.
I'd be glad to.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman, and thank you both for being here. President Biden stated with your renomination, Chairman, that you would use your authority to address the threat that climate changes poses to our financial system. As you know, if we allow temperatures to rise above another 2 degrees this century, we are surrendering the planet and our environment to corporate polluters, accepting, of course, the disruption to our agriculture, our trade, migration on a massive, unprecedented scale, and the devastating public health impacts. And Chairman, you should know this is so personal for me because I'm seeing it firsthand in Michigan, where Wayne County hasn't met Clean Air Act standards since 2013. This is the largest populated county in Michigan. And not only with record floods that have impacted families during the pandemic, you're talking about 4 times alone to some households over the summer. It is devastating.
Facebook just went red. There's a bond auction right now, too.
Our economy. So, Chairman Powell, can you outline precisely what your plan is to fulfill that commitment to address climate risks to our financial system?
I'd be glad to. So the Fed has a couple of ways that we will address climate that are important, but they're not by themselves going to be enough. The first of which is just to supervise and regulate financial institutions, particularly the large ones, to make sure that they understand the risks that they're running and can manage them. The second really is, from a financial stability standpoint, climate change has potentially significant effects on financial stability and also on the broader economy. So we do a lot of research. Our researchers are some of the ones around the globe who are doing the original research to understand the pathway of climate change through the financial system and the economy. And those are within our mandate to supervise firms and look after financial stability. We will be incorporating climate change very much into those mandates.
So you know, and I know you've heard it, between 2016 to 2020, banks provided, $3.8 trillion in direct fossil fuel financing, with most of that investment coming from banks that are holding companies under the Fed's supervision. And I know you're talking about oversight here. But the acting controller of the currency, Michael Hsu, has announced that the OCC plans to issue supervisory guidance on climate risk by the end of the year. Chairman, does the Fed intend to join this guidance? Why or why not?
I don't think we'll join this specific guidance. We're very much tracking and in discussions with the OCC. I think we will move to certainly to provide guidance, and I think all the agencies want to have consistent or identical ideally guidance. I don't think we'll actually be in a position to join this specific guidance at this time, but we'll get there.
And you know the OCC will also begin examining how large banks are addressing climate risk as part of the examination starting in 2022. So does the Fed plan on conducting a similar assessment in 2022? And what is the Fed planning to do on assessing climate risk to banks face in 2022?
So in 2022, we're already deep into dialogue, and again, particularly with the largest financial institutions. That's really where a lot of the work is going on right now. Ongoing dialogue with all of them, and they are, by the way, they're doing the same thing we're doing. It's just trying to understand the implications of climate change for their business model, for the things that they do, and also what we're thinking about is what's the appropriate supervisory approach? How do we do this? Which tools do we use? For example, climate scenario analysis.
And I just, on behalf of my residents, I hope dialogue turns into guidance and accountability. Finally, I'm glad you've allowed the leadership of other central banks, in joining, you joined the network for greening the financial system last year. Really appreciate it, but as Governor Bernard has indicated, the U.S. still trails other countries in, quote, measuring, monitoring, managing climate-related financial risk. And we need to, quote, he said, governor said, we need to catch up. And they go on to say, Chairman Powell, about how far back we are in regards to having much more active role. And so, Chairman Powell, the European Central Bank has announced the climate risk will guide its monetary policy. Will the Federal Reserve do the same? Are you actually aggressively looking at taking this kind of a approach?
So, I'm focused on the United States and our existing mandates.
Is that a no?
Well,
it's no right now.
It's a sort of a broader question than a yes or no.
They're saying, okay, we're going to use climate risk to guide our monetary policy.
Okay, well, specifically, narrowly then, I would say we're not doing that now. I think that's something we'll do in the longer run, but no, we're not doing it.
Not now, okay. As a result of the ECB's initial supervisory review revealed that the banks face material risks from climate risk, yet have failed to meet the supervisor expectations laid out by the regulators. Chairman Powell, do you have a similar comprehensive information about how U.S. banks are positioned? I'll submit the question.
We're developing that.
You are good.
We're in the development phase on that.
Okay, the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Secretary Yellen, I have a few questions. If Build Back Better becomes law, which earlier you stated it was paid for, and one of the tools for payment was enhanced collections from the IRS, If this does become law, would you anticipate that more Americans will be audited by the IRS?
Sorry. I would anticipate that many fewer Americans
Answer the
with
question.
incomes below $400,000 will be audited. That the IRS will have the resources to direct their audits in those places
Okay, she
where
answered it.
we
She said
have
less than
every reason
400K.
to believe that taxpayers are not paying what's due. That's high-income Americans and complex partnerships and corporations where the sources of income are opaque and the audit rates have dropped to historically low levels. The auditing will be focused in those areas. Those areas are what account for a $7 trillion tax gap over the next decade.
And you think we need 87,000 new IRS employees for that?
The auditing staff of the IRS has declined. The skill level of the auditing force has declined substantially. It's critical to hire people who have the expertise to conduct these complex audits, but the hiring will also improve customer service. The customer service at the IRS has fallen to unacceptably low levels.
I'll agree with you there. Thank you for that, for those answers. Back to inflation. In March, you said fears that the administration's $2 trillion relief bill could trigger a rapid rise in inflation are misplaced, that those fears were misplaced. And we heard earlier today that that was quite a large factor in where we are today with respect to inflation. I realize you're selling this plan as great for the future and with calming these inflation fears, but isn't it difficult for us to accept, perhaps, on my side of the aisle, that we are not going to just continue to kick the can down the road and make things worse when your predictions were so wrong back in February? Do you really not think that spending another several $1 trillion will...
So first of all, we're talking about a decade. We're not talking about a single year. The spending from the American Rescue Plan, which was $1.9 trillion, was largely concentrated this year. So Build Back Better is a decade-long plan. It is a small plan relative to the total size of the economy and GDP over a decade, and it's paid for. So it does not involve an increase in deficits according to a combination of CBO and Treasury reckoning over the next decade. And beyond that, it puts in place investments that will continue to bring down deficits. And finally, I'd say it will improve the supply side of the economy, which is, in the long run, a factor that will tend to mitigate ongoing inflationary pressures.
Thank you. And Chairman Powell, would you agree with that analysis that this increased spending, these multiple trillions of dollars over the next year, will that help us get to that point that we're at in the end of next year where you see inflation reducing?
I'm sorry, we really don't comment on existing legislation. It's kind of out of bounds for us. This is what the CBO will do. They will make an estimate.
So then just to confirm your discussion with Congressman Zeldin, your analysis that the inflationary numbers are anticipated to perhaps reduce at the end of next year, that's based on this Build Back Better passing?
So we have to see the final bill and how much of it is paid for. You got to look at the spending in the first couple of years. You got to look at exactly how much of it is paid for to really make a sophisticated judgment about that. But it is 10 years of spending, right? So I'm really reluctant to get pulled into to commenting on something that we don't really have the final facts on.
Thank you. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes.
Such a
welcome
nice
back,
thank you.
Secretary
Thank
Yellen.
you.
Welcome back, Chair Powell. Chair Powell, congratulations on your renomination as Fed Chair. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent a tremendous amount of time attacking the Build Back Better Act as wasteful spending that will increase the deficit and fuel inflation, as we've seen through this conversation. I, of course, disagree with that. Not only is this legislation paid for, but it makes critical long-term overdue investments that will improve productivity and address the supply
Bro, even
chain
I'm starting to
bottlenecks
believe it's
causing
paid for
heightened-
now.
part of the cause of heightened inflation.
What?
The Build Back Better Act critically makes investments close to more than $7 trillion projected 10-year tax gap that is largely due to tax evasion by the wealthy and by corporations. You know, I'm reminded of the quote by Benjamin Franklin, there are only two things certain, death and taxes. However, we know from reality, Secretary Yellen, you've spoken about this, that taxes are not certain for everybody, and it's time we made a fair, equal playing field. So rather than the boogeyman of 87,000 agents coming after hardworking
Just
Americans,
cap salt.
could we be clearer?
Just cap salt.
What
It'll hurt
are the
me, but cap
ways
it.
that wealthy
I'm with you.
individuals and corporations fail to pay taxes? In some cases, it's not everybody, we know that. How do some avoid or fail to pay taxes? And that's what we're trying to go after.
Well, the rates of compliance for income streams that have third-party reporting to the IRS, like wages and salaries, 95, 97, 98, something like that percentage of income is reported and taxes are paid as due.
Can you
so
paint a
that's
picture?
not where the problem is.
Yeah.
The problem is opaque sources of income. When individuals earn income that isn't wage and salary income, the IRS doesn't know about it, they have to rely on the honesty of the taxpayer to report what they've earned. They don't have additional sources of information. And for complex partnerships and for companies, similarly, the sources of income and amounts are opaque. And if we had high auditing rates, that would probably promote more honest reporting. But audit rates have dropped to unbelievably low levels over the last decade. And so the investment in the IRS to enhance its auditing capacity, not only will that directly enable greater tax collections, but a lot of research shows that it will improve honesty in reporting in the first place when the odds of being audited rise.
And that would be valuable because, as Treasury has estimated, the tax gap could be as high as $7 trillion over the next decade, in the future decade. How that much money is currently falling through the cracks, and we here in Congress wouldn't want to address that, is staggering to me. Chair Powell, in the remaining time that I have, you know, when you appeared before this committee in July, I asked you about the need for greater public and private investment. You talked about how investment raises the potential growth rate, increasing productivity, and raising living standards. I also asked you about the impact of supply chain vulnerabilities on inflation, which you repeatedly testified to be one of the major drivers of inflation. As part of the Build Back Better Act, I worked to include a language to increase our investment in domestic manufacturing and support supply chain resiliency. Ultimately, this legislation took the form of authorizing $500 million for the use of the Defense Production Act for the purposes of supporting manufacturing right here. Chair Powell, how would this kind of domestic investment in manufacturing address continued supply chain challenges and combat inflation?
Madam Chair, I'm going to have to decline. I don't want to get into commenting on particular aspects of this specific bill. It's just not our role. It's not that we don't have the capability to do it. It's just we really have to respect that we're not part of fiscal policy. We do our
respect
jobs.
that. How about the fact if we can encourage and create greater domestic manufacturing, not speaking of the legislation then, what would that do in terms of inflation?
Well, a significant part of the inflation that we're seeing is due to longer length supply chains from Asia. So to the extent, I mean, as a factual matter. If you made things locally here in this particular situation, you'd see lower inflation. But by the time
Thank you, and I
this
have
will
to
be past
gavel
this.
myself off because my time has expired. Thank you, Chair Powell. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Madam Secretary, I want to, without trying to be too much as it were that we're fighting each other here over politics, I found it very interesting that your remarks wanted to be in line with the administration of which you serve as a cabinet officer, but it gets confusing for a member of Congress and I believe the American people to speak directly to the facts of the case or the truth that we would decide. You have used the word a couple times, honesty and reporting, I believe 3 times today. Your reference to this Build Back Better as being completely paid for, but then you put a caveat there, but CBO did not report it that way because of the revenue that might come in from whatever today we're hearing 80 or 87,000 new IRS agents. What am I, as a member of this committee, to take away the position of the Treasury Department as they properly respond to questions from members of Congress or the media about the truth of the matter? Are you in favor of your view of the Build Back Better or the CBO score?
So we respect the CBO. And
it looks like something with travel stocks and casinos. It looks like Airbnb did, but something's popping off in that realm there. Check news on that. Yeah, I don't think it's hit yet, but something's developing.
CBO reported that over the next decade, the aggregate deficit resulting from the bill would be $367 billion.
Yes, ma'am.
But
And
they
that
also
this
made
is my point.
clear-
I don't want to argue with you, so are you
So that is
suggesting?
correct.
So
that
do you think it's
coincides-
fair
but
that you would, and the administration, would continue the dialogue? It's completely paid for, but
I think that's
the
complete. I'm sorry.
The honesty in reporting is Congress looks at the CBO.
Well, Congress has to look at the footnotes in the CBO report as well. And CBO made clear that their score did not include any revenue from additional IRS enforcement. They made that completely clear in their written report.
Yes, ma'am.
And they have an estimate of what that would be, but they have also stated previously that their methodology assumes very little shift in the behavior of taxpayers. And the Treasury Department has its own analysis, and there are outside researchers who have analysis of what the impact of these IRS resources will be. Our estimate, Treasury's estimate, is that it will generate $400 billion over 10 years. And if you combine that with CBO's estimate of the remainder, which is a deficit of 367, those two things come out in positive territory.
So you want a Rube Goldberg drawing, if this happens, if this happens, if this happens, then we as the administration can say, and the president with a masked face can say, it's paid for. But in fact, honesty in reporting is what ought to be. So I still would disagree with the gentlewoman. You're the Treasury Secretary. I am not. You're entitled to your opinion. I still think that because the honesty in reporting is necessary, it would be honest to say, and CBO does not concur. Because I believe it's important to tell people, by and large, the truth. the truth of the matter is that you will be adding 87,000 net new employees to a department that may take 5 or 6 years to materialize. Another question, please, ma'am. How many IRS agents, I apologize, I've exceeded my time. I will provide in writing a request to you, and I want to thank the gentlewoman, the chairwoman, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to Secretary Yellen and Chair Powell for being with us today. One of the things that I also wanted to focus in on is the very important topic of climate change in terms of the Treasury and the Federal Reserve's role in that. The United States just returned from COP26 in Glasgow, and where participating nations agreed to reduce carbon emissions in order to remain within the 1.5 degrees Celsius benchmark as acknowledged by the Paris Agreement. The Financial Stability Oversight Council, or FSOC, recently released a report exploring the risks that climate change poses to our financial system. And while it is the first time that FSOC has designated climate change as a threat to U.S. financial stability, I was disappointed to see that the report, which is intended to serve as a blueprint for federal regulators, makes no mention of any timelines or policies.
Baba's getting clapped right now, and then all the travel
to
stocks.
stay within that 1.5 degrees Celsius target. As a matter of fact, the FSOC report, in discussing climate change, doesn't discuss the 1.5 degrees Celsius target at all. And instead, its focus is on general data disclosure and review. Secretary Yellen, can you explain why the report fails to make mention of globally acknowledged targets for climate to prevent further climate change degradation?
Well, FSOC's mission and responsibility is to identify threats to financial stability of the United States and to coordinate across regulatory agencies to make sure that they're addressed. Treasury is also involved with the administration in trying to put in place policies, economic policies, tax policies, spending policies that will address climate change itself. And of course, very substantial policies are included in Build Back Better, and the infrastructure plan also contain policies that address climate change and are oriented toward trying to meet our commitment to the 1.5% target.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. As a general note, I do think it's important that, perhaps we consider the fact that there are substantially different financial risks between 1.5 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees, and beyond. But, when we look at some of our partners around the world, Sweden's Riksbank will only purchase bond holdings from companies complying with their climate standards. The Swiss Central Bank
what about
has
China?
announced that they will exclude coal investments from its massive holdings. The European Central Bank conducts stress testing with respect to climate. Do you believe that the United States is behind the rest of the world when it comes to mitigating the risk climate change poses
China's
to our
half the
financial
world.
system
Hold on,
and
wait, what
commitments
about-
we're willing to make to do so?
I take it you're asking me that question. Or were you asking Secretary Yellen?
Oh, I apologize. Yes. Well, I was asking Secretary Yellen, but Chairman Powell, you're welcome to weigh in as well.
Thank you. So, I'm really focused on our domestic context and doing what we think is right under our laws and our authorities as the Fed. And I would say that principally what we're working on is regulation and supervision of the largest financial institutions and also financial stability more broadly.
And a May report from the International Energy Agency found that new fossil fuel exploration and extraction was incompatible with a 1.5 degrees Celsius objective. and that, quote, there is no need for investment in new fossil fuel supply in our net zero pathway. And with respect to the U.S. mitigating the catastrophic impacts of essentially going beyond 1.5, potentially going beyond 2 degrees Celsius, do we agree, or Secretary Yellen, do you agree with this assessment that we should consider phasing out investments in new fossil fuel supplies?
So I certainly learned a lot from the IEA report and have no basis to question their judgment. You know, as Chair Powell indicated, the FSOC's mission and the Fed's mission is safety and soundness of financial institutions, and we don't have authority to tell institutions that they must pursue lending policies that support the Paris commitment. But it is very noticeable that at Glasgow, all of the major global financial institutions voluntarily committed.
Yeah, a lot of things are starting to give up. I mean, we're coming off a European close, so we've been selling since then. If you take a look here, so it's more than just the travel stocks and all that, but keep your eye out here. It's not because of Powell and Yellen, though.
And we're heartened to see these important commitments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing, and thank you, Chair and Secretary, for appearing before the committee. And like my colleagues, Chairman Powell, congratulations on your renomination for another term. I would acknowledge to you, I'm not sure the President did you a favor, but thank you for being willing to do this again. That said, let's talk about a number of issues, and I'll try and roll through them in some sort of a concise fashion. Since the onset of the pandemic, the United States has added more than $5 trillion to its total national debt, standing at about $29 trillion. And as the Secretary has alluded to, apparently we need to raise the debt ceiling very soon to address that even. And that doesn't count the extra trillions that have gone on the Federal Reserve System's balance sheet. The U.S. is now set to exceed the debt-to-GDP ratio not seen since the end of the Second World War. Chairman Powell, speak to us from a macroeconomic perspective. When's the right time to prioritize the threat of U.S. debt rapidly outpacing economic growth? We spent a lot of money in the last couple of years.
And, you know, as I generally would say, and as is appropriate, I think, for me to say in my role, the U.S. needs to get back on a sustainable fiscal path. The right time to do that is when the economy is strong, when the taxes are rolling in, when employment is high. And the right way to do it is to have a longer-term plan to get to get the economy growing faster than the debt. By definition, it's unsustainable to have the debt ultimately growing faster than the economy, and we have that now.
Chairman, you and I were both young men in the Carter-Reagan period under your predecessor, Chairman Volcker, when we went through an inflationary cycle that was even more horrendous than this, and the effort that it took to bring that period to a conclusion. I guess I'd like to visit for a moment just about the fundamental issues. Again, not addressing particular legislation, just the fundamental issues. The amount of money through congressional activity that we put into circulation. And in 2020, I think in a bipartisan way, we voted an incredible amount of money out of this place because the wheels were coming off in the spring and summer of 2020 with COVID. And no one wanted to return to a 1929, 1941 period. So we were willing to do whatever it took. But that now brings us to this point of addressing inflation and getting a grip on that. Could you describe how policy, and I know you don't comment on legislation, but how policymakers at the Fed evaluate the results of these kind of forecasts on the economy?
So what we're really looking at is so many things cause inflation, but really it's an imbalance between supply and demand in the real economy. That's what it's about. And you know, we actually see fiscal stimulus, the stimulative aspect of fiscal policy is actually declining and will turn into a headwind next year. You got to distinguish between the change and the level, if you will. So as deficits are coming down, overall, you're going to see less in the way of fiscal stimulus to grow off of this high level of growth that we have. We had a very stimulative 2020, if that makes sense.
So the buzz will lead to a hangover, yes.
So, you know, what we're looking at is another strong year next year. Most forecasters see strong growth, but they also see the supply chains getting untangled, and they see the economy, you know, supply side rising to meet strong demand. And we see inflation coming down. Again, it's not a certainty, it's a forecast.
But the balancing act of policymakers, as the supply increases, we still have to address the money that's available to chase those few resources, or this process won't come to an end. Turning to you, Secretary, we've discussed, several of my colleagues have climate-related issues. I am concerned, coming from a district that produces lots of different forms of energy and consumes massive amounts of different forms of energy, that when the majority can't pass a bill to outlaw certain forms of energy, and they can't pass a bill to tax it to death, that the route they're going to take is use regulatory policy to strangle the capital available to those industries. Could you touch on that for a moment? Is it the intention of the regulators to create standards such that banks cannot support any particular energy industry that may ask for capital, that may justify a loan?
Well, as chair of FSOC, I would say our focus is on financial stability, and the regulators like the Federal Reserve are focused on safety and soundness of institutions, and that means making sure they hold adequate capital to
There's a fascinating
manage
report
the
from the
risk.
New York Fed. I hope you'll review. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
I think A-Bus just got
Thank you very
another
much.
piece of news.
The gentleman
There's
from
something coming
Illinois,
across now
Mr.
about preliminary
Garcia, is
data.
now
They're
recognized
reacting
for
to the
5
Myrna
minutes.
news this morning, but something happened with A-Bus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and of course, I thank you and the ranking member for convening this hearing. And of course, thank you to our witnesses for joining us today to discuss the CARES Act oversight and our pandemic response. From when we passed the CARES Act until today, we've made remarkable progress. Our recovery has been impressive, especially compared to other countries, but it has been uneven and unequal as well. It's our job to fix that. Secretary Yellen, I represent a working class immigrant district, including many families with children. In fact, one of the youngest districts in the country. The stimulus checks and the child tax credit were vital in my community. That's why I fought so hard to ensure that mixed status families and ITIN holders are finally able to access these vital benefits in the American Rescue Plan. More than half of Latino children have at least one immigrant parent, and at least 90% of these children are U.S. citizens, meaning they're entitled to these benefits, but they often can't get them. The question for you, millions of ITINs have expired at the end of last year, and the ITIN process is plagued by delays. Sometimes the IRS holds on to original documents for months, a terrifying prospect for an immigrant family. What are Treasury and the IRS doing to streamline the application process for ITIN filers?
Well, I can get back to you or have my staff with greater detail on this, but we have been trying to speed the delivery, for example, of the child tax payments to individuals who didn't file a return in either 2019 or 2020. Many ITINs may be in that category, and it's been an objective of our outreach to make sure that there are tools available to apply for those payments. We made an application available on mobile devices that's in Spanish as well to try to make sure that they receive the payments they're entitled to. But I'd be glad to get back to you with more detail on this.
Thank you. I will take you up on that and follow up with you and your folks. Data shows that Latinos are less likely than whites to report receiving monthly child tax credit payments. This is disturbing since Latino children are more likely to live in poverty. What can Treasury and the IRS do to monitor the success of the tax credit in the Latino community, and what can Congress do to ensure that the tax credit reaches everyone that's entitled to it?
Well, I would just say that we have tried through an extensive outreach program to make sure, and working with members of Congress as well, to make sure that there's awareness, especially in low-income and minority communities, of eligibility for these payments, both the child tax, especially the child tax payments. And it's a question of getting the word out and making sure that families know how to apply.
And do you think that members of Congress have any other role to help ensure that everyone who is eligible gets it?
We have asked members of Congress to help us get the word out. The IRS has had an extensive outreach program, but certainly members of Congress can help publicize the availability of these benefits in their districts.
Thank you, Secretary. I look forward to following up with you and, of course, working together to ensure that these benefits reach every community in this country. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Powell, congratulations on your renomination. I look forward to working with you over your next 4 years. Also, Mr. Chairman Powell, the Fed oversees 753 financial institutions for compliance with numerous measures related to the safety and soundness of the banking system. If one of those institutions chose to not follow a law passed by Congress or a rule the Fed promulgated, the Fed can take a myriad of enforcement actions, including cease and desist orders, removal and prohibition orders, and monetary policies. In other words, if you break the law, there are consequences. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Secretary Yellen, do you believe the Fed should punish those entities when they decide not to follow the law? Do you believe that the Fed should punish those entities when they don't follow the law, those banks, if they're not following the law?
I guess if they don't follow the law.
Thank you. Or if you're going to hold the banks and society accountable to the law, then should we also hold cabinet members accountable when they do not follow the law?
Yes.
Thank you for that. Chair Yellen, I am the ranking member of the Small Business Committee, as you all know. The CARES Act put the Secretary of the Treasury in charge of the PPP program. You, by law, were supposed to show up by the end of April 23rd, which is now 222 days, over 7 months, and you have yet to grace the threshold of that committee hearing room and give your report. Why do you continue to ignore and thumb your nose at the Small Business Committee and your job to adhere to the law, which you just said is important as a cabinet member?
Look, I believe that congressional oversight is very important, and that Congress and committees should be partners with us in serving the American people. I have, over the last 10 months, testified 12 times.
Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, with all due respect, you are not answering my question. It's very specific. Yes, you've been able to accommodate every other committee on this Hill, except the Small Business Committee, which you are required by law to show up to. Why are you not there?
Well,
very specific. Why are you not at the Small Business Ministry?
I do have the ability to delegate responsibilities.
You have not delegated to anybody yet. There is nobody that's showed up for 222 days now.
I have offered my Deputy Treasury Secretary to testify before the committee.
Madam Chair, again, Madam Secretary, with all due respect, You do not delegate an authority like that. You are required by law to show up. You have spent, as you just said, multiple times, you have been to other hearings across the spectrum of the House and the Senate, and you refuse to come to the Small Business Administration. Is it beneath you to show up at our committee hearing? Against the law, by the way?
You know, the Treasury has had, during the Biden administration, essentially no role in the Paycheck Protection Program.
Well, that's a problem for the Biden administration. It's not the problem of the, you should be doing your job.
Small Business Administration that has responsibility.
No, it does not, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, with all due respect, it does not. The CARES Act gave the Secretary of the Treasury authority over that. I spent 2 or 3 weeks, the leadership team of this committee, working with Secretary Mnuchin to put that plan together. It is in your purview. It is in your district. It is your job to oversee that particular program. And it's your job to be able to report on it as per the law. You just thumb your nose at the law over and over again. It can't continue. When are you going? There, as you just said, there should be consequences to cabinet members who do not follow the law. Amazing. It's breathtaking.
She's just like, oh, okay.
I've got about a minute left here, so let me move on real quickly here. Chairman Powell, I'm very concerned about the continued investment in China by all of the folks in this country. The investment folks, and it falls under, to me, it falls under monetary policy, but I'll see what your opinion is here. As we continue to throw more money in the economy, it seems like there's more and more money that's shifting over to China, investing in the Chinese bonds, they're investing in their companies, they're investing in their securities. Are you alarmed by this at all? By our investing in China and their economy, which would be competing against us, and will have a direct impact on our economic ability to survive down the road?
Mr. Lukemeyer, we really don't have a role in that. That you maybe think, I mean, the SEC would have a role if investors are investing in Chinese bonds and things like that. That would really be an issue for the SEC, but not so much for us.
Okay, are you concerned about it all, the level of investment over there?
Yeah, I'm mostly concerned about inflation and stable prices and maximum employment here at home.
Okay, well, that investment, I think, would have a dramatic impact because of the money flowing there versus it's flowing back here. To me, it would be able to set up our own supply chains over here to be able to be more helpful. Thank you very much. I'll get back.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Secretary Yellen and Chair Powell for their testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I wanted to do a slow clap. I ask our witnesses to please respond.
I think Yellen is going to jail. Like, I don't know. That was wild there at the end, but nothing crazy this time around. I mean, market got a little bit of volatility. I picked up a couple of plays. I'm kind of disappointed. I mean, we bottom ticked at Microsoft, but the plays only went up like 10%. But otherwise, a lot of different activity. I mean, a lot of biotechs move. Travel stocks started going down. Airbnb, Las Vegas Sands, MGM, Baba got a Chicle, and then the bank stock started going up. So pretty much since European close, a lot of things started to move around a little bit. I mean, you still only got 50 names down. Double the amount of names went red, but today is still overall, I mean, easily bullish in every way, shape, or form. Again, that Microsoft play, I think people might start. I mean, if they start holding up the apples and that keeps leading there, we might see another one. A couple of things did get clapped right there. I know Roblox started to go down. Almost started to go up. A-Bus, again, I forgot about this one, but we have the shares on it. And I kind of got a PHILO idea for you guys, too, in the middle of that. I think some of you might like it. Hold on. Where is it? What's the other one? A-Bus? Facebook, Apple, Microsoft. It's not only inflation, but it's the Santa Claus rally. So again, but the premiums are weird. Again, I literally bottom ticked Microsoft. I was a little further out the money. I think that's the issue, but I'm only up 12% on these. You can see when we got them. I mean, look at the time. That shit was at 748. So it was literally right here. So we caught like a $5 or $3, $4 move on Microsoft, and then the plays only went up 10%. So the momentum's a little bit, the velocity's not quite there. Even on some of the plays, I've noticed that the plays have got clapped a little bit. And then even if it's moving in the direction, a lot of you asked about MRK. I'm even looking at like some of the CRM play I made today. Even though the stock is going down, that play started to decay. So MRK, I'm going to hold off and let it go through. Again, we're in the midst of volatility. So like we are fighting against a lot of different forces here in terms of what those contracts are going to do. So I want to wait. I was going to average on a couple of things. I kind of regretted it. But MRK, I'm going to wait a little bit. But I think all of the vaccine plays, they're all going to have some momentum over the next few weeks. So even that A-bus, and this is what I'm saying, it's going to take time. I mean, look at this in scales. It's kind of crazy to think when this was 2020. So we've held this stock for well over a year now. But A-bus, I made this free back in the day, but this one's coming back to life. Now, this is biotech, but it's related to the vaccine stuff. So I think the big dogs, Pfizer, Myrna, NVAX, all of those are going to keep moving, but there's just going to be a lot of volatility. I mean, we bought in during a different type of volatility. So what I said yesterday, we just need volatility to kick back in. You need velocity to start kicking in on some of these, and then they'll start going up. And then Roblox, those ones went positive, then negative. I'm still going to wait on that one. I mean, the contracts are good. The one I really want is Airbnb. So if you were watching during that meeting, I pulled up the Airbnb contracts here, and I'm taking a gander here. I was trying to see, okay, when are these going to start going down? And remember, I told you yesterday, I'm going to wait till Airbnb gets a green day, and that's when I want to buy. I want a green day on Airbnb with the option premiums down. So essentially, that's what's happening, right? It shoots up 3%, a little bit more, starts to come down. So now the plays are going to, the premiums will actually be lower. That's what's happening in this volatility. So that's what I'm saying. Honestly, I mean, the market got a little bit more difficult here, and I mean that in the sense, just be careful where some of these moves, I mean, you're not really getting there's wide spreads, essentially, is I think the simple answer to it all. So it's just how things are moving. We need a little bit. We need to string together 2 days. Essentially, we have yet to string together 2 positive days in a row. It's been positive, negative, and now we're back to positive. So that's what's really. I mean, just factor that into some of the plays that you're making, and even as we're watching some of this, I mean, that's something that I really see sticking out here. But other than that, I mean, no other breaking news here. Leverage loans cracked. Possible peak in ISM lead times. We did get that data. Small caps have not recovered. That was the issue. A lot of people thought there was going to be some small cap recovery there, but small caps are one of the biggest laggers here over the last 3 days. They just on Friday, a lot of people piled in, but looking at them today, they're clapped. How do you see Insurtech? I don't know what Insurtech is. It sounds like a mix of politics and Donald Trump and Democrats. I feel like Insurtech, I don't know. I feel like that would be something I'd hear in a congressional meeting. Otherwise, I don't know about it. Can we talk about the currency now? What was it? There was one piece of news that reminded me. I wanted to talk about Turkey. Yes, what's going on in Turkey? I mean, I said we might be able to make a crazy play on the Turkish currency. It's kind of reminiscent to 1993. Essentially, that's the first time Turkey stepped in to defend the lira. But usually now when a government starts defending it, if you really don't believe it and you feel like the currency's weaker, that's what George Soros did, and he hammered the pound. And pretty much if they stopped defending that currency, the Turkish lira could go insane. So it's a little early now, but I would keep that in mind. I don't know if I want to do it. Oh, you've been to Turkey once? Wow, that's crazy. I've never been to Turkey. South Africa sees more reinfection than before with Omicron. What happened with BSYI? I sold out of it, so I think, I mean, there's going to be some time frame. It could take a couple months to God knows when. But I think the play's done. I mean, that's how I'm viewing it. I took the loss, $4,000 on it. It's not anything. I mean, I'm not falling in love with it. I mean, I've seen a lot of people. Some people are like average down. Some people want to hold to. That's totally your prerogative. But with biotechs, I mean, it was very, very simple. We had our catalyst. The catalyst failed. No more catalyst. So, I mean, I'm taking my loss and going home. And then, finger to the sky still, baby. Other than that, that's it. How'd you do that on Forex? You could do it through Forex. You might be better off through some swaps or options on the currency. But you would just short the you would need to wait. You would need to wait till the breaking point. Essentially, just keep watching the Turkish lira, and if that thing starts to get a little wild, and it stays like, if you could really see it when a country defends the currency, it will stop fluctuating a lot. But then if there's other factors, the dollar starts moving, all of that, then you'll be able to really play it right before. Catalyst is still in play. If you look, they requested another meeting with the FDA. I think they did. That's all just going to take time, though. That's what I'm saying. So I only wanted to play the catalyst of it, because if they got the approval, I mean, I thought immediately it would have done very, very well, but unfortunately they didn't. The LGVN offering, that one, I mean, I like it. Even though the stock went down, I mean, it wasn't the worst. They pretty much did an offering like at the price that we sold out of the stock, around $17, $18. So again, the only other time Longeveron has had an offering was back in the day on IPO, and they were $10. So second offering, 70% higher, even though it's quote unquote dilutive to the shares. It's definitely not dilutive in the sense that, pretty much investors are willing to pay a 70% premium, and it finally got some institutions in, but we're still holding that one. That one, again, it's already free. BYSI, we had nothing to work with. I'm still holding the CRM put. I like it, but I don't like I just don't like how the premiums are moving today with some of the velocity and things. Like, again, I mean, I feel like if you miss today, you're getting punished. Like the CRM, like they're down 10. The other one, the Z-scaler, that was probably my worst play in the last month, I would say. That one was just awful. That one was disgusting. But if it's, what's it called? If it's if you lost, you got punished, and then if you hit one, you didn't really get rewarded too well on it today. Even if you caught the gap up. I mean, the Apple ones, those still do good. We have 70% since yesterday, so that one's kicking. But even the Microsoft and some of them, like, man, it was really the premiums we're still caught in day up, day down, day up, day down. So today's another 1% move to the upside. So again, if anything, this just screams volatility. I didn't buy into it. I still got the options, but I wanted to get shares. They went up, but I liked it. I liked it at the bottom. LGV's offering is private, so it won't affect the short squeeze. Yes and no, but it's all up to what they want to do. So it's private, but the options or the warrants attached to the deal are immediately exercisable. So they could theoretically exercise them and sell them on open market if they decided to. Can we have today's message of the day? Let's do it, baby. We forgot yesterday. So here it is, baby. Are y'all feeling good? HPQ on the high. We getting pop. Again, they have bad earnings, so to see them on, that's crazy. How does Z-Scaler sell off and then HP, the one with bad earnings, ripped? I guess people like the tech. HP is ripping right now. But ladies and gentlemen, how you living, man? So let's go. It's a little late here. We got to listen to all that, but we didn't get to do this the other day. But if you could hear my voice right now, check in. Just say what's up right now. You don't have to say anything in the chat. Just hit the like video. I want to know who's here right now. We're at 1,300 like resistance, so I want to see. I just want to know. I got a positive message for you. So that's what I like to do. I like to share a little positive story in the middle of the day here. But I want you to check in. I want to know who's going to hear it. You know, it's been a long day. You have to listen to a lot of, I'm not power yelling. You know what I'm saying? So just relax. Hit the like button. Check in. Let me know you here. I want to, it's a good one. This one's a basic one. It's a good story. Oh, wow. 300 people. Oh, they on, baby. Let's go. They checked in. They said, what's up, Josh? There you go. Don't be shy. Just say hello. If you're here, just hit the like button. I know you're locked and loaded. I know you're, seventh. Okay, y'all really here. I don't know if I don't want to get greedy and go for 8. Oh, my God. We're almost at 8. Oh, my. Let's go. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning. Hit that like button. There you go. Wow. All right, man. I'm nervous now. I'm nervous. That means 500 people are going to get this positive message. So listen, now that I know 500 people are like actually locked in and listening, bro, I like to always take this opportunity to just remind you that you have a purpose, my friend. So I know you hear this. So if you're hearing this right now, I hope you just realize that you were born in this generation and you're alive today for a reason. Otherwise, you would have been born in like 1920 or something. Whatever it may be, man, you got a plan and a purpose. Don't let anybody lie to you and tell you otherwise, okay? So that's the first part of your message. But here's this story. You may have heard this. And this one kind of got me a little bit inspired here. Okay, I mean, so here it is. So once upon a time, there was an old man. He was broke. He was living in a tiny house. He had a beat-up car, and he was living off of a $99 a month Social Security check. He was 65 years old, and one day he decided that things needed to change. So he thought about what he had to offer, and his friends liked how he cooked. They actually liked the chicken that he made. They liked the chicken and how he cooked it. So he was like, all right, man, this is probably my best shot at making a change. So he left his home. He traveled to different states to try to get them to buy this food from him, right? And he told every single owner, he said, listen, this is the best chicken you're ever going to have. And here's the recipe for it. It's free $99. I'm not going to charge you anything for it. I just want a small percentage on how much you sell. Sounds like a good deal, right? Well, at that time, unfortunately, over 1,000 restaurants told this man no. So after all those rejections, he still kept going. He still kept going. And he got rejected 1,009 times. And then finally, on the last one, they said yes, and it turned into a success. And as you see, the chat is saying it all, baby. This is the story of Colonel Sanders. KFC, baby. Some KFC positivity, y'all. Come on. Come on. Hard. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. You know that? Because I had somebody asking me. I had Patrick asking me yesterday. He was like, hey, I knocked on 200 doors. So I was like, well, Colonel, man, the Colonel was 65. He went to 1,000, 1,010. So keep going, baby. You never know. And look at, there's so much to that story. I like it. I'm clapping for Colonel. I'm going to go get me do they still have the Twister? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had KFC in a minute. But I remember the Twister. The Twister used to slap, you know? Remember the Twister and then the little snackers, the KFC snacker? Oh, those were a hit, bro. Those were hit. The biscuits with honey. If you don't get the honey, I don't trust you. I'm just saying. If you order a KFC, any sort of biscuit, and you don't put honey on the biscuit, I really don't trust you. I'm just saying. But we got the rest of the day here. It's still very, very early, ladies and gentlemen, and the market is not quite safe yet. We just got to watch out for this volatility. Again, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's going to wreck contracts. I mean, that's why I'm getting a little nervous about it, but I think overall it should break through. I mean, it's already Wednesday, so we'll see. Again, you got OPEC starting off today too, and then you're going to have a couple of other events and then the data. So we'll see. This one's interesting. Was yesterday a Lion King moment for the Fed? I've never seen The Lion King, but I'm familiar with his plot and some of its notable scenes. So when Jerome Powell gave the word transitory, it's walking papers yesterday. I couldn't help but think of the scene where the villainous Scar lets his brother drop off a cliffside. Investors accustomed to easy money might feel similarly betrayed. Take a look at what the Fed's focus. I'm reading this. This is part of a column today. That's why they said, yo, did Jerome Powell just fucking Musafa the world? They're like, yo, this transitory is crazy, man. You ever seen Lion King? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You remember when Mufasa was hanging there and then Mufasa hit the dad like that? Then Simba was like, no. And they were like, why'd you do that, Simba? How they gonna do that to Jerome? Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. But that's a good one. So the market's hanging off a cliff. Well, I think it highlights, again, yesterday was a surprise by Powell. At the end of the day, that was it. Your mom's going through a surgery. Can you keep her in her prayers? Her name's Raquel. We got you, baby. All day, every day. You know, we got we got a lot of Chads who pray too. So, amen. Amen. We got you. I make KR daily average revenue trades. It hood pop off that. There was Coinbase, Facebook news. That didn't really do anything. Facebook sold off. Facebook's still going lower. Now, CRM's at a low, but I'm still down on that play. Stupid ass premiums, man. They hustling me. The HD's down 15%, excuse me, not 50. But the CRM, no, yeah, I'm still down on the CRM. It's only $50, but still. How do you get those pops? What do you mean when the pops? I don't know, like the pop, like this pop. Like Microsoft, we made the play. We got that before it popped, but I was just looking at the market again, and Microsoft was a leader today. And I'm thinking, you know, if looking at how things are playing out, you have a really good sign with Apple. Apple may very well lead the way. If essentially people are treating Apple like this, as they slowly get more and more comfortable, what are they going to start to do? They're going to start moving into the next blue chip stock. So that's why I went for the what's it called? That's why I went for Microsoft on there. So, oh, you're asking about the other one's just the soundboard. That's why we got it. PayPal, I mean, I think it's decent. I do it with my mouth. I'm really good at it. I got really good at it. I got March contracts. So all of even the Apple, I made sure I got a lot of time because essentially if we do get out of this volatility and it turns into a breakout, the ones with time, the ones leading into the end of the year, the ones that cover earnings, those could get really, really good. Look at Macy's down here. Have you checked out ABAS? Yeah. ABAS, I really like it. I was going to even buy more today. We went over it. That was a free share play from a year ago, but it's back up. So I like it, but it's, what's it called? I like it, but it's still not like the craziest, if that makes sense. It's like I didn't want to go too crazy on it, but it could go nuts. So we're going to see. We are going to see. BYSI sold out and I took the loss. It was a 50% loss. Biden speaking on economy. Wait. We can speak on it. How I got to climb on top of the economy and talk or what? How are you going to do this? You got a ladder? I can climb a ladder. It's just if it's union sanctioned. Because the work equipment. But anyways, if I get on top of the economy, I'll talk. Just get me up there. Hold on. Don't buy if you like Jesus. All right, Lamb's World. You know what? That's not anything Jesus ever says. It's time to ban you, man. I'm sorry. I just got to rebuke you, bro. Okay? What was it called? Pharisee? Yeah, stop being a Pharisee on the chat, bro. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like Sodom and Gomorrah too, man. Like there was nobody even in. The guy who was tasked to tell the people in Sodom and Gomorrah, he ain't really even tell them to, you know what I'm saying? And like you out here like just, you know, waving your judgment wand on everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like you could buy a stock and love Jesus, bro. Why you got to make it so, you know how confusing it is to even find the Lord Jesus Christ in this modern day world, right? You know what I'm saying? In the world of Instagram and TikTok and everything else, you already realize how hard it is for people to already find the Lord, and you out here like, yo, if you buy stock, you going to hell. Like, you making it that much more difficult, man. Why you being the briar? You know what I'm saying? Just show love, baby. Show love. You'll be good. That's it. So, yeah. Biden, I think Biden might be live. I don't think they're going to say anything.
I saw there, changed my heart and mind about abortion. I saw the complications.
Oh, to me, I was like, yo, I don't know what I clicked. No, that's it's part of this speech right now. That was that's the speech. I'll wait till Biden gets there. Yeah, that was. Sounds interesting. Maybe. Airbnb premium. It's still high. It's not the lowest. That's why I'm waiting. So today it's up. Now it's selling off. Those could get good though. I know. I want ones with more time. I'm looking at it. Okay, wait, no, it's a different speech. I guess that's coming on. Eli Lilly winner today. Well, Eli. That A-Bus is interesting, though, because, again, people talked. A-Bus was an old trade. That's why I had it up here. I want to see how that plays out. We only have 200 shares, so it's small. But remember, this one's related to Moderna, because now people are saying Moderna either buys them out or pays them a royalty. It's like walking in the wrong classroom. That's exactly what it was like. Like, this isn't my class. I'm sorry. Is Roblo being Roblo? Roblox, I mean, a lot of different things kind of flip middle of the day. I mean, this is, I think, typical Roblox behavior, kind of shooting up and going down. But if you saw when it was first dropping, I'm bringing up since all the carnage started to happen. So just watch pretty much here to see if it breaks any of these levels. Then it's starting to shift a little bit. Otherwise, I think it's kind of doing it there. But the premiums are getting, they're getting kind of clapped. They're up and down. They're up and down. And that's what I think's confusing things. Do we flip? Yeah. Where'd they go? Yeah, they're down 25%, but I think they were down like that the other day. Remember, they went up 50 and then they came down. So, but Roblo is just going to be weird. IMCC on the high. Cannabis Corp. This thing's popping. CRM, I'm going to swing for a little bit unless we could get positive on it. I mean, it depends what sort of gain I could get on it today. But that play, I'm annoyed with it because, again, stock's way lower than when we even got the play, but we're still down 10%. So the premiums are a little bit weird. I think Ford put leaps. I don't know about Ford put leaps. I actually like Ford, so I have like 600, 700 shares or something. I like it. But they are up a lot. I mean, am I going to watch the new Spider-Man? I haven't watched I missed the, like, Tobey Spider-Man. I haven't really been up to date with Spider-Man since Tobey Maguire dipped. So, I'm old. AMC, they're down. When GME like down again? The Russell 2000 got clapped. Roku down 50. Their guidance was a little scary, wasn't it? I think there was something on their guidance, but I liked it for that earnings play. It never materialized, so I'm not too hyped on it. What was I going to look at? CRM. Oh, I guess it's just the spread maybe, but I don't like this play. I don't like the option chains today. They're not very, I mean, we still get the Microsoft, but I'm still not. This is a big 1% move, but the chains are not playing along. So we're still, again, I would still argue the volatility is very well lurking. I mean, it's doing what we did the other day where you bounce back up kind of near the high, but not as much. So it's a little weird today. We're still hanging on. And then you got the VWAP. Thoughts on everyone parking money in Apple? I mean, we got into it yesterday, and I think it's just part of the Christmas rally in general and finding one. Because, again, the other day there was no winner, so it's good to see one winner kind of emerge there. But it makes sense with some of the big tech stocks. That's why I think Microsoft might be next. That's why I started grabbing some today because Apple kept ripping. Today was a good day, and now you could even see Microsoft looks like Apple. It looks detached from the market. So that's what I'm liking about it. Oh. AMD, Apple, a pile of cash. I'm using anything. It is. I mean, it's literally been the safe haven stock. I think snapping, acting the same way. I don't know if Snap is in the same category as that. Again, it's not like a blue chip. It's just different from Microsoft or Apple. But it's, a lot of the names that really sold off, that's where your gains have came from in this couple days. Essentially, that's what we were saying, where anything that was down, if there's going to be any upside, it's either you're going to go into the winners or now the names that were really sold off. I mean, especially at the beginning of the month here for rebalancing, I mean, it's looking nice. So those are going to be the names that are going to have to bounce back, and the ones with gains, they're either going to hold up or they're going to start slipping while you get a little bit of that rotation there. Canadian dollar drops to lows. Commodity prices are up. TLT is still down. Again, even the volatility, but I do think TLT coming into this Fed meeting, even the next Fed meeting will be very, very good. Roblox, the premiums are high still. Even I'm only down that 20% on that contract is nothing. I'm telling you, it's not like if anything, the contracts are a little bit more expensive in that sense. So if you're going to get more time, maybe, but anything on January, I mean, you're still literally, you're at the same price a couple days ago. You see what I'm saying? This is a 5-day chart. And then you pull it up on the 14, you still got 50, 60% risk on every single one of these. So this is why, like, these types of moves, I mean, in a way it sucks, but not really, because this is gonna open up some of the premium there. Let the premium move a little bit more. Otherwise, everybody, even for the last 2 weeks on Roblo, we've been buying overpriced options. That's it. I mean, even if you get the ones with more time, it doesn't justify the fact that you're still like, look at this sizable premium. We're talking contracts that are still holding up $1,500 a pop, and they were going for $400 not too long ago, literally in the last 2 weeks. So that's why I'm not too worried about it. Let the premium hit the floor. Let the premium hit the floor. Let the premium hit the floor. Oh man, yeah. See, I got culture, Chad. I know a couple rock songs. Y'all crazy. I know a couple. That was a good one. That song is a banger. I'm totally gonna hit that in the gym today. I need me one of those. That's gonna be a good gym day. That's a good one. But yeah, like I'm saying though, it's still a high premium. So it's like I'm not too, again, I bought in with high premium a couple days ago, but I'm using that as my indicator because, again, if I'm going to get clapped on that one, I'm going to get a really good deal on the other one. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm down 20% on January's, I better be saving a lot more. And essentially, I'm assuming if the January's get clapped, I should be able to get the ones that I really want for a lot cheaper. That song over montages at peak 2000. Oh, I had one. You know that? I had a Halo montage back in the day. I still have it. I'll show it to you one day. And I used that song. I had a Halo montage from it was like 17 years ago or some shit. I don't even know how old it is now that I think about it. Holy shit. Oh man. It was good. Yeah, J&J was a winner today. Microsoft, bro, I'm pissed at the Microsoft. But I even think the weeklies here. Let's look. Bro, I bottom ticked that, and I barely got anything off of it. I mean, maybe I'm just being greedy. Yeah, we got 15%. I guess it's not bad. It's kind of like the HDs yesterday. But we bottom ticked it. Again, bought it at 748. So literally, we bought it in right there. Stock is almost up, what? 334 to 338. Almost $4. So it's moved up 4. Yeah, of course I got the Airbnb leaps. Don't play with me. But I want to see if I would have what would have happened if I got a weekly or next week. Because that's crazy. Yeah, those went positive. Oh. Yeah, I would have went 100% almost. See, that's the thing. So the ones with more time further out the money, if I could find one of those good momentums, I need to get closer to the money, I think, on some of these. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit let the cream hit the floor. Hit the floor. So here's the Airbnb leaps. Only up $3,000 on them, and that's factoring in $400 spread on 4 contracts, so give or take another $1,000. But yeah, they came down a lot. I mean, I had like $15,000 in profit on this, so it could have been a lot worse. But those are still in gain actually too. So again, these have a lot of time. Nothing with Airbnb has changed for me. All that's changed is the market, but I don't think the marketplace will affect what I'm expecting for it. What happened to Biden? Are you talking like now or like 20 years ago? How do you pick strikes for the leaps? Usually it's a company I want. It's going to be a company and name that I'm going to want to hold. So 16% on the micros. What's the contract details of your leap? You're asking me like you're selling me a car warranty. It's like, can you give me the exact details of said leap, Sir Joshua? That one's an old 185 for January 2024. Yeah, the Kiss got clapped. I'm still holding those. If those come up, any plays that's related to like retail and not a weekly. I mean, if they're down now, especially even those value plays, the only way we come back alive is if Santa Claus rally kicks in, and then those magically give us opportunity to exit. South Africa hospital admissions are picking up. Can I share my high points of richest man in Babylon and your points? I mean, all of it. I mean, one of my favorite richest man in Babylon stories is what he has to say with luck. So like, cause I felt that it hit me deep in my core. It's because I don't. It's honestly shaped my life, I would say, because I realized, I've been called lucky a lot in my life, and I could see that in certain instances. But I agree and I disagree, and how Lady Luck is exactly how you attract her and how she operates. It's the fact is, I don't think I was lucky. I don't think I'm a lucky person. I think I was just lucky in the fact that I had the desire to succeed before opportunity met me. That's it. And that's what he says in the book. That's probably one of the biggest things that besides obviously realizing, save 10% and all that. But that's one of the stories that that right there is just, it summarizes all of it. That if you have the desire to succeed before luck comes your way, you will get lucky. Luck is attracted to certain people. It's attracted to certain situations. But, it's like a lot of times Lady Luck, she's visited a lot of us, if you really think about it. How many of you has Lady Luck visited you, but you didn't have the desire to succeed prior to her coming, right? You heard about crypto a long time ago. You heard it a long time ago. You were not ambitious about investing. You didn't care about investing. You see what I'm saying? You were not. Your desire to succeed was not, it didn't match up with the opportunity that was presented to you. That's why some of you guys, you're like, yeah, you were lucky that you came across the cult right before we started a long-term hit 30,000% play. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, we got lucky, sure, but the fact is you had the desire to succeed when that opportunity, when you clicked on the video and you started getting involved. So it all really boiled down to, did you want it in the first place, and were you willing and looking for opportunity before Lady Luck has blessed you with her presence? So that's the one that really sticks out to me. Just not to mention, I didn't realize that it genuinely, when I was 18 years old, when I read that book, it just blew my mind that, if you save up 10% a year, after 10 years, you're going to have a year of work. And then that blew my mind. And then the simplicity of leave the business of brick making to the brick maker, and the business of jewels to the jeweler. Again, congregate with people who, if you're going to go for money advice, talk to people who handle money in the business of money every single day. Go to the right people on it. But also just, again, the basics of saving money and the rules. I mean, again, that book has changed my life. I could say without a doubt. I mean, only other book that comes close is Proverbs, or that's the only book that comes close to Proverbs. But it's, I mean, if you read that book with a attentive eye, I mean, and I don't know, smoke a blunt or something. I don't know who you are. Some of y'all just need to really read it though. You know what I'm saying? Don't read it. Like involve yourself in that book and really get involved in it, and you'll see it's like that book is insane. Richest Man in Babylon. I'm telling you, it's not. It's just something different. It's something different, and it's like, especially, and that's what I'm saying. Some of you guys, you may have matured recently, and going and giving that a little read over there, it might change some things when you view it in a different light. So I don't know, but that's the one, Lady Luck. Lady Luck. We did forget the push-ups, ladies and gentlemen. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure to subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We are glad you're here, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. You can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, do 1. Can't do 1, you get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything, but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, wow. Hold on. Spy, big cheek glaze. Something just snapped. You just snapped right at VWAP. It's been a consistent sell-off since the Euro close. Ay. But relax the shoulders. I don't care if the stock market's going down. This is a good test where you could look at a red candle and drop your shoulders. Okay, so you can relax, okay, fix that nerd neck. No one's attacking you. Even if the market goes red, I mean, the probability of you waking up and repeating and doing the same shit over again is very, very high. So I don't know why you're tripping on it. So just drop the shoulders, relax the shoulders, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Damn, man, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You look good right now. I'm just saying. I don't want to make it awkward, but you just look good. I'm just saying you look a little taller. That posture, everything you got going on right now, it looks, wow. Wow, okay, so do that. Then relax the jaw. Go, breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go, I agree. Opportunity, need money, make money. You have to educate yourself and grow. I think so. I mean, I have a good philo for you. I got a good philo for you. You know, we got it's kind of related to it, but kind of. But even then, I genuinely, I mean, I've heard it a couple times lately. I don't know. Like, it's just, I feel like this is we're in a world. Wait, hold on. Let me do my resistances. I could talk while I do it. I'm just saying, we live in a world where there's more money than ever. It's easier. I mean, this is the most prosperous generation for such a long time. Like, it's insane, but I'm comparing this to like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, even when I started getting started, it's like there is you didn't even need money back then. And with more money available now, I don't think you need it. That's it. I think there's a lot more people. There's a different competition and stuff. But for the most part, I mean, that's always one level of, that's one level I think that mindset could hurt a lot of people where it's like you do not need money to make money. If that was the case, I mean, I personally would not be speaking to you right now. You know, it's not, that's just how it goes, because it's not like it's crazy to think about if you really do. So it's like everybody, it's hard. I'm not saying it, it wasn't like it was easier. Is it? Yeah, like, yeah, it is. But again, a lot of people from the beginning of time, I'm telling, like, no exaggeration, from the beginning of time. I mean, a lot of philosophers and people have talked about the curse of wealth. I mean, wealth is a curse. If you have money, I mean, do not be naively thinking that, oh, just because you have money, you can make money. It will make things easy, of course, but you do have to have, skills or some level of something. But at the end of the day, usually the wealth is a curse in the sense that it does not allow you the ability to reproduce money if you don't know how to do it. That's the thing. I mean, everything is about knowledge. That's all. I mean, I'll tell you this. This one I was going to throw it in the philo. I'll just tell you this one now. Like, if you could have any superpower, what would it be? Let me ask you that. If you could have any, SPY's coming down though still. It's slow. It's not too crazy just yet. We snapped the VWAP. But watch that. Perfect recall, time, knowledge, heal people, see the future, knowledge, telekinesis, happy face, kind of super. He's like, I want a happy face. Hey, yo, Aladdin, what you want for your first? Wait, happy face. Teleport, read minds, confidence. I want to fly. Word. So I know, I mean, this is just the nature of the chat. I'm going to give you my answer. And I know there's going to be like 4 or 5 smartasses always. But I figured out what superpower I want. I would want knowledge. That's it. I want ultimate knowledge. That's what it came down to. I wouldn't need anything else. Because legitimately, if I just had knowledge, the wisdom of it, I could do everything you listed. If you really thought about it, if you have pure, full knowledge of I don't need it. I could learn it. I'll have the knowledge to transport through time. That's fine. I'll have the knowledge to read your brain. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying it's what you know, and that could take you a long way. And that's why I really hope all of you are encouraged by that. Doesn't matter where you are. If you learn something and you got something, no one could take that away from you, and you could turn that into something. SPY's coming down now. It's getting aggressive. Difference between knowledge and wisdom. I heard something like this the other day. Knowledge is sometimes it's like information, and having information on something even without direct experience in a weird way. So even if you had it, it's like knowledge is like sometimes, like, I don't know if you've ever had it. It's just it's kind of hard to explain. I think some people with faith might be able to feel me on this one. It's just like some instances you may, without the actual direct experience, you'll have insight into something. And then wisdom is, again, being able to handle a situation without knowing without the experience of it. Wisdom is the handling of it, and then knowledge is the essentially experience without the experience. So knowing something without experience in it. Yes, wisdom is the application. Knowledge is knowing. That's a good way to put it. But nothing there. Let me check. No other updates on that. Biden has not came out yet. There was South African news with the case numbers, but I don't think that's going too crazy right now. Ginobili. Hey, man. The most knowledgeable person you idolize, Solomon. That's what made me think about this. We'll talk about it. So SPY's coming down. Ultimate knowledge means you won't have faith? No, because ultimate knowledge understands that fear of the Lord is the gateway to knowledge. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. GCP buyout talks. Ooh, it got hot in here. Whew. 67 and sunny. Roblox, Rowdy Clap. Everything kind of went down there. I mean, the big techs are holding. Yeah, Roblox, but at 118, that's a low level now. That's going to break some of the momentum there. Sava, Butter through 50. Apple's still holding. CRM's going lower. I don't know where that's at. The CRMs, they should be up now, but the spreads are just ridiculous. Myrna Weekly, Soul Roblox 113. Look at Roku. GCP, again, that buyout thing Troy just posted. Has it moved? ASON, did they report yet? Microsoft just gave up all of that. Microsoft really, really turned here. So we're about to hit the low of the day. Again, you got a nice 1% cushion. SPY's the leader. NASDAQ's only up above 0.5%. Yeah, dude, Microsoft just flipped hardcore. Maybe into this. Well, small caps didn't pick up. Something just slipped. U.S. could adjust oil stockpile release timing if price drops. Reuters. So I think, are they going back on oil? There's a statement on oil there. Schumer says negotiations continue on stopgap funding. That's not looking good. The candle's already red on the daily. I don't think it's because of crude. No, I think this is just overall the volatility we're getting. Again, every day has been 1% so far. We just lost 1% gains now. So we'll see how this kind of kicks into gear, but it's very South Africa, Omicron news. That was a couple minutes. It does correlate when this starting. So 11:30 European close. We literally just sold off right at European close. And then probably like 30 minutes later, the South African stuff started coming in. There was just their case numbers, and they're saying that it was spreading faster. Otherwise, there's no like other. There wasn't a breaking piece of news. There wasn't anything that made it to get clapped here. Yeah, I watch Apple too though, because remember, Apple is showing you something very, very clear. So that's why if Apple does start to give up, I mean, that's people like, all right, I'm out of the safe haven for a little bit. They're saying symptoms were bad, all mild market. I think it's a mix of that, and again, I mean, the Powell put is still in play. The market is it's just dealing with volatility. Remember, when you go up 1%, down 1%, up 1%, down, you're going to be able to do a lot of you're going to get this. I mean, the range is just wider on the day. So like even then, like even the Microsoft premiums, that's why the premiums are so difficult right now, because the last 4 days or 3 days, the range is so wide. But otherwise for this, no other move. There was a couple of oil stuff, and again, oil, it's still barely up, but it was up a lot more. Amazon's about to go red. I think Facebook's deep red already. They're down 1.9. Roblo got clapped. The travel took another leg down. Could you make money off straddles? Yeah, but you have to pull the trigger and sell them, though. I don't think you're going to be able to ride them out the same way. All my safe and divvy stocks are up. Yeah, Coca-Cola, Walgreens down a little bit. Altri's up. It does look like that. Yeah, the safe stocks are doing good. The value stocks are holding up very nice. VZ, didn't AT&T get clapped though today? Disgusting. Yeah, I think Abivi did good too. AT&T has literally been clapped every day, I feel like, for like 2 months. Metals right now, I would go after materials. I wouldn't go after like bullion or like silver maybe, but I think aluminum, copper, anything else in between, and no palladium, maybe palladium, but any of the any real materials, steel, I would run with that. I think that is chill, but gold and silver, I think gold has too many different things. Biden's live.
On Monday concerning Omicron.
Yeah, Omicron, wait, it sound like a video game.
Remember
the steps
taking to combat it.
Taking to combat it.
As I said, this new variant is a cause for concern, but not a cause for panic.
Yeah, chill the fuck
out. The
out.
best vaccines in the world, the best medicines, the best scientists. We're learning more every single day, and we'll fight this variant with science and speed, not chaos and confusion. So let me repeat what the doctors and scientists have affirmed. The best protection against Omicron is getting a booster shot. Right now, about 135 million Americans are eligible for a booster, but only about 40 million have gotten one thus far. If you're over 18 years of age, you got vaccinated before June 1, go get your booster shot today. And if you're not vaccinated, now's the time to get vaccinated and take your children to get vaccinated. Every child over the age of 5 can get a safe, effective vaccination. Tomorrow, I'll be putting forward the next steps we'll be taking to fight COVID this winter, not with shutdowns or lockdowns, but with more widespread vaccinations, boosters, testing, and more. Now, on to the economy. If you watched the news recently, you might think the shelves in all our stores are empty across the country, that parents won't be able to get presents for their children on this holiday season. But here's the deal. For the vast majority of the country, that's not what's happening. Because of the actions the administration has taken in partnership with business and labor, retailers and grocery stores, freight movers and railroads, those shelves are going to be stocked. And many have heard that the CEO of Walmart, who I met with this week, speaking about the steps we've taken. He said, and I quote, "The combination of private enterprise and government working together has been really successful all the way through the supply chain. There's been a lot of innovation," end of quote. Here's what the progress has looked like. The first thing we had to do was speed up the operations at our ports. Americans are buying more goods than ever, and a lot of those goods come through our ports. 40% of the goods that come into the country on the West Coast come through 2 ports, Los Angeles and Long Beach. To help relieve congestion, I brought together labor and management and asked them to step up and cooperate more, to move forward in operating those ports not 5 days a week, 40 hours a week, but 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, by adding more shifts at night and on the weekends. Then we had to make sure that people could transport those goods from the ports to stores and homes across the country. We've broken up log jams there as well. Private sector port terminal operators at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, for example, have announced that they're going to eliminate fees when truck drivers come into the port to pick up the containers, if they do it at night or on the weekends, when roads are less congested. Working with my administration, a major ocean carrier, the 4th largest in the world, announced on Monday a new $100 discount when containers are picked up quickly, with larger discounts for nighttime and weekend pickups. And we announced this week that we're extending through February extra flexibility that allows truckers to drive more hours when they're transporting critical goods like gas, food, and medical supplies. Paired with these important safety measures, all of them are going to help move goods more quickly and get products that people want onto the shelves all across the country. Over the last month, the number of containers left sitting on docks blocking
hitting another low now. Again, you still got a lot of cushion, so it's going to play out like yesterday until we hit one of those. It might look like this, so just be careful. Just wait to get to one of the key levels. There might be a bounce, and then we'll see for the rest of the day.
Success story. The ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach have moved 16% more containers so far this year than last year. By working with business and labor, my administration has been able to handle the huge surge in goods moving through some of our biggest ports. And that's translated into shelves across our country being well stocked. You don't have to take my word for it. On Monday, I convened a group of CEOs from some of the largest retailers and grocery stores in the nation, as well as companies who work with small businesses across America, including the CEO of Walmart, as I mentioned, along with Best Buy, CVS, Samsung, Mattel, Etsy, and QVC. My administration has been working with many of the CEOs and others to keep these goods moving through our supply chain to ensure the shelves are stocked heading into the holiday season. The CEOs
so Apple still has room. See if they go a little bit lower from here.
Are up, shelves are well stocked, and they're ready to meet the consumer demand for the holidays. The CEO of Etsy represents over 5 million small businesses and entrepreneurs. He told me, and I quote, "Our survey data says they are less concerned about supply chain challenges this year than they were last year," end of quote. I've also spoken with the CEOs of UPS and FedEx, which are on track to deliver more packages than ever. Now, I can't promise that every person will get every gift they want on time. Only Santa Claus can keep that promise. But there are items every year that sell out that are hard to find.
Is that the first joke he's ever
Moms and
made?
dads may remember Cabbage Patch Kids.
He just read it. He didn't even have a delivery.
Beanie Babies in the 90s, or other toys that have run out at Christmas time in past years when there was no supply chain problem. But we're heading into a holiday season on very strong shape. It's not because of luck. We averted potential crisis by figuring out what needed to get fixed. And then
this is literally how I read you guys the news in the morning.
That's exactly what we're doing with the second concern I want to talk about today, prices. Here are a few things you should know. Just about every country in the world is grappling with higher prices right now as they recover from the pandemic. In the United Kingdom, price increases have hit a 10-year high. In Germany, a 28-year high. In Canada,
Another new
price
low,
increases
so
are
watch
the
out.
highest they've
Again, I
been
think the key
since
level
the
to watch
90s.
is,
This is a
yesterday's
worldwide
first
challenge,
drop,
a
457 and then
natural byproduct of a world
456.
economy
But there's a
shut down
wide
by the
range. There's going to be a
pandemic as it
wide
comes
range to
back
move in
life.
before you could really
Prices are
panic.
still out of prices are still out of sync as the world comes back. But as we continue to overcome these obstacles, the more price pressures will ease. But I have not been content to sit back and wait. I've used every tool available to address the price increases, and it's working. Take gas prices. Last week, I announced the largest ever release from the United States Strategic Petroleum Reserve to increase the supply of oil and help bring down prices. I brought together other nations to continue and contribute to this solution. India, Japan, the Republic of Korea, the United Kingdom all joined us. They all agreed to release additional oil from the reserves, and China may be doing so as well. This worldwide effort we're leading will not solve the problem of high gas prices overnight, but it has been making a difference. Over the last month, likely due in part to the anticipation of this action, we've seen the price of oil and gasoline on the wholesale markets come down significantly. In fact, since the end of October, the average weekly price of gasoline in the wholesale market has fallen by about 10%. That's a drop of 25 cents per gallon. Those savings should reach the American people very soon, and it can't happen fast enough. And I've asked the Federal Trade Commission to consider whether potentially illegal and anti-competitive behavior in the oil and gas industry is causing higher prices to be maintained for consumers when the overall cost of oil is down. We can also ensure that American people are paying a fair price for gas. So let's take a step back and take stock of where our economy is. Wages are up. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, we've delivered significant tax cuts for families raising kids. Tax cuts and rising wages for middle-class families mean the Americans, on average, have about $100 more in their pockets every month than they did last year. About $350 more each month than they did before the pandemic, even after accounting for inflation. Let me repeat that. Even after accounting for rising prices, the typical American family has more money in their pockets than they did last year or the year before that. In fact, we're the only leading economy in the world where household income and the economy as a whole are stronger than they were before the pandemic. You know, there are other signs
More
of
money,
strength,
less
too.
purchasing power.
The number of small businesses up by 30% compared to before the pandemic. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, we've cut child poverty in America by more than 40%. Think about that. Millions of children who spent last Christmas in poverty will not bear that burden this holiday season. And the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, described it yesterday that it is, quote, a profound economic and moral victory for our country, end of quote.
Apple's starting to
Since I took
move.
office,
Microsoft gave up
we've
some of the
record job
gains. They're
creation.
hitting a new low. You still got
5.6 million new
a
jobs
whole
since
nother
January
point or two
20th
here
of this
before it
year.
gets wild.
The unemployment rate has fallen to 4.6%. We're seeing more new small businesses, higher wages, and more disposable income. Fewer children in poverty, fewer people getting unemployment checks. None of this was inevitable. It was because of the American Rescue Plan, which virtually every Democrat in Congress voted for and every Republican voted against. It was because of the hard work my administration has done to try to solve the challenges in our economy instead of just pointing fingers and complaining. Now it's time to build on our success and cut costs further for families. That's what my Build Back Better plan does. It will lower out-of-pocket costs for child care, elder care, housing, college, health care, and prescription drugs. These are the biggest costs that most families face. In fact, a new independent analysis released today showed that my Build Back Better plan would mean $7,400 in tax cuts and savings for the typical family with the typical family of 4 with 2 kids. 17 Nobel laureate winners in the Nobel economic winners have written a letter affirming that this bill will reduce inflationary pressure in the economy. 2 of the leading rating agencies on Wall Street confirmed this month that my plan will not add to inflationary pressures. In fact, they will, quote, take the edge off of inflation. Now my Republican friends are talking a lot about prices, but they're lined up against my Build Back Better plan, which would go right at the problem for rising costs for families. Why is that? I don't want to speculate on anyone's motive, but it's always easier to complain about a problem than to try to fix it. One Republican senator even said that rising prices were, quote, a gold mine, end of quote, for Republicans politically. Imagine rooting for a higher cost for American families just to score a few political points. The fact is, the Build Back Better plan is fiscally responsible. It's the first major piece of legislation in more than a decade that is not only fully paid for, but will generate more than $100 billion in deficit reduction. It fully covers the cost of its investments by making the largest corporations and the richest Americans pay a little more in taxes. Think about that. That's a trade-off worth making, in my view. Having those who have done very well pay their fair share in order to provide a little breathing room for millions of American families. But my critics don't seem to agree. They have a lot of speeches about high prices, supply chain, and other challenges we're facing, but they don't offer any answers. So they're just doing the no vote.
Stop printing money.
That's their plan.
Simple.
Vote no. But what does that mean?
Don't print.
What does a no vote
No, I mean
mean
don't.
on this
No,
bill?
no, no. No, don't do
Not
it
on
again.
cable news, not
You
on
did it
Fox,
3
not
times.
in the real world, in your life, around your kitchen table. Well, here's what it's going to mean. It means for millions of American families, this bill, that the bills you're paying right now for daycare could be substantially lowered, capped at 7% of your income. But Republicans said no, pay more. It means the bills you're paying right now to take care of your elderly parent could have been lower, a lot lower. But Republicans said, no, don't vote for this bill, pay more. It means the cost of your prescription drugs could have been lower, a lot lower. The Republicans think that those 200,000 children, for example, who need regular doses of insulin should continue to pay as much as $1,000 a month instead of $35 a month. Think of that. Not only affects the health of the child and the family, but imagine you're being a parent and not being able to afford $1,000 a month. Not only risks the health of your child, but it robs you of your dignity. The list goes on, but the point's the same. What I propose is a way to lower some of the most difficult costs families have to pay every month by asking big corporations, 40 of the Fortune 500 companies paid zero in taxes, making $40 billion in the process. And the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share in taxes. Look, remember, we're in a situation, as far as Republicans are concerned, they'd rather the bills at your kitchen table be higher so the tax bills of corporate conference rooms and big mansions can be lower. In this case, let me tell you something. Nothing will be more expensive for American families than a no vote on the Build Back Better plan. I believe we simply can't afford to do nothing and wait and see what happens. In the moments we face today, that just isn't a responsible course. We live in uncertain times. Families are anxious about COVID, the economy, the cost of living. And the way to relieve that anxiety is with consistent, determined, focused action. I started my presidency with the American Rescue Plan. Now that law is carrying our nation forward on vaccinations, boosters, keeping our schools open, and so much more. I designed it as a year-long plan because I knew we'd have a lot of obstacles to overcome. Next, we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law because a lot of our infrastructure is crumbling. We have to prepare ourselves to compete and win the 21st century global economy. For most of the 20th century, we led the world by a significant margin because we invested in ourselves, not only in our roads and highways and bridges, but in our people and our families. We built the interstate highway system. We invested to win the space race. We were among the first to provide access to free education beginning back in the late 1800s. These decisions to invest in our country and our families were a major reason why we were able to lead the world for much of the last century. But somewhere along the way, we stopped investing in ourselves. America is still the largest economy in the world. We still are the most productive workers and the most innovative minds in the world. but we've risked losing our edge as a nation. Our infrastructure used to be the best in the world. Today, according to the World Economic Forum, we rank 13th. And we have to invest in our greatest asset as well, our people. For example, we used to lead the world in educational achievement. Now the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development ranks America 35 out of 37 major countries when it comes to investing in early childhood education and care. We can't be competitive in the 21st
Yeah, I'm
century.
getting deja. What's the date
Economy if
today?
we
I
continue to
forgot.
slide.
I don't know where
One of the
I'm at
reasons
anymore.
I believe so firmly in this is because I know what this country can be. We've always been a nation of possibilities. We didn't become this nation, we know, by dreaming small. Throughout our history, we've emerged from crisis by investing in ourselves. During and after the Civil War, we built the Transcontinental Railroad, uniting America. During the Cold War, we built the interstate highway system, transforming the way Americans are able to live their lives. And now we'll build the economy for the 21st century. I truly believe that 50 years from now, when historians look back on this moment, they're going to say this was the beginning of the moment when America won the competition for the 21st century. I think that's what we're going to see happen, God willing. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
What's the level of concern that the new variant will end up exacerbating the
Why'd he just
issues on
freeze?
supply chains your team has been working on the last several months?
Well,
thought he was a...
Look, you know me, I'm an optimist. What we have seen so far does not guarantee that's the outcome. As a matter of fact, we're going to know in the next several weeks that just not only how transmissible the disease is, but how extensive it is, how dangerous it is, and what damage it does, and most importantly, whether the vaccines we have are capable of dealing with this virus, particularly if the boosters we're trying to get everybody to get. So I think the jury's still out. I think it's a little early to make that judgment. But am I concerned? Of course I am, until we get the final answers. I'll take a couple more questions. Yes.
Mr. President, what is your reaction? The Supreme Court heard that abortion needs today, and the justices signaled that they are on the verge of major changes to abortion law in the United States. Do you have any plans to try to codify the law? What is your reaction to that?
Well, first of all, I haven't. I didn't see any of the debate today, the presentation today, and I support Roe v. Wade. I think it's a rational position to take, and I continue to support it.
Mr. President, thank you so much. There are a number of presidents, from Jimmy Carter to Richard Nixon, who really tried to impact inflation and supply chains and weren't able to largely do that. How confident are you that you have the tools and the power to do something about supply chains and help Americans find some relief?
Because of what I've seen so far based on what we've done. This is the first time I've seen where labor and business is so ready to cooperate. Because they didn't go through a period of over 2 years almost, of the impacts of a terrible virus that has caused real damage to the world economy. So I think people are in a different state of mind than they may have been during the Carter years as well as the Nixon years. It's just a different world.
Mr. President, quick question on testing requirements. Mark Meadows has written a book revealing that President Trump tested positive for COVID 3 days before your first debate. Do you think the former president put you at risk?
I don't think about the former president.
Mr.
President, whatever happened to your promise to shut down
Were
the
you aware
virus?
that he tested positive?
Sir, what testing requirements are you going to implement?
How many licks does it take to get to the center of it? Oh, all right. He wanted to leave on that question. He answered it good though. He answered it good. I know y'all don't like it, but y'all got to give him, that was a gangster-ass answer. I'm just saying. He answered it right, and he was like, you know what? How many questions is that? Enough. I got to go. He said, I don't think about the last president. Son, I only think about these Benjamin. Benjamin wasn't the president. Okay, the Lincolns, Oh, Roblox. Look at that. An alert. You guys see that? There's an alert out on Roblo. Coverage initiated at buy by GF Securities on Roblo. Price target 153.28. That's new. That's new, and right now I think we're the first ones getting it. I don't know if people are going to react, but initiated coverage on Roblo. Where'd it go? Who is it? By GF Securities. Price target 153. So we'll see if that wakes it up. We do need that. But that's just coming in. That means it's initiated coverage, means a new hedge fund or analyst who has not been, they never had Roblox, they're initiating coverage. That means they're looking at it now, and they're giving a price target of 153. So, I mean, it might move here. Again, it sucks that the market's weird. If this was a bullish market, that probably would have ripped it. But we'll see. I mean, you're seeing a little reaction there, but that is good news, and it is coming in early here. Next Saturday is Army versus Navy. Wow. Wow. Price target is 12 months in the future. I believe so. It's up to them. But it should be a 12-month PT. Why do we sell off? We don't know. I mean, Euro, I think it's more Euro close. We literally, you could see it literally right on the dot, 11:30. We started selling off. This is just the volatility. I think we're just going to move. I mean, we're probably going to close 1% on one index today. That move down 0.5%. It'll make another move up or down. It could just get a little wild. Josh, I don't think about the last president. I love that. I loved it. That was a good answer. But then I got hella confused halfway through when it started sounding like a speech from the beginning. Bro, it's like a time warp. I'm telling, bro, this shit works, man. I'm telling you, the shit they're doing, like, I know what's happening, and it still works. You know that? Because even I'm getting, like, lulled and confused, and then I get sent through the Biden speech time warp, and then I'm just like, what's going on? And then you start, like, it takes you out of time. And then even then, listening to the Powell yelling thing, bro, even I'm like, maybe it is paid for. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I know it's not paid, but I'm like, the way the lady was yelling, and she kept yelling and saying, why you lying? I was like, it sounds kind of believe. I'm like, damn. I'm like, that's not what the number said. It's wild, bro. That's wild. What do you mean? The shit they do and it works, please explain. That's the thing. The thing about that statement is, like, you either know or you don't know. I feel like I can't at that point. Like, I could give you some information, but I cannot fill in the gap between understanding that and not. You know what I'm saying? That especially in this day and age, like, it's just like, I feel like it's either you about that or you're not. It's just like, it's just, I think it's pretty clear. See, you don't, if that makes sense. You don't, oh man, this is crazy. This is crazy. Don't forget to check the footnotes. Bro, y'all know she got a little quiet when the guy was, what's it called? When the guy was like, yo, why are you violating the law? Yellen got like, bro, she looked like she was getting yelled at by, like, I've made the same faces she made when I was getting yelled at in school. It's called gaslight. I don't like all these modern day psychological words that get used out of context from the DSM-IV. I feel like, you know, there's like gaslighting, narcissist. Those are like buzzwords nowadays. So I think it's, you know, only gaslighting is some perps. Damn, bro, that's crazy. Wait, who's yelling? You got the gaslight? That's crazy. Run that shit over here real quick. Hold on. You said it best when you said people have more money but less purchasing power. Yes. I mean, it's true. I mean, again, I said this in April 2020. I said, unfortunately, and I said it again in January 2021 because it was just sad because the people with access to money are the ones who win during inflation. Oh, so that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to give you, I have a PHILO, but I did pull this up today. I want to read you this, honestly. I genuinely want to read you guys Milton Friedman. And I think it, honestly, when that guy brought it up during there, I got it. I brought this up here, and this is what he was talking about. He was talking about Milton Friedman's, and actually, believe it or not, the title of this book is called Free to Choose. It's a lot about freedom. It talks about governments, but it's all in an economic sense. And again, this is Milton Friedman, so some people would take it political nowadays, but back then, this is I would argue the father of certain economic systems that we have today. So I've never read this. I've never read chapter 9 on it, or I probably know some of it, but briefly. That's why he brought it up. I was like, I think this would be something good to look into. So we will see. We will see. Or no, Maynard Keynes was the father, excuse me. It was John Maynard Keynes who would be argued as the father of economics. But Friedman, there's Milton Friedman, Maynard Keynes, and then a couple of other people. But this was, it's very, very book. Very, very book. Roblo didn't pop off that, but I was thinking about it. I was like, we should read that. Let me see. Water says crypto CEOs to testify at the hearing. Adam Smith back in the day. John Locke. Milton Frizzle. Oh, hard. He's thinking that way anytime. Milton Frizzle. Roblo moving. Watch if it does. Again, I don't know how fast that news circulated, but you might start hearing about it. That's funny as hell. Milton Frizzle. I love it. BYSI. I did close out. I took a $4,000 loss on that one. Oh, man. The chat is good and fast. Amen, baby. Welcome. Welcome to the culture. Purchasing power definitely got reduced. Got outbid by offer on a house by 40% above asking. I know. It's crazy. I got counter offered yesterday on a house, right? They pretty much, I countered about I went 200,000, or no, I went 400,000. I went 400,000 below asking price on this house, and I went below asking, and they countered me back at full price, or like 50 grand less than full price. So it sucks, but they were. So I have to resubmit my I underbid. This one this is like my first real negotiation, I feel like, in a year and a half. This is the first time. This is how real estate used to be back in the day. You come in, you lowball the shit out of them, and then they'll give you an offer, and then they're still willing to work with you, and then you guys do that a couple times. They're going to be like, we got another offer. I'm like, bullshit, no one saw this house in a month. Come on. And then you start to go through there. So this is like a real negotiation this time, but I gave him an offer, but the agent, she got kind of weirded out. I said simple. I said, let's do this. I said, I want the house 400,000 less. You want the house 400,000 more. I said, there's a simple way we could solve this. I said, let's flip the coin. I said, we flip the coin. You could call it whatever it lands on. If you win, I'll give you full price. If I win, you give me my offer. So they said no. She was like, she did not like that. She's like, I think it's a very creative idea, but I'm not too comfortable. I don't think my clients would be too comfortable with that. I was like, oh, come on. Yeah, I said, you could call it. I said, it's simple. You call it, heads or tails. I said, let's leave it up to fate. You know, I said, it's in God's hands. I said, I'm weird. No, it's not a trick. I said, let's run it. I mean, it's simple. I want the house. You obviously want to negotiate, so let's just get to the bottom of this. But she said no. So I got to see. But yeah. So if anything, though, today, big volatility, but nothing too crazy. Okay. Nothing too crazy at all. It's like literally, I think we still probably have a 0.5% more in the tank. So keep that in mind. We're either about to go up. We're either about to go up another 0.5% or we're not. Just wait, damn Roblo. It's slowly climbing up. I should have told the realtor about NFTs. Probably. Da-da-da-da-da. Men lie, women lie. CBO don't. And then those CRMs, they came back up a little bit now. We're not down on them. But again, I'm telling you, the option premiums today are ruthless. It is absolutely wild. So that move didn't even, like, those Microsofts, they brought them down 10%, but they held up. But it is going to be very, it's going to just be a lot of weird back and forths. And you could kind of see it. Like, the apples are still up, but damn, it's wild. I think we got to go a little, I'm going to probably slow down even a little bit here too. I want to get some plays, but even on all of the, like, that just shot up put premiums 50%. Then they chill. The spreads are just absolutely wild. It's on everything. I'm telling you, even a play, if you hit a wrong play today, you get clapped, like really, really heavy. And then if you're right, it's not moving up enough. But that's what I'm saying. It's just like we're moving in such big increments. That's it. I give her an ultimatum. I did. I'm going to counter back a little bit lower, or a higher price, but lower than what they said. But I'm going to say I want all the furniture in the house. Because I like the furniture. It's nice. You know what I'm saying? And it's a supply chain crisis. So I said, well, we'll get to the bottom of this. Know someone trying to sell it, want to get your opinion? Yeah, email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Walmart open to evolving customer demand on crypto, CFO says. Yeah, CFO, he also made a statement about acquisitions. He doesn't see huge urge to move fast on crypto. Walmart just selling off, though. They're not doing good at all. Good thing we took that sell. Bro, they slipped up heavy. And it's weird, especially with some of the value names up today. And value did do good again. But despite what you're seeing today, it's a reverse of yesterday. Everything is majorly up. So you have a majority of stocks on the indexes all up. There's only 7 names down on the Dow Jones. Where's the other one? SPY, 129 names. So that shifted a lot from this morning. Remember, this morning there's only 20 names down. So you actually, the SPY did see a shift, and then I think NASDAQ may have flipped. Not fully, but there was like 300 names down today. It was stupid. Now now NASDAQ is even, and NASDAQ is the weakest on the day besides small caps. Big moves. Big moves. Udemy. Didn't they get clapped? How did they do since everything played out? Because didn't they get a rush, or weren't they a recent IPO? Yeah. As a new IPO, I'd wait a little bit. I don't know much about the offering, but that would probably be the key. But some of these have surprised. Okay. No, Walmart calls. Remember, we sold out of those. We had the older ones, but that was wild. Roblox, yeah, Bradley. We had Bradley in the morning. So Roblox price target, new coverage by analysts, 150 price target. From the mountains to the prairies. Africa prepare for 4th virus wave, health minister. So watch any of those headlines, because again, some kind of correlated here with the drop, but we're still just in the middle there. What a day, dude. I'm telling you, even the rest of this week. Yeah, are you holding? We're going to see the premiums are hard. Microsoft, I think I'm going to hold. CRM, I want it to flush. Those premiums should be up more. I mean, again, I don't know how we went down. We went down 20% on the play with the stock going down, and then now it's back to break even. I'm telling you, this is the volatility is hitting today. Like, I don't know if you feel it as much, but I'm seeing it with some of these plays. So that's why the CRM I'd probably want to flip out more. But Microsoft, I'm looking for a swing kind of like the Apple one. It was barely up at its low, like very low. We were getting sell-off. That's why I'm like, just be careful. They are ruthless today. The option chain is just not – honestly, I think it might be a liquidity. That's why I started looking at the dollar for a second, because I'm like, man, maybe it just seems like the bids and the way how wide the spreads are, it's just disgusting. And like it tightens up when the move is there, but right when it chills out, the spreads and the premiums just drop. The money is just not there on the bid. You bought it when you flushed hards, premium or juiced. No, that premium was cheaper than the day before when I bought it. So even the CRMs, even though the stock was, that's why I bought it. So even though the stock was down, the premiums that we bought, they didn't really have a premium. So I bought them at a lower price. And then same thing, I literally bottom ticked the Microsofts and made 10%. So it was for the day at least. I mean, we caught a $4 move. The premiums barely moved. And then, I mean, a lot of you could probably see it with some of your calls. Your calls probably didn't drop down when the market went down. And then I'm even thinking, like, think about the HDs. Those, I'm only down like 10% on them. We went up a little bit, but think about it. We were up 30% yesterday. This kills the gain today. If it drops tomorrow, I'm just going to go back up right to where I was profiting at. You see what I'm saying? It just literally... it's siphoning away all the premium. This is getting very difficult. You have to really, like, when you strike, like, again, you could strike during the downside if you flip it, but you just got to really buy the opposite of the market. But then even if you do that, you got to make sure the premium is not just met, that it's going to move. It's even harder than finding a good deal now at this point. SPY's coming down. Again, there was South African news a couple minutes ago. CDC has identified first U.S. case. CDC has identified first U.S. case of Omicron in the United States. So that's a catalyst right there. That's going to have some effect. So keep watch. There's your first case right there. So SPY's coming down now, everything. Apple just took a little bit of sell-off. Watch if the value stocks start to come down. They're barely even letting CLX move up. It's not too big of a drop, but again, you got one more point here till we just need to get to the low of tomorrow. This is the next danger. So you got a lot of space to move. But remember, we talked about that. Yeah, first U.S. Omicron case. So we said this could probably be this will probably be a catalyst of some sort. Airlines they're already clapped. Airbnb is about to go red after all of that. I don't know. Roblox should go up on that. California. That was just nice, not priced in. It'll be a weird effect. I mean, it's big and not big at the same time. But we were saying just watch out for this because the market's kind of sensitive to respond to it. A lot of even the COVID stocks didn't really move. Again, you're getting broader just sell-off in a weird way. Yeah, first U.S. case of Omicron. It's starting to hit wires here, so I mean, people will start getting that news. We'll see. I mean, it could lead to a bounce, if anything, because we've already sold off a lot today. If people digest it and it's positive, but this could go both ways. What a day. CLX, I was looking at it, but it's not, again, a lot of things are very, like they're either up today or not, but even then, I don't know how comfortable I would be even chasing some of the premium here. What was it? Apple and Microsoft. Facebook's already clapped. Yeah, Facebook, it's coming down again. Too, these premiums. Actually, even then, UVXY premiums, they didn't jump. They were already jumped on that. But even on the day, you could see it's wild. MGM puts printing. I mean, you go on the shares if you wanted. But SPY's coming down a little bit lower here. Let's see, who are our leaders on the downside? Melly's on the downside of the NASDAQ, MNDY, MDB, Myrna, Zscaler. SPY leader on the downside, ServiceNow, Myrna, CRM, Netflix. So Apple's starting to break through those levels there. Watch out for that, yeah. Netflix is at the bottom. Amazon's gone red now. Fucking CRM's not moving. Twitter lost all the gains. Watch Apple. I'm telling you, if Apple prints red today, but that might happen. If essentially, if we're going to get to tomorrow's low, that would bring down Apple, I would say. That's what it would probably take. So you're slowly going down. Again, latest piece of news was Omicron. First case in the United States. It has not hit CNBC yet. It's coming out on CNN right now. Ford still 3.8. Apple's starting to sell. The Apple puts are still up, though. Even the Microsofts. It's just, everything is weird. Just get ready. The CRM's not moving. Now those Airbnb premiums dropped 40. That could be decent now. Septicon variant is now here as well. Long term officially clapped. I haven't even logged into the long term. Let's see. I think it should be. It should still be up at least 30%. So slowly coming down now. Biden knew this before. They said they're announcing COVID measures tomorrow. But essentially, yeah. Pretty much Biden did know this before he went on live. He didn't say anything. Yeah, long term, it's below 30 now. We're up at 28% overall gain. Wow. So the snap losses add up. Snap's up today. And then everything else. Which names are down now? Your break even on the old Disneys, the Altrias, the UWMC on Sisters account, the Uber on Sisters. Pretty much AT&T still, Archite, BigCommerce. Then DraftKings down 30 now, actually. I think that could actually, that's a big contributor there. Oil negative. So that's big now on the day. Watch Apple. They're starting to come down. Amazon's already leading the way. Let's get the UVXY up here. Where do you think this SPY will be by Christmas? I mean, once we get out of this, I mean, we'll find out in the next week or so. Okay, you're right at that level, 467 or 457 now. You got one more point. If it does go below there, it could get a little bit wild here. Oh, man. EM bounce. UVXY is rocketing. Is it still red on the day? So look at that. UVXY is still red. Oh, man. So it's a wild move here. Individual self-quarantining, been tested since testing positive. That's the report on the person. Omicron hitting CNBC now. Again, you're still positive. The only thing that just flipped right now is the NASDAQ, and now the Dow is about to go. But S&P overall, there's a lot more stuff holding up. Again, Apple hasn't slipped from the gains there. It's still up 1.5. So that's something we're looking at. The Microsofts are still up after that, but we'll see the premium. CNBC is now breaking the Omicron news. CDC says individual is fully vaccinated and had mild symptoms. So let's see if we bounce. Again, it's not, nothing has been too drastic yet, but we are at key levels. So this is the first one, and we still got 2 hours left. Teledoc, Mike, it's kind of bouncing there. Just give it a sec. Again, we'll see what happens to the bro. This is like, even look at the UVXY. That's what I'm saying. It's making it dangerous. Is that if you had puts, you lost 50% in the morning, 70% in the morning. One candle with the market still green, it goes back up 50%. You're still down. Do you see how it's just it's trapping a lot of people? This is with every contract. So it's not. I mean, I'm not saying this as a cause to complain. I'm just saying, like, we may need to slow down a little bit. It's not, because this isn't really giving us the. It's not creating the windows there. You just got to be careful. That's all it's coming down to. The HD puts, they want to climb, but even then, that's what I'm saying. They're scamming us. Because that play, again, remember, we had 30% or 20% yesterday. It goes down today. Now we're back at break even after all of this. So even if it goes down, we're just going to get the money we were already up on it. You see what I'm saying? It'll take so much more to get your gains on it. That's why this one extra day of burn, they're playing it wild. Well, you could, again, I mean, let me please look for plays, though. Keep looking. I mean, just keep looking at these chains, but I'm saying just don't, just be a little bit more cautious. That's all it's going to come down to. So that's what I'm saying. It's like I want to slow down a little bit, but I mean, if there's opportunity, we're going to take it. Yeah, the Microsoft held too good. That was the trade-off, right? We didn't go for the short term. We would have made 100% instead of 20%. Or 15, and then it comes back down. Those premiums are still up. So remember, I bought a Microsoft call here. It shot up and came down. Even right now, those same Microsofts are up. What are they at now? 10%. So the spreads are pretty wide there, but this is what I'm saying with these contracts. All of them, whether it's win or lose, it's still, they're moving very, very weird. You can play the bid and ask if you catch the micro bounce. I think only if you're willing to play a lot shorter time to get a gain. I mean, again, I timed the Microsoft perfectly, and the move only returned like 10, 15%. It's not worth the risk, because if you fall and then the volatility comes back, that's why you just got to be careful with it. I mean, I'm all about the timing, but I'm just trying to. The market is moving very, very big ranges, and it's messing up. It's just going to make the premiums a lot harder. Omicron cannot infiltrate the meta. AHPI, that's still popping? I thought it was going to be a pop and drop. Allied Health, a couple people in the chat posted it. CDC, White House Live. Bro, how did they just let Biden come on, say we're going to do a lot of stuff? They knew about the first case, and he didn't even say anything. Huh? Variant identified in California. I guess they just put Fauci on instead. Is it too late for PHILO? We may not get one today. We might have to postpone it at this point.
Be detected in the United States. And as you know, I've been saying it, and my colleagues on the medical team and others have been saying it. We know what we need to do. to protect people.
We're not friends anymore,
Get vaccinated
Anthony.
if you're not already vaccinated.
I don't like you, and you're not my friend
if you've been
anymore.
Vaccinated for more than 6 months with an mRNA, or 2 months with J&J, and all the other things we've been talking about getting your children vaccinated, masking in indoor congregate settings, etc. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm going to call on people. Go ahead, Dick.
At this point, should Americans be changing anything they do in their day-to-day lives? Are you changing what you do? Is the president changing what he does?
No, that's a good question and an obvious question. But if you look at the things that we have been recommending, they're just the same. And we want to keep doing that and make sure we pay close attention to that.
And are there other cases that the CDC is investigating as potential Omicron variants in the U.S. right now?
To my knowledge, at this point, no.
What should we take away from the fact that this person's symptoms appear to be mild at this point, and have all the other travelers on the plane also been contacted?
Well, this is what we call in medicine an N=1, which means that you really can't take anything away from a single patient. It is we feel good that this patient not only had mild symptoms, but actually the symptoms
I feel like he's
appear to be
excited
improving.
to be in this position
But as
again.
we've said,
it reminds me, he's like, I feel like 20.
That is now evolving out of countries like South Africa that have a much larger number of individuals, not only who are confirmed, but individuals who are probables, which means they are going to have a lot of experience, which we will benefit from here as the weeks go by. Some of you have heard me say that in a matter of 2 weeks or 2.5, 3 weeks, we'll know a lot about transmissibility, about whether or not it essentially eludes some of the protection from things like monoclonal antibodies, whether or not the disease itself in general is going to be severe, and what is the difference in an individual who's been vaccinated versus unvaccinated, boosted versus not boosted. We're going to get that information. So again, I appreciate your question about one individual, but we're going to get a lot more information.
Thanks, Dr. Fauci. 2 questions for you. One, you said this person had been fully vaccinated. Had they had a booster shot yet?
To my knowledge, no, Caitlin.
Okay. And under consideration, the CDC is considering having stricter testing requirements to get into the United States, a 24-hour window before taking off, but also is considering having a period of retesting once you get back to the United States. Would that have helped in this case if that was already in place?
You know, I'm not so sure, because this person, did what we hope other people would do. They got off, and as soon as they became symptomatic, they went and got tested, and it was positive.
And so when do you think those new requirements when it comes to travelers are actually going to be implemented, given clearly this is something that is already affecting the United States?
Well, that's obvious, all things that are being considered and under discussion, Caitlin. I don't think I can make any real statement about when and if that's going to happen.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, in addition to any new testing requirements, what about new requirements for self-quarantining for travelers returning to the U.S., which in this case might have made a difference if he was quarantining for 7 to 14 days?
Right. You know, the recommendation is that the individual would self-quarantine if they are not vaccinated, and would also get tested within a period of 3 days. That's a recommendation right now.
Help us understand why the travel ban is effective right now for those particular 8 countries, especially when Omicron's been detected in other countries, including right here in the U.S.
Well, if you go back and look at when we first found out about these cases that were emerging in South Africa, no one feels, I certainly don't, that a travel ban is going to prevent people who are infected from coming to the United States. But we needed to buy some time to be able to prepare, understand what's going on, what is the nature of this infection, what is the nature of the transmissibility, and we wanted to make sure that we didn't all of a sudden say, it's like anything else, don't worry about it, and then all of a sudden something unfolds in front of you that you're really not prepared for. So we look at this as a temporary measure.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, do you support a vaccine requirement for domestic flights? The president was asked about this earlier this week and said that that had not yet been recommended to him. You're his chief medical advisor. Do you think that's something the country should adopt?
You know, I'm not so sure we should say that that would be a requirement. I would say what I've been saying all along, that we have 60 million people in this country who are not vaccinated, who are eligible to be vaccinated. Let's get them vaccinated. Let's get the people who are vaccinated boosted let's get the children vaccinated. That's where we want to go, as opposed to a requirement.
Some people say that, you know, you have extinguished many of your options to, you know, get those people vaccinated, and this is one of the ways. As the OSHA mandate is held up in court, this would maybe be a way to push more people to get vaccinated.
You know, that's a possibility, but I think for the people who are listening to this, we again talk about why it's important to get vaccinated. I think what's happening now is another example of why it's important for people to get vaccinated who've not been vaccinated, but also boosting. Boosting is really very important because the data that we get on boosting, if you look at the level, for example, of
I'm genuinely
antibody, a
confused.
neutralizing antibody, peak following the second dose of a 2-dose mRNA, it's like at this level. If you look at the peak following the third shot.
All right, we'll just see what happens. I'll take any headlines. I'm just getting confused. That none of this makes any sense. So we'll see. We will see. Confused because it doesn't. I can't. I'm trying my best. But so far we chilled a little. Here was the first drop of the news. Again, you didn't hit that 457 flat, but you came pretty close. Again, the next level is where we closed at. And if the S&P goes red, again, NASDAQ briefly went red, and it's already bounced 0.25% just in the last, 25, 30 minutes there. Yeah, CLX is starting to move again. Myrna started to go. The vaccine stocks are lagging a little bit. Again, some of them are still red, like Novavax. Myrna's still red. Myrna's still down 7%. And then remember, CLX, they finally went positive. They got a little bit of the value gain today, but you can kind of see how that chart is played out there. But they are starting to move finally. You don't understand why I'm confused. It's usually it's like you can't use the same answer to answer a different question. You know what I'm saying? So like let's just say I told you Jesus is the answer. Like, cuz I do believe Jesus is the answer, right? And you're like, "Yo, how do I stay safe?" And I'm like, "Jesus is the answer." Okay, you're like, "Well, how do I stay safe on a plane?" I'm like, "Well, Jesus is the answer." You know what I'm saying? And then we start talking, and then you're like, "All right, how do we fix inflation?" Jesus is the answer. You know, how many times would I say that before you would start to question either Jesus or myself? Do you see what I'm saying? So it's just like I can't accept the same various different scenarios with the same answer. It just does not. It just doesn't. That just does not click with me. But Jesus is the answer. I mean, I hope that's a good, but I think that might hit it for you, because if you heard it like that, if you heard somebody say Jesus is the answer, you would eventually be like, all right, word. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, all right, Josh, fair enough. Fair enough. Jesus is the answer. Mm-hmm. Where can I get the commission? It's about like a quarter, I think, per contract. Warren calls big banks to drop overdraft fees. Seems like 2019 when we heard the first case in China and the one in California. It is, but this is, I mean, again, the first case of the COVID, it was a lot. I don't know. It feels different to me. I don't know what it is. I mean, I really think what's successfully happening right now is you just got mollywopped by two big issues at the same time. Don't get it twisted. What Powell said yesterday was a big deal. We went for, and that's what I'm even saying, look at the volatility. I'm even looking at liquidity. Look at the yield curve. The bond market is screaming, and I don't think it's screaming because of the COVID. I think it's reacting to it a little bit, but the problem is right now you have taper and virus at the same time. So I think what's successfully happening is that now you don't really know which one's pushing the market more or less, essentially. That's the way I'm kind of viewing it. China's stayed pretty low-key, believe it or not. Pfizer's starting to move right now. We had that one up. And that's the thing. Compared to last year or the first COVID outbreak, I really don't think this would hit the same. Again, COVID was a black swan when it first happened. Now we know what it is. And it's like, again, I mean, I just remember it more vividly just because I remember I was genuinely worried about COVID in the beginning. I mean, I was like, y'all were shit talking me heavy for it. And I just remember, like, you didn't have an attitude. Like, the way that it surprised the market was because everybody was caught off of guard. It's not, this is more a preemptive response than not. You know, this is where everybody is kind of already on it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I genuinely don't think you will ever see anything like that again, where it's going to play out like that. You know, it's not going to be, it's going to be different. Everyone was freaking out in March. I was freaking out in January, right? And then the first drops kind of happened in February, but up until Valentine's Day, nothing really went crazy. And then March was the real money and freak out. But that's what I'm saying. It's like when it was first discovered in the U.S. and first a little bit ahead of that, right? We were like, you could see it's like, yo, why are people not responding to this? But the numbers were crazier than what you're getting right now. So like the numbers right now, they're not something where, again, you don't remember, we would track the death rate, we would track the case numbers, the market would respond to it every single day. It's just the numbers are not even close to this right now. I think the thing that's lingering is what these countries will do. You see what I'm saying? If the countries start reacting, again, Germany had some negative statements today as well too, but that's the key. It's like there's other worries, and I think it does relate to even central bank stuff and all of that. But again, the volatility is here. Shit is going to get confusing. They're already pulling money from the option chain, it looks like. And what I would just say is that watch out for Powell still. I would really tell you that you are going to have both. There's two issues you're going to need to juggle right now, and then once the music stops, it's a game of musical chairs. I'm telling you, I would rather pick the Powell chair. Essentially, is how I'm looking at it. So it's not. It's just, this is weird though. But again, we don't know anything yet. We got to take it in and see what happens. But there is a lot right now. Even in the midst of all of this, you had a very, very tight range. The range on the market's wide, but it was still even hard for some of the plays there. So it's going to get interesting. It is going to get interesting. HPE to build supercomputer for U.S. Energy Department. Oh, they pop. No, drop. I'll see everyone. The COVID test, that was earlier this morning. So that's not new. The only thing new was Omicron has now been discovered in the United States. So that's the difference compared. I mean, again, I think it took a while to get discovered in the United States with the original strain. But even then, prior to that, it was thousands of cases. Not like right now, I think we're at like 200 to maybe 500 cases, if that. I'm still in the oil play. I still like oil. I mean, I like this volatility. I don't know how to say it positively. It's like the turmoil is good in a weird way. I mean, this is just going to cause a lot of movement. Again, those plays, I'm only down 10% on them, surprisingly. But yeah, I like oil a lot still. Again, I encourage you to have patience here. Because pretty much every other week, there's going to be a lot of information. Everything's going to change. Everything's going to go up and down. So it's like, I know what I like, but I don't have to respond every day to what I like, essentially, is what I'm trying to tell you, is that it's going to still, we've gone 3 or 4 1% days now. We need to wait till we start getting back to, okay, calmness, market chills out a little bit. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of different things. SPY wants to come down again. Apple giving up. Just watch out. I mean, I think Apple is a real bellwether today. Again, if Apple goes negative, I mean, we are now at the 457, or we're very, very close to it. I thought Apple would need to go down before then, but things are switching. Macy's on the low. Again, 170 names down on the SPY now. This morning it wasn't there. NASDAQ's about to go red, 0.000. It's literally hitting red right now. Dow Jones only up 0.1%. SPY's up just under half. UVX wants to climb. CRM is robbing us. Amazon's been hitting a new low this whole time. Those puts aren't even coming back up. So it's too slow. Everything is just still too slow. In a weird way, even though you're watching this come down, it's not even slow enough to bring up dead contracts like it was the other day. I guess now they kind of did. ETH starting to sell off. Dish is on the low. Is that you? No, it's WKME. Shorts on Boeing, the same as March 20. The Euro shorts came up a little bit. I thought we would have got one more continuation day to kind of confirm any sort of short move, but it's not there just yet. Again, I mean, today's still going to be a little bit longer, but this is looking ugly from the European close. We're coming down now. A lot of big names are leading the way. It's probably going to hit yesterday's low. We may flush a little. You're either going to stop right at yesterday's low and we're going to close here, or it's going to flush through, go a little bit lower, and then we're going to bounce and we're going to close right around here probably. That's my prediction so far. It's either we get stopped right at yesterday's close, or it's going to flush through, go down a little bit lower, and then bounce back up to it by end. That's just my opinion. Yeah, even Apple's coming down. Microsoft's still holding up. Just wait. Apple still has a lot more move. Is TLT going up? Yep. TLT rocketed. Again. And again, I'm waiting for the real break here. I was thinking about it. I was like, when are we going to get a new, if we do start going lower on the rates? I think it's going to be around Powell's time if he confirms anything with tapering. Micron strong. They're up from today, but everything's selling off the earlier gains. That's where the volatility is. A lot of things gapped up and did good, and now it's just selling off. So it's creating that you have gap up premium plus that. So we'll report to Benioff the information. Quali World, Amazonian. Vic says room to run to 36. This Apple oh, today is long term. We do have a deposit, so we may, at least we know what to go shopping for. I didn't know the DraftKings, that one's looking good. So is the Uber. SPY puts 40%. You got it on the news. Wow. So those actually were able to move. That was good. PFE still going. It's real card, but it's not. It's so like, dude, this is where it gets really ugly. When you have a day of carnage and 2 out of 3 indexes are green still. Just think about that for a second. So it's shadow. It's hiding a lot of the move more or less. Apple has the most meat on the bone. It does, but it's still holding up. That's the key. That's why I think if it starts to give up here, it could tell us a little bit when people really start to like, all right, I'm out. Ford still up. Dollars moving. A little bit. Even bonds. And the volatility, the bonds were down like 0.5% today. Yeah, Pfizer's moving really, really nice. The premiums are just still crazy from the day before. But not, actually, no, yeah, it's just weird. We'll see. We wait. Myrna was going up a little bit. It's still down 7%. That's the awkwardness of today. That's what I'm saying. Like the names that are up, they've been selling off, but they're green because of the gap up. And then the names like the vaccine stocks that bounce, they gap down. The only one doing good right now is CLX, and they're still going. Powell did speak today. Didn't really cause too much. Let's see. We get there. Good. Yeah. Airbnb, again, wasn't it? I think it was that day or we bought it the day before that other dip, but now the premiums are getting clapped. I'm going to wait a little bit. Again, when we wait till the day up. Good thing I didn't grab them here today. This is significant. I think it's a little bit more insignificant, but, I mean, something's brewing. That's it. Again, the Powell. You have Powell and Omicron, but I think this is hiding Powell's shit show yesterday, if anything. And then if Powell's attitude changes, I really think it's more central bank and the rest of the world reacting. Yeah, Airbnb, they're dumping. Myrna's even starting to come down now. The HDs aren't, so there's still names holding up. Again, the big difference between here and yesterday, you got names, but now the S&P is about to go 50-50. That's disgusting, considering you were about 90% up in the morning. GMC's EBITDA about $14 billion. What? It's good. Apple's starting to go down now. GM popping off that news. GM's EBITDA guidance there is popping them, but I don't know how it's going to hold up here. No, they just jacked up all the contracts, but it's moving. SPY's hitting a new low, 456.90. Are we below the close? Almost. Now you got a little bit. You got a little bit left. It's a slow move down, though. Again, one index is green now. So Dow actually got clapped at that. They're going one index at a time. It was NASDAQ first, then the Dow, and then now it's S&P is the last one hanging on. Down. Domino's, McDonald's, even Zoom. Zoom's not even getting stay-at-home stocks. Everyone's getting clapped. Nobody's getting any love on this, except for CLX and a couple of others that were up in the morning. But that's what I'm saying. You're not really reacting to virus as much as you are just selling things off right here. It's the cringe rally. High ticker is not broken. Nothing has justified a high. In the last 5 minutes, you haven't had one single stock high. Even Roblo got the business. Airbnb did. Airbnb to 168. Oh, wow. It's good. It's good price now. Okay, so we got long-term deposit. But I might even pick up Uber or DraftKings instead because they're so low. Like, they were relentless with DraftKings. The high chart is halted. GMC, or again, the GM news, that's hitting. GM's actually running off of it. It's continuing. The premiums, I mean, be careful. Some of them already popped, but that's moving. We did not get PHILO. There was no time for PHILO. Everything just started going. It's been a crazy European close ever since that 2 hours. GM is still going. Where's Apple? Did they give up yet? No, they're still holding 1%. It's still holding some safe haven. GM's popping off of the EBITDA news. That's good. I mean, they pretty much just gave good guidance. The Kathy's. Where's Tesla? Tesla could be worse. It's still holding up good. See, that's at least a good sign. ARC Innovation. I've not even seen ARC. So ARC is coming to that low that they had in May. So not too bad. They could be a lot worse. No, it did not average out any long terms yet. Some of those on the press briefing. Secretary Jen Psaki, she's back on. ISPC. Did Abby Vice slip? A little bit. How about UNH? Yeah, even UNH. Ooh. But then HD held up nice. McDonald's. It's chilling out, though. Again, this is slowing it down. We'll see how it plays on any upside. GM is still going. Again, they just had positive news there with the guidance. The Microsofts are still up somehow. The Apple's still up 44, but they lost some of the premiums from yesterday. Or no, they're still up, but just from today. Dollar Tree, probably value name. Value name with some of the hype. Again, a lot of value stocks are still up. I mean, Dow just flipped back to positive there on that little mini bounce. But there's a lot of names that are holding up. Again, a lot of stuff is sold off in the last 2 hours, but they're still up from the morning. GM is going again. Where's Amazonia? Oh, the Amazon puts want to start moving, but that's crazy. So these things just got decayed because now Amazon is lower. Sark on the high. GM, again, a lot of volatility. BABA hitting a 52-week low. 123. The CRMs are not moving. Again, the Microsoft calls we bought are still up today. The CRMs, I mean, I'm up on the spread, but it says it just break even. It's just not moving. So it's like this. I mean, at the end of the day, most things aren't really even red here. It's just a trippy day. Snap was up 6 earlier. JD still up. Again, Apple's still up. GM is still up, even after the news. Clorox is going there, but a lot of names are quote-unquote still up. There's only a few that went red, like Amazon and Facebook. 52-week highs and lows. You could just search it. Let me see. We did hit a Hindenburg indicator the other day. Let's see. So here it is for right now. I think this is another Hindenburg. 33 high, you needed more. Yeah, 33 highs, you need above 56. But these are the New York stock 52-week highs and lows. Where is it? Let me find the other one. This was from the 26th. I think this was the Hindenburg. 202 lows. No, you need one more. I think I went too far. Yeah, 97 highs, 78 low. This is a Hindenburg right here. That was on the 19th, about a week or two ago. It's when you have more than 2% or 3% of stocks on the New York Stock Exchange hitting 52-week highs and 52-week lows at the same time. Essentially, it's a breadth warning showing you that the market is literally pulling apart. That's why you have a certain percentage of names hitting highs and lows at the same time. It usually precedes volatility. It's not statistically something you'd want to chase all the time, but it is. It rarely happens, and when it does, there's usually something that comes up. Yeah, the high ticker, it's starting to move. I mean, there was a little bit of activity. We're bouncing up there. So watch how the premiums start to balance out here. I think it'll say a lot. What are you looking at for Uber Draft? Pretty much we'll see where they're at tomorrow with the deposit. I mean, I think both of them have came down effectively enough to, where I could, we have to wait a year. Like Uber, I'm still up 40% because of the covered call. That's the ironic part about all this, is that we've made a lot of money from the covered call, but I'm only up 9% on the shares now. So I'm still up on my Uber, believe it or not. Then the DraftKings, that one's killer. That's down 30% now. So I'm thinking that one might be the best one to grab just for straight deals, just in the sense that, we'll be good. Otherwise, I would take more Airbnb. I mean, we're still up. We're only up 8% now on Airbnb. So think about it. That was like a 20% shift just in the last week. The yen dollar trade, it's pretty much, again, people are just rushing into the Japanese yen. It's a safe haven currency. I would even look at the Swiss franc as well too. Oh, to the long term, because we bought DraftKings and went up 30%. The plug, do you contribute anything positive ever? Just wondering. Japan is a safe haven because their modern policy, their modern monetary theory. So they will always protect and print money in a weird way, and it sounds counterintuitive, but a lot of the population ends up saving their money. So the savings rate in Japan is crazy. And then, again, with what the government has showed is that they're willing to always support the system. So a lot of people, the stability of the Japanese currency has been hard to shake in the last 10 or 20 years. That's why people jump towards it as a safe haven currency. I'm going to check right now. Is it? See, so it's actually down today, which means it's getting stronger. Oh, dude, it had the little pop too. Okay, that kind of looks like COVID in 2020. Because remember, 2020, there was the little pop there we're leading into, and it was odd. But then you also had people, because it was odd because people were selling off the safe haven. So, but this is what I'm saying. This is a 10-year chart, and you can see it's really it's been stable. But look at the last 25 years. The value of the Japanese yen is pretty much at equilibrium. Or maybe you could say it could be a little stronger actually from here. So it's still what's it called? It's just super stable. That's why if you're worried about inflation, other stuff, a lot of big investors they'll go and they'll go to Japan because you could protect a lot of money there. Again, same thing, Swiss franc. I mean, it's notably it just gets stronger and stronger. So this is why people go to the Swiss franc, because no matter what has happened, even through the the Swiss franc just gets stronger. So that's why this is another safe haven currency and another move to watch out for. Did it play out in 2020? Yeah, you see, like during 2020, like people were piling into the franc like no other. Turkish lira. That's the thing I said. Watch out for that. Same logic as the yen. The yen's a little bit less stable in that sense. I mean, Swiss franc, you get more strength, but you get less movement. So it's more stable, but you also, it doesn't mean like, it's harder to make even gains on that too. Like Japan, you might even be able to benefit. The thing would end up happening is if you went in for Japan as a safe haven, GM's still popping. If you went in for Japan as a safe haven, and it actually things got bad, you may even benefit off of it, because then the Japanese yen could actually strengthen even more. God bless you, Juice. I love you, my friend. It's interesting. I'm trying to see. I think we might just need to slow down a little bit, let the moves kind of form here, and then I think if we do get another volatile move based off news, those could be the opportunities. I've not done anything on Robinhood, no. Double down on Olma, not if it's still up. I liked it at $8. I was back at $9. It moved a lot. How come you're not selling covered calls during this volatility? Because the calls already dropped. So, again, it's the same thing where calls dropped, even if it goes up here. But I do want to see how it plays out towards the end of the day. And I'm kind of thinking a couple weeks ahead. That's why I think whatever we go through now, I think we should even get a miniature bounce at some point. And then if you were really going to get anything bad, it's going to happen around December 15th to coming into the end of the year or the beginning of the next year. And that's because the Fed is on December 15th. And then even then, what are they saying? Give them 2 weeks. Give them 2 weeks to figure out everything with the virus. I'm trying to keep account for both catalysts. And then you also have the debt ceiling. That's why it's like this move, I'm not too worried about it. And again, you already see motherfuckers ready to buy the dip. But it's just, I'm thinking that's why I'm pretty surprised, because I was like, all right, I was even thinking puts over here at the top. I was like, nah, we're going to have there's a chance for a little bit more on the upside, or at least just chilling out until we need a driver. We need a real driver. At the end of the day, if you were going to sell off 5-10%, I mean, the market could do it without any question. I mean, that's what we saw in October or September-ish, if you remember that. It kind of got a little bit crazy there, but I do think that it's like you would need a really big reason for risk off, essentially. So that's where I'm trying to take advantage of it. But I still think you got a little more time, and then the final. I think if there's going to be a final crack, it should happen after a confirmation. It could, if you think it was the black swan, it could be. I mean, people are still kind of not expecting it. Am I surprised how yield curve pushed up? Not that it flattened. The curve flattening, I think that's normal. I'm surprised by the 10-year moving that fast, but it does make sense. I mean, I dropped a gem there on the watch list yesterday. Did you guys get it? So take a look. Today is a little bit weird, but you notice SHI is still negative. Do you guys notice this difference? Look at what's happening. SHI is going down. So this is like if TLT goes down, that means rates are going higher, right? So with SHI going down, what does that mean? That means the short-term interest rates are rising. So follow with me, because when you come and look at the on the longer end, the rates have been going higher. TLT going higher means that the rates have been TLT going higher means rates are going lower, excuse me. So the rates have been going lower on the long end and high on the short end. But now I want you to understand what this is like. There's a language behind it. The market is saying something. And what they're essentially saying is that, okay, why are they selling the short end of the curve and then buying the long end? They think a policy error. And now think about it. They are literally saying, okay, if Powell is about to make a mistake, or if there's going to be a recession, or if things aren't looking as good, what are they going to do? They're going to sell off the short term, because if you think Powell is going to step in, and again, it's kind of contradicting because we're worried virus and Powell. Think about that for a second. But if Powell comes in and he starts raising rates, right? What happens to the short end of the curve? Literally, if Jerome Powell starts raising rates, the short end of the curve would literally go higher yields. The rates would go higher. Okay? But now, why does the long end come down? Does that seem counterintuitive to you? Because essentially, you're saying, wait a minute, if Jerome's going to raise rates, shouldn't all the rates go higher? Does that sound normal to some of you guys? Are you following with me? Anybody? I want to make sure we got to get to the kicker. Just make sure you're following with me for right now. Just simple short-term rates, they start going higher. People start selling them. Short-term rises. Jerome Powell controls the short-term. He starts raising it. The short-term is going to come up. But now the long end is going down because one of them is 2 years. The short end is 2 years. The long end is 10 years or higher. So if you think the Fed is going to start raising in 2 years, right? What's going to happen in 10 years? So within 10 years, every time of the Fed raising rates, what do they end up doing? Fed only controls the short term, yes. But did you hear what I just said? It sounds backwards, but think about it. This is the market getting ahead. Again, this is why when you trade a 10-year bond, you're thinking about 10 years. They end up cutting rates every 10 years later. Do you see why it's pricing in that era? They're saying, wait a minute. They're rushing into the 10-year bond today because if you expect the rates to go up in 2 years, chances are if they start raising rates in the next 2 years, what's going to happen in the next 30 years or 10 years? That means, oh, shit, because remember, Powell raised rates in they started between 2015 a little bit, 2016, and then Powell started raising rates again 2018, 2019, right? But then what did he do 1 year later? He cut the rates again. And then that's where the long end starts to come down. So that's why the market is screaming right now, because they're like, yo, buy the 10-year, sell the 2-year in short-term rates, because they're like, all right, Powell is about to admit a mistake, or again, rates are about to start going higher, whether it's inflation or not. But they're saying after the rates start to climb up, whether it's Powell or the market, usually when the rates start getting bad, that's implying now lower rates in the future when they have to go and fix it. Ta-da! Exactly. Raise in 2 years, cut in 10 to stimulate growth when it slows. That's the kicker. That's the whole point of what you're seeing right now. Does that make sense? So this is where I think a lot of people may be missing out on it, because it's like, wait, it's really confusing, and that's part of the confusion we've seen with the bonds this year. But essentially now it's just getting really bad because the short end is just starting to rise. Powell is starting to admit stuff, and then the real contradiction is within Omicron right now. That's the contradiction, because that would mean it would delay things. You know, because if Omicron really was bad, then they're not going to raise the rates. They're going to keep that, but who knows? But then again, here's the scary part about right now. That could also imply that the 10-year still goes lower. Do you see what I just said? So essentially, the two points we're watching in the market are very contradicting, but in this world, they might be able to say the same thing. So that way now, if Omicron is bad and Powell has to, okay, he's like, all right, well, no, we got to chill out. We need more stimulus now. Then that justifies the 10 years shooting down right now, a.k.a. TLT going up. But now there's also another play there because, again, if Powell is going to raise rates, then what's going to happen? If he raises rates now, then we're saying 10 years from now he has to cut no matter what. That's what the market is literally communicating right here, right now, today. So if you didn't, that's what this whole lesson here is for, because now you're getting what the market is saying. When motherfuckers are putting billions of dollars on bonds, this is why. Because they're saying, okay, it doesn't matter what Powell does in the next year or two, whatever he does today or next year or 2 years, it's going to have an implication in the next decade. So they know, go after the next decade. So that's what's playing out right now. But that's why I'm saying I don't think it's at the boiling point just yet. I think we got to wait till Powell gets in that position, and then on December 15th, we should have another one. Say Omicron. All right, listen, Lamp, before I clap you, I want to keep this a fair, matchup. Just tell me about your hairline before I commence. So where does your hairline stand on the chart? Hold on. Let me get it for you, my friend. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't want to clap him just yet. We got it. Like I said, I can't beef with. If you got a full hairline, I can't beef with you. And then if you got a receding hairline like me, it's a little bit more equal. But then again, you still got, what I'm saying? You still got things to worry about. Okay, so just let me know. Are you at 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6? And then we'll continue this little shit talk sense while I'm trying to give you a lesson that's very good. That's very good. You just let me know where you stand, Lamp. 2, 3, 4, or 6. And then we'll go from there, and then we'll see. But even then, I was like, man, I'm beefing with nobody. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you got a full hairline, bro. We don't need a beef. Go focus on your life. You got a lot to learn still in life. You know what I'm saying? But even then, it's like, how the guy with no hairline beefing with me right now? It's like, so you know what I'm saying? So just pick whichever one you lie on. Let me know, and then we'll circle back, and I'll get Saki. Okay? So we'll be good. Don't know for the road game, baby. Amen. 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 So it's good, right? I feel you. But yeah. But this is very, very important now. And like I'm saying, I think December 15th when we get the Fed, that will be our confirmation. But essentially, we're not quite there just yet. So we will find out. And that's why the volatility with all of it's already wild in general. So we'll see. Why no play shy? Because you need to confirm it. You have to realize 2 weeks comes by, anything changes in the next 2 weeks, and then if Powell takes one more extra minute, all of it's going to come down into everything goes off the table. You see, and then that'll be the next catalyst for the next month. So that's the issue. Does that mean you haven't been buying the dip? No, we've been buying Airbnb. I've been still playing options. I've been going both ways, even yesterday, the day before that, and we're noticing how weird the premiums are. I'm still fully in the game. I mean, I'm not really I'm not too hesitant at anything. I mean, people are just asking me what do I expect here, and that's why I'm like, yeah, I see the volatility. It hasn't got me excited like for the big play just yet, but I'm like, okay, there's some stuff boiling. I see TLT, but I know my catalyst on TLT. I'm just waiting for it. That's all. That's why I'm not really tripping on it, but it's still there's a lot going on, and I mean it has a lot of implications, and clearly people all around the world are reacting to this. But I would put all the money I have on it that a lot of people right now don't know what they're reacting to. That's why I'm saying let the bond market speak to you for a little bit, because you don't know if it's Omicron or if it's Powell. I'm saying I think it's Powell right now at this stage. So we'll see. We will see. But it's getting excited. It's getting excited. Good morning. If he waits and pushes the hike, the 10-year play gets pushed down the road. Exactly. He could kick the can whenever he wants, or if everybody chills out. If everybody chills out about Omicron, it takes away that extra element for rates going even lower. And then, depending on what Powell says, Powell will give you the timeline. Bonds will be volatile the day before and the day after Powell. And then, boom, whatever he says, we will know the answer, and we are going to run it up. That's exactly how I'm viewing it in my head, God willing. So we'll see what happens. But that's why it's like, okay, clearly they're trying to trap us with some of these premiums right now, and that's going to be the next issue, is that we got to see how to move this. I don't want to go too crazy in a chasing pennies in front of the steamroller if the option chain isn't going to be rewarding me. So that's why I'm saying, all right, let's just stay alive a little bit. I'm not going to get fooled into going after some of these. I'll hold what I got now. We'll see how we could get out of it. But then the real big thing is going to be that Fed meeting here, and then it correlates with a bunch of other events. We're still going to have the debt ceiling and all of that, but this right now, it sucks, but I don't see it as, I could easily see any reaction lower, but I could also see a big bounce up in the meantime leading into what I'm looking for. So I'm trying to play a couple moves ahead, and that's where I'm saying, that's why some of you, it's going down, you're freaking out, it's a bloody day. But I'm trying to stay about one or two moves ahead of this. That's it. So yeah, it's exciting though. I hope you're excited. I hope you guys learned off the 10-year thing too, though. This is a very important lesson. I put it on the watch list yesterday. We just explained it, but I don't think people are understanding what the yield curve is really saying about, like, Jerome Powell yesterday. I don't know if I could stress it enough. He changed. I don't know if you that's what I'm worried about. It's like Jerome may have mutated. That's what I don't think people realize. The first 2 or 3 years in position, in power, don't forget that. Jerome's first 2 years, he was a hawk. Don't like, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people don't realize he was hawkish as hell. He wasn't, remember, bro, he had to get Munchkin on the phone. They had to come in and do a lot of stuff. But he was very, very hawkish. That's why they called it the Powell put. All right, we didn't have PHILO today. But can I play you something? Can I play you something? Let me play you something. Here, let me get it for you. And honestly, like, look at the date. That's what I'm saying. Like, Powell was different. People I really think a lot of the new people don't get it, is that Powell was a different person before Corona hit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all think Powell is all the man about the printer, but he really wasn't about that life until a unique situation occurred where it was almost necessary. So that's where I'm saying it's like Powell was very, very hawkish. And this is where I'm saying yesterday may have been Powell mutating, where essentially now Powell, if he starts getting back into his hawkish mode, he will do it. And I'm telling you what he'll do, he will be as hawkish as long as the market supports it. You have to realize yesterday he got increasingly more hawkish. If today the market is not reacting negatively, you just bought him another week or two. So that's where I'm saying, and he will get less hawkish once the market starts spazzing out. That's even what a lot of Fed chairs would do. So that's where I'm saying if he starts turning hawk, we got a problem on our hands. And you're going to, but now it's funny how the only thing that could stop a hawkish Powell is literally Omicron. But that's why I'm like, it's getting weird. It's just getting weird. But listen, but I think the date of this song is more important. It doesn't show the date. I think this was, it says 2, this was 3, this was in 2018 or 2019. The Powell Put. There's a song by my uncle called The Powell Put.
Man, you ain't never seen anything like this.
I didn't know it's playing.
Man, you ain't never seen anything like this. It's a Power Put called Howard Schultz. I think I need some coffee quick. You don't like me, hop off my dick. I know it's sounding ominous. The market strap apocalypse, but I'm just using.
Oh shit, my bad. I didn't mean to cut it. I thought I was, my bad. You're gonna have to listen to that again. My bad. Sorry, I got you all hyped. And then we cut it off. My bad. I'm thinking. My bad. Okay, continue. I'll go pee.
Man, you ain't never seen anything like this. It's a Power Put called Howard Schultz.
So, like, literally everything except Boeing hitting record profits, that's what you're seeing there. Damn, Josh used to be woke. Well, that was Uncle, but then you may not know the literary concepts that he's using there. elicit some of the points, and that's why I'm saying the irony of that song, looking into today, is all of that from budgets to sanctions to medication, all the way down to what's it called? Even people saying they want to get rid of the Fed, all of that. That's why the only thing that is not really apparent there is what's it called? Is again the Boeing hitting record profits. That's about it. Yes, 1932. So the difference 32 through 36, a lot of people, or 38, people don't know it. That's like the Great Depression, but how it started, a big portion of it, again, markets and then employment rates. So a lot of people would tell you employment and a lot of other things drops first, but the risk is, and even the risk of the Powell put, is if Powell messes up the investor sentiment and investor sentiment starts to decline, you could the markets could go first, and then a declining market can cause a declining employment market. That's what people don't realize. It doesn't happen too often. It hasn't happened quite often. Most other recessions, most other downturns, it's preceded with business activity slowing and then the stock market, not the other way around. But if you have a risk-off event, depending on leverage, all of that stuff, that's where things start to come to life in that sense. Gosh, I'd be careful of the 3 times leverage, but I like it. The Fed controls the 3-month bond. So when you go look at a bond curve, there's a 3-month bond that is exclusively controlled by the Fed. So the federal funds rate is literally a 3-month bond. So you'll notice the federal funds rate will never, it goes in the same range as a 3-month bond. And sometimes you'll see the 3-month tick up leading into action. So if we do really expect Powell to raise, you will watch the 3-month tick up. Well, why is TLT going up when tapering is supposed to raise rates? So that's what we just explained, because it's implying about the future. So the short end goes up because that's saying rates will be high in 2 years. But anytime the government and the Fed has raised rates within 10 years, they begin to cut rates again. That's the simple concept right there. It's very simple. So if the short-term rates are going up and long-term rates are going down, people are assuming what's going to happen in 10 years. Yes, the rates will go higher in 2 years. We could all agree on that. But now, if my rates are going to go higher in 2 years, the chances of 10 years later them being lower is very high, because every time they start to raise the rates, they start cutting them again, and then they end up going lower. So SPY's coming down again. TLT still holding. Pfizer initiated filing with Health Canada for antiviral candidate. Apple we're using as the bellwether, but it's still coming down. You got to watch out for that. Microsoft's coming down. CRM at the low. Oh, the CRM's finally won just the bid. Stupid contracts. Let's see. The week before COVID, compare it, it looks almost identical. But then there should be a bounce. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think at that point we're already down, what, 336 so you're already down 10% when you had a bounce. But I don't think it looks I think we're right here if you were going to be there. Again, I mean, the market moves slow. I mean, you saw it today. Even today, I mean, 2 indexes are green. I mean, a lot of people were feeling pretty good today. I would say I think there's just going to be a lot of confusion back and forth. Curve inversion normally forecast recession, yes. And that's why I'm trying to explain this here. Because and the reason why it forecasts is because you could reasonably estimate the cycle of the Fed. And no moves on Airbnb. DWOC negative, missed beta invite launch deadline. What? Yeah, banks will be good for rising interest rates, but unfortunately, what we're talking about is it's interest in the short term, yeah. Let's see. Bonds and rates off the table to bring down the premium. It will eventually. I mean, this move, we're just gonna get a lot of data back and forth again. We'll see any OPEC stuff tomorrow as well too. Oil ended up slipping today too. But that is the fact is if oil keeps staying down like this, I mean, it's just looking like a sell-off with everything. LGVN going. Holy moly, everything's going down. Even if it would benefit from the COVID trade, I mean, they just didn't even get the gas today. SPY, what is the volume? Volume is pretty high. I mean, yesterday was high as well, too. I'm about to graduate college? Hell yeah, bro. When does OPEC is today and tomorrow, they could rise the price of oil. I mean, they'll give us insight into, if they're going to negotiate or not. SPY's coming down here. Volatility might come back alive again. Microsofts are still up. CRMs are weird. It's power hour already? Oh, wow. Today flew by. That's good. That's good, though. Again, I think it's just going to be all about how we string these days together. Because, again, it's going to be up one, down one, up one. I mean, the candle's going to be red, but the market's going to show green. Nail puts. I'll see the premiums. I just like I would just keep watching TLT and the dollar. I think I'm just waiting for the timing on it. Again, depending on what we get. I think the Powell, like I'm saying, the Powell thing in the December 15th, I think it will be key.
A little bit more about this individual privacy requirements dictate that we can't share everything we would like to share.
Again, the first case was in California.
Why not? Well, I think none of us necessarily want to be in that position, but there is broad strokes information, fully vaccinated, not boosted within that 6-month window, more recent, relatively speaking, recent vaccinations, so the booster was not recommended in that respect. This individual has not been hospitalized. The individuals that this individual has come into contact with have not tested positive yet to our knowledge, and we are hopeful of full recovery and expect nothing less based upon what we've learned. Again, came into the state on the 22nd, mild symptoms on the 25th, tested on the 28th, 29th, came back positive. Within 24 hours, that positive test was sequenced by UCSF. What is our message here in the state of California? Well, let's continue to do what we've done. Not only are we leading the nation in terms of administered doses of vaccine, 59.6 million, as I noted, but 92.1%. 92.1% of all Californians 18 and over have received at least one dose. We have seen close to 6 million doses of the booster shots being administered, 5.8 million as of this morning. We're here to highlight the importance, the imperative of sorts of getting a booster as you're eligible after that 6 months and 2 months after the J&J shot. We're mindful of the issue around equity, and that's why I'm here in the Central Valley to highlight that and reinforce the importance of that, but also to highlight and reinforce the importance of getting that first vaccine shot as well. Millions and millions, we know north of 60 million Americans have not received that vaccine, life-saving vaccine.
So you're coming down to the low. We have not hit yesterday's close, so this might be the final move. We got 1 hour left.
Importance, particularly as we enter into the holiday season. I know it's rote and cliche to say we double down, but let's double down on our vigilance and the seriousness of purpose to work through this winter and the likelihood of experience a surge. And while it's true we have the 6th lowest positivity rate in America, the 8th lowest case rate in America, we have seen some movement in terms of total cases, average cases, daily cases over the course of the last few weeks. We've gone from 1.9% positivity. Today we're at 3.4% positivity. It's less than half of the national average. But nonetheless, I'm mindful, particularly those of you in California are mindful this time last year is when we started to see a significant increase in cases. We today announced a little over 3,000 cases. This time last year, 9,000 cases. And so we are mindful.
Yeah, market's 50-50 now. All right, this is the last leg for the SPY. We're about to go negative.
Mindful.
Get ready for it. That's going to be the final run, and then we'll see if it breaks below and then bounces back up.
Of the good work that 40 million Californians have done in getting their vaccines and now promoting more and more boosters, the numbers are not as acute as last year. But again, we are just getting more information as it relates to the holidays, particularly Thanksgiving. In the next few days, we'll have a sense of what that Thanksgiving spread may have looked like. And I want to remind people, it's not just pharmaceutical interventions, meaning boosters. It's not just getting the vaccines. It's also using common sense. When you're in large indoor crowds and environments with a lot of strangers, people that have not been part of your cohort or group, to be mindful of the importance of non-pharmaceutical interventions like wearing face coverings, wearing masking, continuing to practice just common sense and hygiene. It's flu season as well, after all. And I want to encourage parents. I've got 4 young kids. I want to encourage parents out there to get those vaccines to their children. I'm in a school, as is the case all across America, where kids that go into schools like this are required to have 10 vaccinations.
Okay. So market's coming down. This is the key level. If SPY goes red and we end up closing here, I mean, it's going to look like an ugly day. It won't be that bad, but considering how much we've sold off about 1.5% today, this is a literally 1.5% sell-off. I mean, you feel it a little differently because we gapped up. But this is the final leg. Again, we still got about 55 minutes, like I'm saying. I'm expecting a break below, and then I think we're going to close around here. If anything, I think it'll sell off and then come back up. Already thinking tomorrow. Apple's starting to give up. Bristol Myers on the high. See if that's going to be a vaccine play. What's the other one? HD. Those are still green. HD is still green itself. Remember, companies report. Most companies have reported already. So that's the key. That's even the key with all of this. Gap down as Omicron fills nightmares. I wouldn't be surprised, and then just see the buying come in. It's going to be a weird one. It's going to be a weird. I just want to see how the premiums. That's why any of the other put plays, they didn't really benefit us in a weird way. The only way you could benefit off a put, you have to wake up. That's it. You have to wake up with it and then see what happens on the next move. Oh, man. BMY, I don't know. There's something with it. I don't know if they're reacting to something right now. I'm looking. I have a couple of play ideas. Santa run looking like. I still think it's in play. I mean, but we're literally just at the same low that we closed at yesterday. So it's not as if it's like just today how they did it and then with the premiums. I mean, think about it. We spent all day and you're still probably down on a put if you bought it from yesterday. If you bought it today, you're doing better. The only that the way you profited off of yesterday's puts was buying today. And then same thing with the calls. You didn't profit off of calls here unless you kind of bought in the next morning. So, like, literally, I'm even looking at different puts. They're up. Like, you could buy them now. They're down 20% from yesterday, but they were just down 75%. So, it's like you're really buying a put that's down 50. But it's wild. It is wild. Airbnb new low. Everything is really selling off again. You're hitting the low of yesterday. SPY has gone red on the SPX. The SPY has not, but you're pretty much at that level now. So, watch for a little bit of panic, and then we go from there. Microsoft's now hitting a new low on the day. They're positive. Same thing with Apple. So that's why I said I think this is what that's what it takes to match up now. So now I think a lot of the new money that came in today that kept buying, I think they're kind of washed out, or some people from yesterday. They may have switched spaces. I'm going to be holding the other puts I have. I mean, it's not the only damage that's going to happen to the plays is once everything stops moving. It's musical chairs right now. Like, even that's what I'm saying. The calls, if you get a gap up, your calls might be able to do good. Same thing with the puts if it gaps down. But then it's just going to be about taking the profits and then letting everything line up. Yeah, the HDs went back up finally, but we just lost some of those gains. The XOMs are down 30. Google it. CRM's finally up now. Stupid piece of... When am I buying the dip? Soon, maybe. Soon. We got a deposit. I mean, long term, I'm probably going to buy something in the long term soon. Boston Cordair considering for Fed supervision's post. Back to negative correlation, bonds and stock. Even then, UVXY is still red on the day. Bonds did come up, though. That is a leading indicator, kind of. Black Swan Thursday. We'll see. I mean, Thursday, Friday could get a little bit crazy. We'll see how it plays out with this. Yeah, but if we sell off big and then if there's after this is going to get a little weird. Recon news. I think this is more, again, we had the little Powell put discussion. That's why I think it could give us some wiggle room. Hopefully, we're going to see. Yeah, the put premiums, some of them are going up now. This is the point now that they're back at the close. But again, depending on how you open tomorrow, that will change it all, right? That's what makes this so difficult. DraftKings at 31. I think DraftKings, Uber, those are the ones that I like for the long term. Just because I'm down on them. I'm still up on Uber, but DraftKings like really sold off. I mean, I think this is one of the that's one of the moments I want. It reminds me, remember our little DraftKings fiasco that one time? It literally came right back down to that price. But now it's lower. So I mean, again, if they start touching like $30, people will really start freaking out, but we'll see. Autodesk. Roblox 14 from the top today. Geez, Macy's selling off. Clorox still going. CRM's now starting to drill a little bit, but the premiums. Apple kind of bouncing off the bottom. Remember, we hit the low with there. We still got 45 minutes left. Bach, Chicle, SoFi dump. Pinterest, I'll have to see actually. All these stocks getting dumped and SPY is at even. That's the volatility for you. Buy your dip. Buy the dip. Bro, everything got nutty. Check Tesla. I was even looking at the premiums on Tesla. I was thinking, because Tesla's holding up very nice. It's holding up good. There's a lot of juice in that one. I think on both directions, but we have to see how it plays. TLT's hitting a new high in the midst of this. Let me see the old TLTs. Yeah, those are January's. That's why they didn't do anything. This good. Apple selling off. Yep, new low on Apple and now new low on the S&P. That's it. The safe haven's starting to give up. If Apple closes red, I mean, you're going to be back up to, remember, it launched up yesterday off a big red day, but now your safe havens are starting to get clapped a little bit here. So you might get a little bit of a fear response. Again, this is big. I mean, I'm shocked. a majority of the names now. You're like 50-50 on everything, but then you have some big losers on other ones. Yeah, you're 50-50 on the SPY. You're barely above. That's a wild shift today. It's a 1.5 from the top. So let's see. Watch it drop down. Again, I'm expecting a little bit lower than here. I think we're going to flush a little bit, and then I think we're going to close right around here. It'll probably bounce back up, and then we'll see. The long term got clapped today. All the long terms combined now, you're only up 26%. So remember, I mean, what? At the end of the quarter, we were up like 40%. So we've lost like 20% on Airbnb. DraftKings went negative 30. I mean, overall, the money is still in gain, but it has been clapped. But, I mean, long term, I would suggest you don't even look at it unless you're going to buy. Time to buy more? Yeah, well, I'm going to. I mean, we have our deposit, so I'm excited. APT pop, again, that's kind of a virus play. Tesla's selling off. Apple's still drilling down there a little bit. APT's up 10 off of that. Okay, those Amazon puts are starting to come alive. Now you're only getting juice at the fear zone. So if you get any bounce tomorrow and we come up, it's going to clap the puts a little bit. Now puts are only getting juiced right here. SPY already lowest since 10. It's not that. I mean, again, I don't think it's that bad. I think it's kind of the names you got hit on. Like even with the long term, I mean, DraftKings hurt, but that was smaller. And then the other ones. But remember, we have big gains on the growth with Snap and then Airbnb. We were up like 30% on Airbnb, almost 40%. Airbnb has literally slashed almost 40% in the last 2 weeks. I think about 30. It was at 209. So again, I mean, this is travel related. AMC wrecked. What about GME again? That's probably with the small caps. Yeah, AMC down at 29. So SPY's still going. Watch out. It could get a little slow. We got about 40 minutes left. Yeah, the cold calls are down like 70% before. Those are clapped. Those ones, the small, like Coke, CAH, remember I went in with like $200 on these ones. So they're both down. But that one I scaled small, thankfully. But the other plays, like the HDs from yesterday, those like gave up loss. I got clapped on Zscaler today. The Home Depots are finally holding up now. That's why the only way you gain premium is if you're below yesterday's close. So they really gonna play with us here. Tax loss hard. I think people did that more a couple weeks ago, like last week or 2 weeks, but you could have it here in December. We'll see. Everything's selling off now there. This is now, it started. There's a couple names that are still up. You got like Clorox, HD still green, Coca-Cola, but they're all starting to slip now. And then Amazon's starting to go. Apple, just watch Apple, because depending on the speed of Apple, that will pretty much give you an idea where we're going to close around here. Great day to buy back cover calls. It could be if you're up on them. I'm still down, I think, on the Roblo covered calls. We ain't got no love on that, man. No love. That's clap, though. Roblo, really, that was a big flip. Airbnb. VIX is still going. Taking another low. Let's see. Again, it's not too fast. This is what I want to see. I mean, it's still, bro, that's almost like a point. Oh, yeah. That's 2 points almost. Oh, shit. I mean, you still might have a 2-point bounce left in the tank here, or a 2-point move, full round trip. I don't even know how much lower it'll go. Yeah, the velocity's not there just yet, but it's picking up. The premiums now, you just had to break below yesterday's low. Options didn't panic until then. Now your put plays have came back up. unless you grabbed them here in the morning at a fat discount. And the Microsofts are still holding, ironically. But even then, some of them, they're not too crazy. Apple just went red on the day. So that's the key. I'm using that as a leading indicator here. Amazon just already been selling off, and then Facebook too. Yeah, the HD puts, they came up again, but that's what I'm saying. Like we were up, what, 20% on those, 30% yesterday? So again, HD's still green, so that's actually kind of interesting if you really think about it, but they closed low. But we're coming back here. SPY taking another little cheek lay. It's getting bigger and bigger, believe it or not. We're almost 2 points from the breaking point on the SPY. It's kind of big. Just the day is so big, you don't really see it as well. So we're coming down one more. There it is. It's the news. The news was Omicron. Here was the Omicron variant. It really did start sending things off. First U.S. case. We knew we got it. We got it early there. I thought the puts weren't going to – I didn't know it'd get this ugly. But those puts actually started to go up there. But that was seemingly – I mean, we started dropping before that. But Omicron news, there it is. You're starting to get a real sell-off here. Now you got danger zone. And you're like 3 points from the shit, man. It'll be a wild bounce here at the end. But watch out for that. DraftKings, Tom Brady, NFTs. Seriously overreacting. They're not reacting to Omicron. I think this is Powell. That's what I'm trying to say with all of this. Is like I think the Omicron, you're getting some of it, and that's what correlates with today's move. But I think the real underlying thing is Omicron plus Powell. There it is. HD starting to go. Tesla 5. So I Mega Growth isn't clapped as much. They're doing pretty good. Now they started as like Google's still positive. Apple and Microsoft are in the green. Actually, Apple's not in the green anymore. It's kind of flip-flop. Is UVXY positive yet? The VIX is barely positive. UVXY is now positive 4%. They're saying stop the paper, he'll listen. That's why I know. I agree. That's why I think as long as once the market starts freaking out, then Powell is going to get less hawkish. But if not, like I said, that could be the key. I think it's an overreaction to Omicron, but I think there's just other factors at play right now that I think are going to be a little bit harder to test. Where's Apple? Yeah, the VIX is positive. UVXY is only up 3%, so literally it just went positive as we broke through. So most 90% of the day today, the UVXY was red. Let's see, you're going down again. Apple's slowing down a little bit. Some of the other big techs. I think this is even just some of the names with a little bit more juice now because Tesla's picking up a little there. And then I think once the value stocks start going, because, dude, Dow is almost down 1%. Bro, this turned into 1% down on the NASDAQ. Bro, this was a 2.5% swing. Yo, this was wild, actually. Okay, even the old Apple puts are going to come up. The Apples from yesterday are still up. Now the Amazons are only down 23%. Those are coming back to life. So premium is really, really juicing. And any of these are all old puts. I forget that Goose put from yesterday is up 20%. But any old put you had should probably start coming to life right now after this. see where the HDs. The HDs are now back up, but you're still down from yesterday. NASDAQ, it might, I mean, if people start going for value, we'll see. Okay, so here's your bounce. We still got 30 minutes left, though, and the range is fat now. The range is, you got a 3-point from where I'm expecting we close at like 456. So you're at 453.67 right now. This is, and you got 30 minutes left. This is going to get crazy. I have the XLF puts. Remember those? I forgot about those myself. But those came back to life, actually. So those are just sitting break even now, are down 5%. But we have a big XLF play. Microsoft bouncing. So is Apple. We'll see how it leads, though. Just be cautious on this. This is fun. Tomorrow, again, play this story now. At least we know. I'm saying, that's what I'm saying now. Depending on the volatility here, I mean, it's just simple. As long as we know what's changing or not, the next time we get a volatility crush, that's when we're going to come in. I mean, it's not, I'm down. I mean, I'm down like 12, 15K on both accounts. So it's like I'm down like 20K just from stocks that I'm holding, just from options that got clapped throughout all this. So, I mean, I'm down too, but I'm having a lot of fun because I'm thinking ahead. So that's it. I do hope, yeah, you have a shopping list or more or less just keep in mind how things is going to play. Yeah, Roblox has a lot of weight, but even everything else, I mean, everything else in every other portfolio, I mean, you got clapped. Oh, shit. I have an old Netflix that came back to life. You remember those old Netflixes from earnings? That old Netflix earnings rollover, I'm down 50%, but it's still worth like $200. Oh, shit. I didn't even see that. Yeah, they got kind of clapped too. The Amazon puts, they're coming up. They're not break even, but this play was clap. I'm down 30% on it now, but it was still Amazon's lower than where I bought the stock or the option, but it's finally starting to juice up, but it's only going to juice up at the low here. The premium on Microsoft is bouncing. That call I bought today has not gone down. That's what I'm saying. It's just a weird day with the premiums. That's what kind of got me a little sketched out in the morning. Even on this, I would have grabbed puts on the news, but I was like, I feel like they're going to scam. But now we have a better idea. The real money is going to come in when they just drop everything off. That's it. As long as we have an idea of where it's going to go, just do the opposite of the market realistically. Yeah, this caught a lot of buy the dippers with their pants down. Again, you had $11 billion in inflows on Friday. They got clapped a little bit, but then they got rewarded, and then now it's just double whammied. This, I mean, I still think the Santa Claus rally's in play. I mean, humor me, but like, in all honesty, if in a week from now, 2 weeks from now, if the market was back up to 470 or 465, would you really be surprised? Or does that sound out of the realm of question? There it is. We're coming down. UVXY starting to gap a little more. Netflix selling off harder. Where's Apple? Apple's still up there. Okay, so that's not... Just let Apple show you something here. Because people are still in this. There's still names that are green today, but this swing was nutty. That was 2.5% top to bottom. I think it's all about Powell, if Powell mutated or not. I'm starting to really feel that, but at least I know we got a little bit more catalyst in play. Early market on close, 200 million to the buy side. Apple starting to rocket. What, 30 minutes left? Let's refresh. Roblo, biggest loser. Spotify even flipped. Old Zoom puts, all old puts just come back to life. And then the play from yesterday on Goose, that one's up. Bro, ASON, did they get clapped even more? Oh, wow, 90? Bro, this thing went from 140 to 90. No plans to change SPR release. We're coming down more. CRM. So it looks like, again, big tech, Apple's still holding up, but a lot of other names are reacting. There was a lot of virus headlines today, but I think today was still a mix of Powell and the virus. There's a lot going on right now. ARC below 100 finally. Oh, wow. Bro, that candle looks hideous now. VZ 52-week low. Let's see, SPY coming down even more. I still have the Roblox calls. No, they got clapped. I mean, any calls that I'm holding, either if they had premium from the day before, they held up. But if they were one of the plays that came up and went down, they're getting destroyed right now. Everything is going to be. Now, some of them I'm going to be holding them because, I mean, like Roblo, Airbnb, those ones we've been watching for a couple weeks. So I'm going to use those premiums. But a lot of the other plays there, I mean, the hopefulness isn't quite there again, unless we're still up on the Apples from yesterday, the Microsofts from today, and then everything else is just random puts now starting to come back up. Bought the Airbnb dip. Haven't seen the LT down this much since early 2020. Yeah, bro, even the last two, you had a wild swing. We went from good earnings to, we won on that one, but now it just, everything got clobbered with it. So we're kind of chilling out here. There's your little second bounce. Apple's kind of leading the way, so watch if things change from there. Let's see. Okay, those sold. I sold out of the CRMs. I didn't like, even though it was a put for today, and even though it's looking good, I only sold them out at like 175. I got like $75 gain. buy this dip? No, I mean, you could even, if there is a gap, it'll benefit, but I honestly think you wait till the market confirms and then just do the opposite of wherever the premium's at. Oil below 65. Oh, come on. Okay, I sold the goose at 220. That's like a $240 gain, I think, and some change. So I sold out the goose ones from yesterday. That was like 30%, surprisingly. I didn't like that play, remember. CS puts? What's CS? I don't... CS? Did you forget a letter? CS? I don't think I played CS. SPY calls. No, I'm gonna just wait till the day up. I mean, again, I made money on... Only money I made puts on were the puts from yesterday. I mean, today was a CRM one, but that one... That's why I sold out of it. I don't like how it's holding up. So, I mean, it's starting to go down. Maybe it'll start to move, but it wasn't doing what I needed. Again, if there's any bounce on CRM, I was going to get clapped on that play. Oh, Credit Suisse. I think I might. An old one? No, I think those expired. I had an old one. Or was that, let me check this one. I've had UBS. I have old UBSs, but those didn't move. And then we had the other one. Now those Amazon's only down 26 now. BNDDU, Home Depot kind of there. CRM still selling. 10-minute rig could get crazy. I mean, you got 10 more minutes till that. So we'll see. SPY short squeeze. I mean, again, you got juice in the tank, but the question is just how does the market take it and where we go? I mean, people are just starting to get confused. And again, you see the responses even in the chat. I don't think people know what's happening with this. I think it's very easy to blame the virus for this one, but that's just not what's happening. And it's like it's part of it. You can't ignore it, but there's just a lot going on with it right now. So it's like that's why there's enough fuel to short squeeze, but there's also enough fuel to go down until we really see where the chips are going to fall. It's Powell. Virus is the icing on the cake. I think so, man. I think so. Just wait for it. Selling. No, I think this is going to be I think we're going to be excited. I mean, I'm already excited by, again, I'm already taking big losses today. Even I had the icing on the cake with the damn biotech too. So, but it's still not the fact that you get this type of confusion, I think an opportunity is going to really emerge from here. But I mean, today is a wake up call to just watch your premiums. That's why I'm, I think it just got me a little bit more focused just to make sure that, okay, wait a minute, even if we could get them, even if I could time the move, they may not reward it the same way. That's why we got to make sure we're, we got to really solidify. That's why if I could find one of these easier catalyst plays, I think they're going to be money. That's it. We just need the catalyst. That's why it's like if we know what's going on, there's a lot of confusion, and we see the premiums and everything go crazy, we need to be able to pile into something with a catalyst. That's why I'm liking some of what I'm seeing, but it's still it's gonna be choppy as hell. We got to wait until even some of the volatility not even cools down, but it just needs to pick a direction. The point is, you've had one up, one down, one up, one down. Today was even 2 up, 2 down, really. So it's insane. But it will be good. Oh yeah, where is it? Where's Qualcomm? The bond purchases, we went over that. The whole thing is the bond purchases on the long end, people are buying them because they're selling the short end, and they think the short end is going to go up, and that means higher rates in the short term. Higher rates in the short term usually means lower rates in the next 10 years. CPI is next Friday, I believe, actually. And again, that's going to correlate right before the Fed. Fed is on December 15th as well, too. You didn't cover oil. Oil dropped a lot. It was up today, and then it came down. I still think oil is going to be a wild one to watch here because we still got OPEC. But this could solidify a panic. If oil keeps, if it doesn't bounce from here and it starts plummeting below 60, that is starting to look like people backing out. Or it could be a gray swan, just as much as it's just telling us stuff too. Just like if it keeps going lower, at that point you're just getting risk off from a lot of things. People are just selling a lot of different stuff, and that's where you get again. If investor confidence erodes faster than the answer, that's always going to be the problem. You see, so as long as the investor confidence, the people who bought the dip, I mean, as long as there's enough up and down to keep them in the game, and people don't really trip out until we get those catalysts and then the data, then it's going to be chill. Again, Apple's already bouncing up, so I got a little bit more faith in that here. We'll see. And again, tomorrow is just going to be a move, and then whatever is going to happen tomorrow, you're going to set up for Friday. Today, if you got the puts in the middle of the day, you got rewarded on it. But other than that, now you have to decide how you're going to play it for tomorrow. Because even if you got a put today and made money on it, if you don't take profits on it today, and then whatever happens tomorrow, that's going to be the real move. You see what I'm saying? So even my Microsoft, if the Microsofts go down, we're clapped tomorrow. Doesn't matter if they hold up today. It's all about what happens tomorrow or the following string of events that you could chain together. Pins hit 52-week lows. Apple's starting to surge back up to that level. So again, I think we might close exactly where I was telling you earlier. I think we're going to close at the close of yesterday, around this range. It's looking like as long as Apple holds up, well, we're going to see. It's even Micron's still up 3% almost today. Will you be live streaming tomorrow at Open? Of course, my friend. I mean, especially during volatility. I mean, you're going to want to be here. We're here for volatility especially. We're here every day, but volatility especially. Oh, this is our forte. This is our forte. I was born in volatility, molded by it. We filled the gap. Again, this is the Omicron zone, but I think it's the Powell zone, man. I'm telling you, I'm almost willing to bet it all on Powell. That I'm thinking what you're seeing today is a bunch of theater. Everything has been theater so far. It didn't make sense, and I think it's just Powell is solidifying. Powell has mutated. That's it. And that's why I'm saying, though, you're going to have time because whatever's going to happen, there's going to be one chill out event. Would you dump AMC now if you still had shares? So Xavier, I mean, I don't want to like get in trouble with God or somebody. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think the answer is just be wise with it. Again, I mean, there's a lot of panic now. Usually, it's good to sell into a green day, but I cannot answer the AMC question because I do not want to risk my spot in heaven. Apparently, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You ask why you. That's a very loaded question. It's a very loaded question right there. It's a very loaded question. Moderna says Omicron could be ready in March. I honestly read that as it could be ready in Meta. So I was like, what? They got a metaverse? Powell got nominated to crash everything. He might have. But I don't know. We'll see. Just watch. We know Powell. I mean, at the very least, one benefit of Powell in another term is you are listening to somebody who has watched every single one of his meetings since he came into office. I could say that with facts. Anytime Powell has spoken publicly in the last 4 years, we have listened to every single one of them. So that's where I'm saying we know what he's going to do. If he starts sounding, he's already sounding hawkish. And if he sees the markets go down and he doesn't try to backtrack, then we're going to get some real volatility. I'm telling you, I mean, I don't know anything. I mean, I'm only a foolish human, but I feel like Powell, if he doesn't immediately try to walk back what he said, then you're gonna get a lot more volatility. I don't think this is about the virus. He is very good at backtracking. He is very, very good. That's why I'm saying if he wants it to come back, he'll make it come back. That's what he's did every time. He could have done that today. He chose not to. Yes, I agree. But that's why. But the market hasn't moved a lot. By the time he was talking, we were back up. He didn't need to. He got away. He thought he got away with it. I thought he got away with it in the morning. I was like, holy shit, maybe he did. But then he came down. But then it started coming down. So that's why the more it drops, then we look for what Powell's going to say. He said hawkish. He pretty much said tapering could come faster than expected, or they may raise it faster than the pace. We're dropping. You got 10 more minutes, 10-minute rig coming in. Bonds are higher than yesterday. Oh, man. VIX over 30. Apple's coming down. I guess that's even uglier. All right, let me see here. Yeah, they're letting January get cheaper. VIX over 30. I'm looking at some premiums. It sucks. This makes me want to grab a play for tomorrow, but I want to just hold what I got for now. DWAC is popping. They're in talks for $1 billion pipe deal with Trump Media Technology Group. SPY new low. That's it. I think unless we get an epic 10-minute bounce, I think this close is out the window, and that's just even uglier. DWAC's popping even more. They're like, red day, Trump is going to save us. Okay. DWAC halted. So Amazon hasn't hit a new low. Some of the big tech. SPY's coming down now. Bigger volume as well. Microsoft starting to slip. News will be full of Omicron cases. It will be, but again, it may not cause the reaction, but I think it's just deeper than that today. So now SPY's hitting a pretty critical level now. You're pretty much right back to the end of October. And then remember, September was the volatility. So this is where the volatility started last time. And this is going to cause another sort of level here. I mean, it's going to give us another range, thankfully. It's both good and bad. But that means the market is selling off to that same level as September. So remember, September, you had a lot of random fears around then with everything from inflation, tapering, all the way down to even, what's it called, happened in September? The Delta variant. Benny following DWAC. VIX is going up. SPY's about to hit another one. My goodness. Yeah, HD and the other ones, they haven't came down yet. The Amazons are slowly creeping up. Those old Zooms are coming back. Boeing down 4. Fun pop. Where's the dollar in this? Debt ceiling was in September as well, too, actually. No, yeah, you still haven't got it just yet. What we got? 5 minutes left. All right. We need more plugs in the holes. Nah, I think we wait a little bit. Again, because anything that was dead, if you get a drop tomorrow, it's going to come back to life. So that's where you'll have some coverage there, and then it could give you an exit, and then we let some things. But I think the next big bounce is when we're going to take advantage of everything. Mm. 5 minutes left, bro, and you're still straight. That's it. That theory went out the window. If we're closing 3 points, 4 points below that, that's insane. That's a whole day right there in that last hour. Waiting for the long-term purchase. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All these Black Wednesday deals. Three minutes? Almost. Almost. Stay after hours. There could be an Ocean's 11. I will say. Today's Wednesday. I would watch for today and see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. And we are encountering some turbulence, so you do have a long-term flotation device underneath your chair, even if it does not look inflated. I could assure you that if everything did hit the fan, you will be good to go. Just make sure you pull on the long-term vest, and you will be good. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport, it is 80 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day unless you've been a stock trader out there today, but it should be a good rest of the week. But as always, we are still under COVID guidelines, so make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah. There it is. Final bidders for Bowen. Bring it home. You're selling off into the close. At least Apple barely held. TLT starting to move. Tomorrow's going to be a wild day. Tomorrow is going to be a wild day. So, again, I'm just going to be holding some of the other remaining put plays that I had from there. We're going to hope some of the other stuff. We opened a couple of plays today. We got clapped on one. We sold out the CRMs. And then the Microsoft I'm still going to be holding. I think that one should be able to hold up. Those Amazon puts are almost back, so this is going to be wild here. E-commerce, Shopify should police its customers. SPY's still selling off. Oh, man. 1 minute! Bring it home, baby. Bring it home. It's a tough one. It's a tough one, but you're going to be good. TLT starting to pop off, bro. Crazy end of the day move. Crazy end of the day move here. Oh, man. So bring it home. We're coming in. 30 seconds left. Wrap it up again. Just keep in mind the next few days of how you're going to play. I mean, think of the morning and then how you're going to go from there. That's it. You're closing down 1% on the SPY after holding there. Bro, that was an ugly move. That is an ugly move right there. Oh, man. Oh, man. 10 seconds or so left. 9, 8, 7, 6. Shopify's getting sued. HD just sold off into the close. 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Hard. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Thank God it's over. Thank God it's over for now. I just want to see what's going to happen tomorrow. So, listen, before you go, I got to tell you thank you, and I love you. Let's get a GG in the chat, okay? Let's show you. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. You want to see the carnage today? You want to see the carnage? There's the carnage right there. That's down 14,000 on that account. And then this account, down 11,000. It was a lot worse throughout the day. Down 11. So that's like 25-something total, right? I mean, it's unfortunate. Why? Because, look, we were just up. We just took this thing up, and then, boom, they robbed us. They robbed us. But it's a better position. I mean, especially if you take in profits again. We'll find a way to get through this. I'm not really tripping on it. Again, I think it's honestly setting us up, but hopefully you guys remain in the game. Hopefully you are still excited. I mean, I hope you can see the opportunity, baby. It's good. You're going to be good. I mean, that's whatever you claim, though. That's on you. I remember, my friends, I get you got a good feel on the other day. I'm just saying, this is a good moment to test your, the talk. Your talk. What do you say? Oh, yeah, they don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. But listen, I love all of you guys. God bless you. Thank you for being here. GG in the chat, baby. That's all we need to see. We love it. Oh, 2.3 thousand likes. Hard. Amen. But listen. I want to give you a big thank you to everybody who was here. And if you guys don't know, we are live every single day. So some of you guys just returned back for volatility. We're glad to have you. But essentially in these moments, we really like it. And I got a couple of ideas here. So I'm not too worried. Today was just, we're still very early in the mix of all of this. So keep that in mind. But I love all of you guys. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, man. If you showed up, you show some love. You put me on in the car, the speakers, wherever it was, man, and you just gave me the opportunity. I don't care if you like me or not, baby. You gave me a shot, so God bless you and thank you. Big shout out to everybody who's sharing the stream, posting it, and staying positive in the chat. Big shout out to the members, baby. All of them. Look at the badge. They look pretty with the badge. They support it, but above all else, man, again, the badge don't mean anything if your attitude ain't in the right place. So I'm here to say just big shout out to the people rocking that badge. Not only do you support the channel and you didn't get like an attitude with it. You know what I'm saying? You supported the channel, but you never used your membership badge to abuse any of the rules. You never used your membership badge to spew any hatred or negativity or side eye in the chat. So I really appreciate that because not everybody does that. So God bless you and big shout out to all the people who've made that badge look good and representing a lot of what we do here. I love you and God bless you. Shout out to the stream alerts. They may not have been here, but they didn't miss anything. They did not miss anything on the way. So God bless you. It's better to have it and not need it and need it and not have it. Honestly, I'm not really the type of person to sell the stream alerts. All I have to say is usually in volatility, though, they are very, very helpful. That's what we've heard. That's usually when people go crazy for the stream alerts. So just stay prepared. Do what you need to. Again, you don't need the stream alerts if you're going to be in here. But like we said, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And shout out to everybody, baby. I don't care what you got. Stream alerts, badge, nothing. It don't matter to me. Again, the positive attitudes, especially, man. I don't know. Do you guys want to hear what I have to say? I got something to tell. I don't know. Like, this is, it's the best part is I told you this a couple days ago. And I'm just saying, like, listen, like, can I speak something to you guys? Especially on these red days. I'm just telling you, you got to watch what you say to yourself. And I just encourage, just don't be one of those people in the chat. That's all I'm saying, in the stock market world and people, they like to just focus on that. I want you to focus on opportunity. It's what you say to yourself and be careful of what you're reading out there. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm telling you, man, if you in the chat, keep it a good. I'm not even asking, don't even be. I'm not saying don't say this, don't say that. All I'm just saying, though, is that 90% of things talking about the market going down, if it's, you know what I'm saying, it's not constructive. And I'm not saying, like, obviously I call out every time the SPY comes down. But like I'm saying, I'm not freaking out in all of this. I've never, like, literally, you guys, did you know how much I was down today? Probably not until I showed you. So this is what I'm saying is that you could maybe react at the bell, do whatever you need to, yeah, but I don't like that fear, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like fear talk. Watch out from the fear talk. We've been talking faith talk. That's what I'm saying. So hopefully you don't react more than I react to some of my own plays, but even for you, I encourage you. How you get a handle here is good. Honestly, I think I overthought a little bit of today. I think because I wanted to take some of those plays, but I was like, all right, the premiums, I was thinking too much about it. That's why I'm saying just control the thoughts, control the mind. Don't get too caught up into it. And again, I'm telling you, if you have any chance to participate in the chat, if you don't know what to say, if you're only going to say something that is kind of highlighting the fear in the market or it's just highlighting something getting clapped. I mean, again, I'm not saying you can't do that. Feel free. People do it all the time, but I'm just telling you for your own benefit and for the people in the chat, watch out too. Watch what you're reading and be focused. Be focused, be focused, be focused, all right? All right? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It'll be good. You will be good. The only people are going to get left behind is if you're too worried on the storm. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't, like, no, there's no, like, you get calm through the storm. Bro, remember what I told? Can I just tell you something? Can I bring back an old PHILO for you? Can I bring back an old PHILO? It wasn't too old, man. It wasn't too old. I told you very simply. What am I going to do through the valley? As I blank through the valley of the shadow of death. As I blank through the valley of the shadow of death. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you know. Yeah. What are you going to walk? Oh, snowflake. Ooh. There you go. I will walk through the... Do you know it? Do you understand what walking implies? You see, because some people type in like there's a lion behind them. Oh, yeah, I don't... Oh, come on. I'm not trying to do anybody dirty. I want y'all prepared for whatever these next few weeks throw at us. I'm just trying to put you in the game, for real. I'm just saying. Some people type in like the lion's behind them. Nah, relax, walk. You saw a lion, you'd run. There's no lion there. Even if you are in the valley, you walk. You chill. That's what I'm saying. So, we got to be vigilant. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying I'm saying we got to be vigilant. I'm not going to spend any attention to go. We need to focus it where those opportunities are going to be. I'm thinking it's starting to boil up here with the Fed, even some of the banks and all of that. So that's where I'm saying as we get into it here, and then even some of the big cap tech stocks, we're going to have to watch that. We're going to watch the velocity. Let's see what the premiums can tell us. And then it's going to be game time before you even know it. So I think we're already firmly in the game. So that's why I'm saying stay focused. Today was wild. I'm even shocked. I'm excited about it because we got to learn a lot. And again, it's reminding me of a lot of different things. Not COVID though. That's the craziest part. I don't think I could explain, or I don't think a lot of people will feel me unless you've been here for a long time. But this feels like stuff, but it just doesn't feel like COVID 2020. That's the craziest part about all of this. So I'm excited. I'm very, very excited about it. I hope you guys are too. So let's get it popping, man. Let's get it popping. Finish out the day. Take some time. I hope a lot of the PHILOs will help you today. You know, today you're gonna have a couple of hours in between to research a lot of stuff. You're gonna watch some videos. You're gonna look at the portfolio. You're gonna talk to people. So I'm just saying, I hope the PHILOs, whatever happens between now and the next bell, I hope you control thy mind and keep thy peace, baby. Come on. Come on. Can I claim some peace? Can I throw around some peace blessings? I know some of y'all may not feel me on these days. Oh, I'm just saying I want to throw out some peace, though. That's all I'm saying. Like, can you claim it? I claim it, man. I'm just saying. We ain't losing the peace, man. We ain't losing the peace. You shake it off, baby. You shake the dust off your shoes. You got to stay focused. The peace is yours, but it's whatever you say. Remember the words. It's the words. So I just need you to remind yourself. I'm going to be reminding myself. I feel humbly blessed today in a weird, it's weird, honestly. Like, I feel like I whiffed a couple of trades. Again, even I don't know how I got out of CRM with the profit and all of that shit, but like at the end, I was like, I could have bought some of the dips. I thought I'd wait a little bit there, but it don't even matter. I feel more blessed that I feel like, come on. How many of you have listened to the PHILOs over the last couple weeks? Come on, listen to me right now. Listen to me. I want somebody to know that we ain't just talking right now. I am not talking just to talk. I am giving you, like, how many people have followed the PHILOs over the last 30 days? Seriously. Not even the last couple years. I'm just saying. Do you not feel firmly equipped? Like, you know what I'm saying? Do you not feel like all of it kind of prepared you to get you ready? Because this is it. This is it. Don't fall back. Don't slip up. Stay focused. Stay humble. We're going to have some discipline, right? All of the things we talking about, the opportunity and what you're going to claim and what you know versus the world. And come on, I could go down the list. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, you have tools, but this is on what you're going to do with it. This is all on that's it. We all got equal opportunity. God is fair, so let's go. If we get thrown into the mix, and just be prepared. Again, back and forth. You don't know what it's going to look like. You don't know how it's going to be. So I'm telling you, I hope you got a humble attitude is going to get you through here in a very, very good way. Because again, even I don't know yet too. That's why I'm like, all right. There's some stuff I see. There's some stuff I don't know. If it's not playing out like this, but at the very end, my end conclusion is I know there's something waiting. But at the end of the day, I just hope you guys are ready and really realize that you know, the one thing that's going to knock you out of this is going to be yourself. That's all. Yourself and other motherfuckers who talk if you give them the power to listen to their words that are not positive. That's all I'm saying to you right now. I promise you, I've been through this before. We've gone through this. Some of you have seen it, and I'm just saying, at the end of the day, the only thing right now that will really stop you is the shit you are going to tell yourself right when this stream ends and in between you sleeping and waking up. What are you going to tell yourself when you visualize your account? Are you really going to get worried or not, man? And that's what I'm saying. And some of you may have a cause to worry. I mean, you look at it. Of course, I feel you, but I'm just saying, how much power are you going to give it? Whereas this could honestly be the opportunity where money starts moving and getting crazy again. We've seen a lot during those moments. Anything can happen. Anything could really, really trip out, okay? So I'm just saying, control yourself right now, okay? And that's why, watch out. But watch out, like I even said, watch out with the others. Don't let anybody do that to you. Don't let anybody sway you. Don't let the world, again, come on, are you an alien or not? Oh, come on, you see what I'm saying? They don't feel me, man. Are you an alien? Because, again, that's what I'm saying. Who are you going to listen to right now? Don't even listen to me, man. Don't even listen to me. God bless you. Don't even listen to me. I'm telling you. Because I know there's something out. I mean, seek and you will find. Seek and you will find. And listen to that thing that you're seeking, okay? I'm just telling you, though. But if you're I'm just saying, don't get caught up in what the world is going to be saying. And I hope you don't get too caught up into it. That's what I'm saying. Because the world right now, these motherfuckers. Bro, you know what I'm saying? They'll come in. The world will ask you about a play when they already know the play's down. Oh, they don't feel me. Oh, come on. Y'all don't feel me. You see what I'm saying? The world is going to say, I told you to go do this, but the whole last 6 months, they didn't do any of it. I'm just saying, the world's going to focus on that one thing today. So I'm just saying, who are you going to listen to? That's all I'm saying. You could go with what you know, or you could go with what you feel. You could go with what you know, or you could go with what somebody else is saying. I'm just saying, though. I'm just, woo! So you better be as excited as I am, man. It's game time. It's game time. It's game time, Chad. So let's see. And again, this is why I'm kind of even nervous. You know why? Because it may not even be game time. Y'all don't feel me. You know why? See, that's what's the problem. I remember I said it yesterday. I said, don't get offended, because if you don't build your roots down long enough and you see 2 days of volatility and the shit bounces and then no more volatility, you're going to get offended and you're going to fall back too. So that's what I'm saying. Just don't hype yourself too much. Just come about this humbly. And I just hope you really, it's like we can see it, but we don't know. I just know something, but I know what I know, but I don't know what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Oh, come on. So that's it. That's it. I got 2 things. Just dig the roots down. I hope the roots are by the tree. The tree will bear fruit forever. I don't think y'all feel me on that. Those aren't even my words. That's straight from the Bible. A tree next to the brook. You know what I'm saying? Where that's it. If the roots are deep enough and the roots are next to the river, you know what I'm saying? The life, the living water, as that tree is always going to be able to grow. I hope you know that. So that's what I'm saying. Just get rooted right now. Don't get shooken up. Relax. You're going to be good to go. And that's it. Just root them deep. Just root them deep. I forgot the other thing I was going to say. I'll take that. But it's game time. Oh, yeah. Don't get offended. That's the other one. You think I'm talking what? Offended? I could offend you right now. I could say a couple of letters. I could bring up I could offend everybody. So I could get canceled today if I really wanted to. But I'm not talking that offended. Oh, y'all don't feel me, huh? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Can we talk about it? Some of y'all are money social justice warriors. Oh, you don't want to talk about it? I can stop now. I know I didn't have a chance to PHILO. That's why you are a money social justice warrior. You know that? You getting offended at everything that has to do with your entrepreneurial and business success. You'll get offended so easily. That's why you start with one thing and then it don't happen in a day, a week or whatever, and then you get offended, then you fall back. Oh, come on. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying just don't get offended. Don't get offended by having an idea and then maybe it doesn't play out how you expect to bring you your profit. You see what I'm saying? Where you then, your whole attitude change. Oh, I don't want to trade anymore. Oh, man. And then you know what I'm saying? Just don't get offended. That's all right there. If the roots are deep and you don't get offended, I mean, a lot of this is very biblical, my friend, but it sounds like a good plan to me. That's all I'm saying. It sounds like a good plan to me. It sounds like a good plan to me. I don't know. I feel like somebody with deep roots and not really too prone to get offended, they might, I think you're going to be happy how this next few months plays out. That's all I'm saying. I like the plan. So God be the glory, man. That's the only one who has control in all of it. So, and that's the humbleness I'm approaching with it. So let's see what happens, baby. So let's do it, man. I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. Check out all the links. First link, Scream Alerts, Boot Camp, all that stuff. Second link, the watch list. We'll cover everything. Shout out all the members again. Fourth link for the merch, all that. Follow me on Instagram. We're going to make a long-term play, and we'll post this. So hopefully I see you there. And then fill out the prayer request wall. I'm going to pray for you all double today. Don't worry, everybody. I'm ready. I'm ready. I like it. That's what I'm saying. I just hope that's all I want. That's all I want. I'm going to pray for every single person today. And I hope you know the code loves you, man. And this is a grateful opportunity that we have right now, especially for some of y'all. I hope you know this is a great opportunity. This is an opportunity to prove yourself. You know what I'm saying? God ain't going to, you're going to ask for money. God ain't going to give you money. He going to give you an opportunity. Oh, y'all don't feel me, right? That's what it said. The Noah's Ark movie, he said, you ask God for patience, he's going to give you an opportunity to be patient. That's why I'm saying this right here, some of y'all could prove some stuff to yourself right now. So let's get it, and I want everybody to do it. And I just know, listen, everybody goes at different paces. Everybody's going to have a different amount of success. You're going to take your steps at a different time, okay? So don't trip up on that, but I'm just saying, regardless of how it's going to play out, you just got to make sure that you are going to handle it and that you use this opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I just want you to be on top of it rather than whatever happens and then you're not. Okay? But that's all mental right now. I'm telling you, this game, woo! That's it. Like, I don't think y'all realize. This is the reason why, like, I've seen this a lot. So this isn't the first down day I've seen. This isn't the first losing $20,000 in a day. This isn't this just isn't that. Do you see why I'm getting excited? Because anytime I've been in these opportunities, it starts one way, but this is the money moving around. That's all I'm trying to tell you, that there is an opportunity. We don't know where the money is going to end, but that means the money is moving around. So let's go. Wake up and get ready. And that's it. But watch it. Guard your mind, baby. Guard your mind and guard your heart. That's it. I don't think you understand. Nobody's going to tell you this on a stock channel. That's all. You know me. You know me, man. Nobody is going to tell you this. No one's going to say guard your heart. Oh, yeah, the stock market, guard your heart. Listen, they don't think that's what I'm saying. But they've never seen this before. They've never played it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Like, guard your minds. I'm just telling you. Watch. I'm just telling you. That's it. That's what you got to do right now. Guard the heart, guard the mind. Thank God we got the armor. You know what I'm saying? Oof. So let's go. I'm telling you, that's the only way. You realize that. It's this warfare. You know that. Oh, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm giving you such a stark warning on what you're saying and what you're watching, because that's all warfare. I hope you know that. That's it. Every single post you read, all these motherfuckers, I've seen the most. I traded 1 week of biotechs. I saw the most deceptive shit ever just reading Twitter for 1 extra week than I normally have. And I'm just saying, bro, all the shit they put out there, everybody. I'm telling you, I've seen too much of the stock world this year, and I'm just saying, it's all warfare right now. It's just all this stuff there is going after your heart or your mind. People want to make you feel some type of way. Have you noticed that? You notice how emotional people, they want you to feel something. They want your heart. Oh, y'all don't feel me, man. Is this too deep for y'all? Should I just, I don't know, like, should I make like an OnlyFans for this or some shit? Because I know some new stock traders ain't feeling me right now, and some of you are in the middle ground. I know some people really feel me, but I'm just saying, bro. Oh, y'all don't, I just wake up. It's here. Oh, it's here, but it's not. I don't know what's here. I'm just saying, though, they fighting for it, though. That's all. Just guard the heart, guard the mind. We going to be good no matter what. if that's God's plan, okay? I just know in the end we going to be good. I don't know the timeline per se, but I'm just saying, though, just guard the heart, guard the mind. That's all that matters. You see what I'm saying? If the heart is guarded, the mind is guarded, it don't matter how this shit play out. You're going to be good to know, and before you know it, that opportunity is going to hit, and then boom, you're going to see it. We've seen this happen too many times already. So I'm just telling you right now, guard your heart, guard your minds. Watch the shit you're saying. Watch the shit you're reading. Don't give any words too much power. Be careful. Do not let your mind wander. Focus, discipline, focus, discipline. And it's not even saying go to the gym. This is for you. This is your level of maturity. Honestly, man, there's two types of people. I'm just saying, when shit starts going down, there's going to be two people who are talking about it, right? And then there's people who are actually doing something with it, okay? And this is coming from a guy who talks 7 hours a day, but you've been watching moves every single day. We are still in the game, and that's what I'm saying. I need some of y'all to mature, because I'm not going to let you be that motherfucker 30, 40 years later, just still talking. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Come on, man. Oh, it's either you were going to grow up or you're going to grow old, my friend. Damn. You hear what that's the punchline for that one. That's what I'm saying. This is the opportunity. You guard it, you mature, you get better. This is where you become a new beast. This is where you unleash the animal. This is where you break through. You know that, right? I hope that's it. That's it. Because today, by the end of this year probably, you are either going to grow up or you're going to grow old. That means you're going to grow up. You're going to realize things. You're going to start moving. You're going to guard that heart. You're going to guard that mind. You're going to start moving different. You grew up. That's why you don't do the same things. You're not a child no more. You ain't going to do that. You grew up. Or you're not, and time is going to go on, and then you just grew old with the same shit. Oh, damn. Well. That's it. That's it. It's game time. So I'm excited. And I hope you guys are too, man. So let's get it, Colt. I need you to stay positive no matter what. That's the answer to all of this. And you will see what happens. Good talk, right? Good talk. You good? You good? Good talk? All right. There you go, baby. Woo! So that's it, man. Go fill out the prayer request wall. I love you. Pray for me, please. Pray for me and my family. I'm going to be praying for y'all. Pray for all the other Chads in here. Let's go. Good and gracious speech. Keep it up and just get ready. You know what I'm saying? Just meditate on it. Relax. You got to have the peace, though. Don't lose the peace. That's it, Chad. We work too hard to get the peace. Again, honestly, I'm more worried about other Chads losing the peace than myself, just because I was like, oh, the peace is so good. I saw so many people with the peace. So don't lose it. Don't lose it. Don't lose it, baby. Don't lose it. That's it. That's the job. Just hold it. That's it. Oh, come on. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's it. But I love you all. Go read the Watchlist or go read the books. Strangest Secret in the World, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. Follow me on Instagram. And then the Watchlist. And then don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going, why we get excited for, we don't know what the future is, but we still excited about it. Why we through the valley of the shadow of death, even through the storm, baby. Oh, why we excited and hopeful? Why is this weird? I don't know if you notice. It's like I got an expecting spirit. I don't know. Have you ever seen somebody lose $20,000 and expect something? Oh, you know what? Why do we expect? Why do we expect more? I don't know if y'all feel me, baby. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! So that's it. I love you all. I'll see you on the watch list, and we're going to be here bright and early tomorrow. And get ready. I hope you listen to everything we just said, man. I really do. I really do, because I didn't have time to tell you that throughout the day, okay? I'm just saying, if you made it this far, I didn't have time to say that throughout the day, so that one's for you, G. But I'm just listening, because honestly, once it gets there and once this thing start moving around, I hope, baby, but I'm praying for all of you, baby, so let's go. It's game time. I love you all. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you in the morning. Peace Oh, hey, Josh. I want a peaceful pony. Okay, love you. Bye.